Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. For a while, the melee started. Red Hitomi vs Black Hitomi. Brand vs Will. Leona vs Porus. Lubbock vs Lon. Tasmi vs Halamaka. Main, Hill vs Fashion. The full name of this Fashion is Dr. Fashion. He is a genius scientist with homosexual tendencies. His dream is to be able to make equipment like Tycho. The original Dog Girl's ruling of the 10 Kings is his masterpiece. Because of the perfect one, the imperial hand of Tega God, it can trigger the precise movements of the fingers hundreds of times, which is convenient for the manufacture of various fine weapons, and can also be used to examine and treat human injuries. Therefore, this guy has a lot of human experiments in private, and the strength of those who have been transformed by him should not be underestimated. He was also accompanied by the transformed human guards. In addition to the eye, ear, and nose scout trio, there were also Deloma, Toby, and Jason who were extremely powerful. So it looks like Main and Hill are 2 against 1, but they're actually 2 against 7. Because Chelsea had no combat power, he directly transformed into an eagle and flew into the sky to observe the distribution of enemies around him and find a suitable breakout direction for the Night Raiders. Susanoo is responsible for cleaning up the soldiers, otherwise these little guys will disturb the night raid and the hunters' battle. When the crowd was struggling, General Bude personally took action. He punched Brand, who was fighting Will, but was blocked by Liu. As a general, your sneak attack disgusts me. Liu drew out his long sword indifferently and pointed at him. General Bude was surprised, but he did not expect that there were still masters. The Liu in front of him unexpectedly easily received his full-strength punch. To deal with you rebels, I will not pay attention to what is shameful. General Bude roared, and countless lightnings erupted from the gauntlets worn on both hands. After seeing this scene, Liu directly replaced the long sword with a wooden sword. It was her previous weapon, the holy sword made from the branches of the holy tree in the fairy forest, the fairy streamer. The reason for changing weapons is naturally because the holy sword does not conduct electricity. As the battle between Liu and General Bud opened, the entire imperial capital boiled over. More than 20 masters scuffled, among them 15 Taegu envoys, including the empire's strongest General Estes and Bud, as well as Arashi and Liu, who were stronger than them. The entire area was smashed into ruins, and various skills exploded with light, just like watching a special effects blockbuster. Soon, the battle between Night Raid and Hunter was decided. Haitong lost to Chitong, but Chitong did not have the heart to kill his sister. Although Will's Armor Emperor is stronger than Brand's Armor Emperor, its mobility is not as good as Brand's Armor Emperor, not to mention Brand's strength, not the Tasmi in the original book, that is can instantly kill 3 beasts in 100 people. After dozens of rounds, Will was directly beaten by Brand and his body armor was shattered in half. In the battle between Leon and Poros, Leon had the upper hand all the time and finally forced Poros to explode the fire-breathing device. Lubbock's silk thread Tegu restrained Lan's flying Tegu. In the end, Lon could only keep pulling the distance between the two and persevered. But with the victory of Chitong, Brand, and Leon, who joined in to help, Lon could only choose to retreat. Tasmi restrained Halamaka's sickle Taegu with the defense of the armored Taegu. The character who was killed by Chitong in the original book was also defeated by Tasmi. In the end, it was Main and Hill who joined forces to kill all of Fashion's transformative guards, and Fashion was also scared away. In this way, all the hunters except Estes were defeated. This is much better than the original book. Because of the sacrifice of Hill and Brand, the original book was bullied by hunters in the early days of the Night Raid. But now it's different. Hill and Brand are not only dead, but stronger. Among them, Najita did not come to participate in the battle because of Enlan's training, and her Tega Susanoo just cleaned up the mobs. Otherwise, the hunter will be wiped out this time. With the victory of the night attack, Chelsea, who turned into an eagle from the sky, suddenly uttered a cry. Everyone knew that Chelsea had found a direction for them to break out and began to break out in the direction she pointed. Without the hindrance of the Emperor, ordinary soldiers would not be able to stop the members of the Night Raid. On the other side, Alissi, who was blocking Estes, and Liu, who was blocking General Bud, got out of the battle very tacitly and then quickly went through the battlefield. Neither Estes nor Bud went after them, because even if they caught up, they couldn't stay. After this battle, General Bud fully realized the terror of night attack. In particular, Alyssa and Liu were actually stronger than him and Estes. That's right, both he and Estes could sense that Arashi and Liu didn't use their real strength. They just wanted to block them and give Raid a chance to escape. For flowers. It is not a good thing for the Empire that there are such powerful two people in the Revolutionary Army. The most important thing is that Nadetta, the boss of the night attack, did not participate in the battle. Also, Enlon, whose strength is above Estes, did not appear, which means that the strength revealed by the night attack today is not the final strength. Looking at the countless casualties of the Imperial soldiers and the frustrated hunter members, General Bud was extremely angry, but he couldn't vent. Because he also participated in this battle, is he venting on himself? Compared to General Bud's anger, Estes was without any waves. All he had in his heart was excitement. She doesn't care about the life and death of the Empire. All she cares about is the war and the battle with the strong. As the strongest before, she has lost the mentality to continue to become stronger. The heights are so cold. But the appearance of Enlon, as well as the appearance of Alyssa and Liu, broke her invincibility and once again had the power to become stronger. With a goal, we can better pursue the goal and finally surpass the goal. After everyone returned to the base, Enlon learned that they were ambushed this time. When he knew that Alice and Estes had fought against each other, he couldn't help but ask Alice, "What do you think of Estes' strength?" The fighting talent is very high, and the attack power should be at the peak of LV4 level, which is infinitely close to LV5 level, but the defense is a bit low. Alice replied, "This is a common problem in this world. Tegu envoys have obtained powerful power through Taigu, but their attack power is too prominent. The adventurers in the wrong world are different because of the relationship between the stats. Each is a hexagonal warrior. Even a magician, because of the ability points accumulated through many upgrades, his physical body is extremely powerful. For example, the 9 magic Princess Riveria of the Loki family, even if she does not use magic, the wand in her hand can be used for melee combat, and her strength is not even inferior to that of level 5 adventurers. Have you thought about adding her to your clan?" Enlon asked again. Jujitsu Kaisen. The Gojo clan swordsmith refuses cancellation. Having experienced this incident, Raid stopped the assassination mission of the noble officials of the imperial capital. Because of the betrayal of the eyeliner, they were ambushed this time. If it wasn't for Alissi and Liu, they would have been wiped out. So Najida immediately sent someone to send the news to the Revolutionary Army headquarters after learning about it. Without the task, the members of the Night Raid were completely idle. Apart from exercising every day and building strength, there is nothing else to do. After being inspired by Enlon, Najida became more and more proficient in the use of thunder and lightning. At present, in addition to using electromagnetic manipulation of metal, other lightning attack methods have been completely mastered. With her current strength, combined with Tega Susanoo, it is enough to fight Estes. Of course, the premise is that Estes doesn't freeze the time and space with that trick, Mokbatmo. There are 2 people who cracked this trick in the original 603. One is the dragon species Tasmi after merging with Tasmi's emperor. His emperor is made of special dragon species. That kind of dragon can adapt to any extreme environment in order to evolve the ability to fight against it. It is precisely by virtue of the continuous evolution ability of the dragon species that it adapts to the frozen time and space of Estes, and then cannot be frozen. Another is Chitong, relying on the power of the demon sword Muramura to strengthen himself, and then use the limit speed to avoid freezing. However, the power of Chi-Tong's move is a mystery because the anime's self-made ending is that Chi-Tong defeated Estes with this move. But in the plot of the comics, even if Chi-Tong is strengthened with the demon sword Muramura, it is not an opponent of Estes, and the demon sword was destroyed by Estes. The two solutions of the anime and the manga make it difficult for Enlan to judge the true power of this trick. Calculate the time. It should be the plot of Ning Dao next. Enlan looked up at the sky, and there was a trace of memory in his eyes. Once the plot of Ning Dao is over, the plot will come to the last moment. He also does not intend to continue wasting time in this world. After all, the main purpose is to collect family members. Nagita, go and call Hill, Chihito, Tasmi, Brand, Leona, Lubbock, and the others. Enlan suddenly said to Nadetta, who was practicing lightning skills. Nadetta was stunned for a moment, but then she seemed to have thought of something, nodded and left. It didn't take long for all the members of the Night Raiders to be called, except for Maine and Chelsea. Brother-in-law, what do you have to do with us? Leonie asked carelessly. The others also looked at him in confusion. Nagita, please explain to them. Enlan ordered. Nagita expressed her understanding and then said to the Night Raiders, this time I called everyone here, mainly to tell you about Enlan's identity. Aren't you curious why Enlan has always been omnipotent? In fact, he is. 5. Such and such, such and such. After Nagita's explanation, everyone at Yishi was stunned. Enlan is a god from another world. Anna and Yunying are both Enlan's family. He came to this world to develop his family, and he was lucky enough to take a fancy to Yishio and wanted to become a family. Guru, boss, are you sure you're not joking? Tasmi looked incredulous. Not only Tasmi, but others could not believe in the existence of God. Tasmi, if Enlan is not a god, why can he copy Taigu and let you have the same haunted ghost as Brand? Nagita asked rhetorically. Tasmi was speechless. He knew Nadetta was right. Ordinary people, how could it be possible to copy Taigu? Taigu is the legendary super dangerous species made. Moreover, Aliha steel and Sage's stone are also added, and the refining technology has long been lost. But Enlan just touched one side of Brand's Taigu and copied an exact one. Who else can do it but God? I see. It's no wonder that, boss, your eyes and arms have recovered, and it is estimated that only God can do it. Leon also wanted to understand. Under Nagita's explanation, everyone accepted the fact that Enlan is a god. Boss, are you Enlan's family now? Chi-Tong suddenly asked. Yes, in addition to me, Hill is also Enlan's family. Nagita nodded and admitted. It's too much, boss. You two are hiding from all of us, and Enlan, you hateful guy, do you treat me as a brother? 35 Lubbock said angrily. It's not too late to tell you. Do you want to join my family? 35 Enlan asked with a smile. Can I become stronger by joining your clan? Chi-Tong asked. Of course, you also saw the strength of Arisa and Liu during the last ambush. They are also family members, but they are not mine, but Asteria's family. Enlan explained to Chi-Tong. Asteria is also a god? Everyone was shocked again, but they didn't expect that there were two gods beside them. Well, she is the goddess of justice, and this time she came to your world with me to find a family, and she also took a fancy to you. 35 Enlan nodded. Haha, I didn't expect us to be so popular. Leonie said suddenly with some pride. Alice and Liu are very strong. Can we become as strong as them when we join the family? Chi-Tong continued to ask. After joining the family, I will give you a favor. Develop your potential, and then continue to fight against powerful enemies and monsters to increase your ability value. When your ability value increases to a certain level, you can choose to take risks and complete the great achievements that the gods are amazed at can be upgraded. From level 1 to level 9, the higher the level, the stronger the strength. Enlan once again explained to Chi-Tong the upgrade system of the wrong world. What level are Arashi and Liu? Leona hurriedly asked. Last time, she saw the horror of the two women and easily resisted Estes and General Bud. And it can be seen from the Battle 2.4 that they did not use their real strength. This kind of strength that does not rely on the Emperor is completely its own strength, which is really enviable. Alixi has just been promoted to level 5, and Lu has been promoted to level 4 for a long time, and it won't be long before she will be able to level up to level 5. Enlon said with a smile. What? LV5 and LV4 are so powerful, so what is the level of LV9? Leoni's mouth widened in shock, and he couldn't believe it. Not only Leon, but everyone else was equally astonished. Originally, they thought that Arashi and Liu were so powerful that they should be LV7 or LV8, but they turned out to be only LV4 and LV5. It can only be said that their vision is limited, and they have not seen a real powerful existence. The strength of LV9 is very strong, almost infinitely close to the gods. Enlon said uncertainly. Because he has not seen the existence of LV9, he is not very sure. It's terrifying. Is there a LV10 level above LV9? Lubbock couldn't help asking. I don't know. The function of favor is to develop the potential of human beings. The gods can't predict how human beings will eventually reach, but it is currently known that the highest level of human beings is LV9, and no one has reached LV10. Enlon, the LV9 level mentioned, is the female emperor of the Hera family and the mother of the male protagonist Bel. This time everyone showed an excited look. It turned out that human beings can become so powerful. This system of upgrading and strengthening makes them yearn for it. Haha, it's so interesting. Since both Boss and Hill have joined, I naturally want to join. Let me see if I can surpass LV9. Brand said excitedly. I'll join too. Chi-Tong also agreed. This kind of interesting thing, how could I be absent? I also want to join and then become stronger to fight Estes. Lubbock has already started YY. Beyond LV9 level is my goal from today on. Lay 24 Auna said confidently. I'll join too. Finally, Tazmi also chose to join. Very good, I'll give you a favor next time. Enlon showed a satisfied smile. These are all precious geniuses, and when they arrive at Orari, they will be guaranteed to reach LV5 and LV6. When giving the favor, Chi-Tong and Leona also blushed. As a result, all members of Night Raid, except Maine and Chelsea, all joined in Lan's family. The family members have reached 14. No, Maine and Chelsea didn't come? Leone said as if he had found something. Everyone looked at Enlon with a strange look, obviously asking what was going on. Maine and Chelsea are not suitable for my clan. I will let Astria accept them as a clan. Astria and I belong to an allied clan, and the same is true for them joining the Astria clan. Enlon explained Road. In fact, he despised the talents of Maine and Chelsea, so it would be good for them to join the Astria family. Najida sighed. She obviously saw it, and Lon disliked the talent of the two girls. Everyone understands in their hearts, but there is nothing to say. Although I didn't join the Enlon family, it would be better to join the Astria family. Anyway, the two families are allied. Boss, you and he'll join the family before us. What level are you now? Leona asked Najida off topic. I'm already level 3. Najida said proudly. It's amazing. Everyone was shocked. Unexpectedly, not long after Najida joined the family, she had already risen to level 3. Doesn't that mean that as long as she gets another level up, she will reach LV4 like Liu? Liu's strength, they are obvious to all, and the General Bude is not her opponent. Come on, let's learn from each other. Leonai said excitedly. Not only Leon, but the other members also looked forward to it. That's good, I don't need Taiga to beat you. Najida was also full of heart. Everyone gave way to a venue and watched the duel between the two. And Lon also had a funny look on his face and took out a bag of melon seeds and started eating. This is still a modern snack brought back from the world I upgraded alone, and the system space has piled up into mountains. Everyone looked curious when they saw the melon seeds in Enlan's hands. Don't look at it, it's all there. And Lon shook his head helplessly, then fell down one by one and drank it himself. On the other side, the battle between Nadetta and Leona also begins. After using the beastized Leonai, his physical fitness skyrocketed, like a humanoid dangerous species. I saw her leap towards Najida like a cannonball, and the speed was very fast. Najita used lightning to stimulate her own cells, and her speed was not below Leon's, and she also rushed out. The two women punched each other, and they were evenly matched. The strong impact made the ground centered on them dented. Boss physical strength can actually match the beasts like Leona? Chitong said in surprise. This is the benefit of the Adventurer's upgrade. Every time Najita upgrades, her ability value has reached the SS level, which has caused him to improve in all directions. Not just strength, but defense, speed, dexterity, and more. Coupled with the lightning stimulation cells, Najita's physical strength at this moment actually surpasses Leona's. Sure enough, after a short stalemate, Leona was knocked out. How can that be? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. But it wasn't over yet. I saw a cloud of red lightning erupt from Najita's hand, making a sizzling sound like 1,000 birds chirping in unison. Without waiting for Leona to react, he had already attacked her. Leonie hurriedly dodged, and Nadetta also intentionally kept her hand, so Chidori was smashed to the ground by her. Bang! The thunder attribute overcomes the earth, and the earth exploded in all directions the moment it touched Chidori. When everyone looked, they saw a huge deep pit appeared where they had originally been attacked. This power, if it is bombarded on the body, I am afraid that I will directly burp. No comparison, no comparison. I admit defeat. Leon said hurriedly. Now everyone saw Najita's strength after becoming a family member, and their eyes were full of motivation. All those present were born as killers, who did not desire great strength. The night passed, and the next day, Astria realized that all the members of the night raid had become kin. The Dian actually playing with the old lady. 35 Astria was scolded in anger. Alyssa and Liu, on the other hand, looked helpless. And Lan seems to have left 2 more for you, Kagaya said at this time. Haha, the talents of Maine and Chelsea are not good, and Lan is completely disliked. Layla said with a big laugh. Astria glared at the 2 of them angrily, and finally recruited Maine and Chelsea, and confessed that she was a god from another world and wanted to accept the 2 women as family members. The 2 women naturally didn't believe it, but when they knew that Lan was also a god, and they took away everyone else in the night attack, they broke out completely. This time they believed, but at the same time they broke out. What does it mean that Lan took all of them and left only the 2 of them? Fortunately, Lan had already anticipated it in advance, so he left early this morning and the 2 girls could not find him. In desperation, they could only go to Nadetta to complain. Nadetta explained to them that the Lan family and the Astria family are allies, and it is the same for them to join the Astria family, and they can become strong like Alicelius. After hearing this, the 2 women could only obediently join the Astria family. Single G. After Lan left the night raid base, he came to the imperial capital. Because the dragon boat was seen with his true appearance last time, his portrait also appeared on the wanted notice. Not only that, the portraits of all the members of Night Raid were exposed because of the last time, and even the portraits of Alice and Liu. In desperation, Lan can only imitate and become a black hairless. That's right, it was Artoria's blackened appearance. There are not a few humans he devoured, but he still loves the black and hairless appearance the most. No way, who let him be Chef Wang in his previous life. Not only did the mimicry become black and hairless, but she also wore her modern black attire. Clothing in this world is multi-elemental, and there are many modern styles of clothing, so it will not be strange. After returning to the Night Raid base to upgrade the favor last time, Siko Pashima returned to the Imperial City Guard. Now she works in the garrison during the day and will raid the base at night for training and rest. After Lan came to the Imperial capital, he immediately contacted Siko Pashima. Then, under her arrangement, he joined the garrison. Because the garrison was attacked at night and killed too many management members, Siko Tashishima has become a captain by virtue of her powerful strength. If it wasn't for her lack of Taigu, she would definitely have been recruited into the hunter team. Because of Lan's participation, the guards became a little restless. Because Enlan's current appearance is black and hairless, and outside is a glamorous girl who looks 16 years old. The beautiful face makes the male guards stare blankly. One by one, they had bad thoughts, thinking of Enlan in their minds. Enlan doesn't care about these small characters either, and doesn't bother to pay attention to them. In the days that followed, he just accepted the arrangement of Siko Pashima, patrolling the imperial capital every day, and being responsible for the security of the imperial capital. Then, in an accident, the treasure house revealed the secret that he was the Emperor of Emperor. There was a Tegu envoy in the garrison, and it was quickly known by the higher-ups. Then Estes personally summoned Enlan, intending to include him in the hunter team. The plan was successful. The next day, I came to the hunter base and saw Estes again. Estes also showed an unexpected look when he saw Enlan. Because Enlan looks too young, he seems to be about the same size as Kuriko. The extremely beautiful and glamorous appearance made Will and Lon in the hunter stunned, and even Poros, who already had a family and loved his wife, was stunned for a few seconds. As for fashion, this guy is gay and has no interest in women. You are Toria? What is your taigi? Estes asked Enlan. Enlan used the name of the dumb king because Estes knew his name. My name is the Sword of Oath Victory, and the release of my true name can explode with powerful destructive power. Enlan said and took out the blackened version of the Sword of Oath Victory. He is not afraid of being checked for fakes, because most of the 48 pieces of the Empire have been lost, and only a part of them appear in the original work, and the rest is a mystery. Can you try? Estes continued to ask. Yes, Enlan nodded. Immediately, Estes brought everyone to a huge trial venue, the size of 4 football fields. She then ordered the servants to bring 10 steel plates, each as thick as a thumb. Enlan came to the steel plates, and all he had to do was to pierce these steel plates with the Sword of Oath of Victory. Everyone in the hunters watched from a distance, learning about the new member's strength and taigu. The corners of Enlan's mouth twitched slightly, and he saw his holy sword held high in both hands. Immediately, the holy sword erupted with a black light that seemed to devour everything. Sword of Promise Victory. Real name Liberation, cut down with one sword. The black light turned into a light cannon, directly melting the 5 steel plates and then tearing the entire training ground. The hunter members all widened their eyes and couldn't believe it. This is too powerful, stronger than the Sword of Alice they saw last time. Such terrifying destructive power is so wonderful. Fashion said excitedly. Now he is more interested in the Sword of Oath Victory in Enlan's hands. With this power, even Will's Shura incarnation, the aristocratic chariot, can destroy it. A gleam of light appeared in Estes' eyes. Why are girls so scary these days? Will said with some fear. It's really a bit too powerful. Lon also nodded. And Lon put away his sword and turned to look at Estes and the others. Okay, your power is beyond our imagination, but I still don't know your own strength. I will let Haitong compete with you, as long as you don't lose within 100 moves under Haitong. Estes continued. Okay, come on. And Lan's eyes turned to Haitong. I have to say, Haitong is very similar to her older sister Chitong. Usually, he has a cute expression, is a foodie, and carries snacks with him, but he also has a talent for kendo that is beyond ordinary people. Haitong stopped eating snacks and his eyes became serious. I saw her walking to the opposite side of Enlan and pulling out the demon sword. This is one of the demon knives alongside the demon knives Muramura. Those killed by it will also be manipulated after death, and there is no need for a dead march. Enlan's swordsmanship is very strong. When his psycho core Paimon was still a great sage and king of wisdom, he copied many swordsmanship masters' moves, and then sorted out a set of the most suitable for him. God-level swordsmanship. Coupled with the existence of the blessing of the Sword Saint, his comprehension and performance of kendo are far from being comparable to ordinary people. The 8 demon swords that Haitong quickly pulled out turned into an afterimage and came to Enlan. Enlan was not surprised, and the Sword of Oath of Victory easily resisted. This time, he did not use divine power or skills, but simply used sword skills to compare with the black pupil. The speed of the two swords and swings was very fast, and they fought countless times in just a short moment. Every attack of Haitong was blocked by Enlan, the king's goodness. At that time, Enlan's casual hits were all at tricky angles, making it difficult for Haitong to resist. After 50 moves, Enlan easily picked up Haitong's demon sword, and the sword of vowed victory was placed in front of her throat. This swordsmanship is too exaggerated. Will no longer dare to have any other thoughts about Enlan. Although this woman is beautiful, it is definitely not something he can conquer. Estes was full of brilliance in her eyes, because Enlan's swordsmanship exceeded her expectations, and she was even more beautiful than her black eyes. Just now, even if she played against Enlan, in terms of pure swordsmanship, she didn't dare to say she would win. Found a treasure. This time, with Enlan joining the hunter, don't even think about escaping for the next night attack. Congratulations to you, Arturia, you will be a member of the hunters in the future. Estes congratulated. Enlan just nodded flatly. This is also his current character, the cold and arrogant Black Night King. At night, Enlan sneaked into Haitong's room quietly. Because of the God of Shadows, the sleeping black pupil didn't notice Enlan's arrival at all. With Haitong's strength, even if she fell asleep, she would be aware of anyone approaching. This shows the power of the God of Shadows. In fact, even if Enlan didn't use skills, Haitong couldn't even notice the difference in strength between him and Haitong. Just in case, this uses the skill. Looking at the sleeping black pupil, Enlan put a hand on her forehead. She suddenly opened her eyes, but she didn't see anything. The next second, she felt dizzy and fell asleep completely. Only then did Enlan emerge from stealth. He checked Haitong's body, and it was indeed very bad, and he had developed resistance to drugs. In addition, the long-term brainwashing, coupled with the hypnosis of drugs, made her develop a foolish loyalty to the Empire. Although it has not reached the point where right and wrong are indistinguishable, it is already mentally unhealthy. The most important thing is that her body has reached the point of exhaustion. If she doesn't take medicine, she will die in a short time. After the examination, Enlan didn't say a word and directly swallowed the medicinal properties accumulated in Haitong's body for a long time, so that her body could get rid of the dependence on medicine 607. As the medicinal properties in the body were swallowed, Haitong's body was rapidly withering. However, Enlan once again used the Undead King to channel a large amount of life force, bringing her withered body back to life again. As the medicinal properties in the body were completely removed, Haitong had completely got rid of his dependence on medicine. Most importantly, Enlan used a lot of life force to repair her battered body. Now that Haitong's body has recovered, his strength has dropped a lot. Haitong's talent is a little worse than Chitong's. In the original book, the two sisters were orphans, and then they were trained by the Empire to become killers. At that time, a group of orphans were selected, and Chitong became one of the top 7 elite squads. Black Pupil became a next-level strengthening team, receiving body modification and relying on drugs to enhance their strength. Strength is always more important than name. I hope you don't blame me when you wake up. Enlan said while stroking Haitong's forehead. After she finished speaking, she instilled the experience of Chitong over the years and the darkness of the Empire into her mind with transmission of thoughts. After all this was done, Enlan left. At midnight, Haitong woke up directly from the coma. When she woke up, she felt indescribably relaxed and comfortable, as if the burden that had been on her body for many years had been thrown away. She knows her own body best, and she clearly feels that her body is back to health, and she doesn't need to take medicine. But again, the strength has decreased a lot. Soon, she noticed the extra memory in her mind. She closed her eyes and slowly digested these memories, just like a third party watching from God's perspective, her elder sister Chitong's experience over the years, as well as the darkness and ugliness of the Empire. How is this possible? Sister, did you restore my body? Haitong said in horror. After the 3 views were broken, she did not believe the memory in her mind for the first time. She needs to be real by herself. If the Empire is as evil and dark as she remembers, she will leave the hunter and go to the night raid to find her sister. Maybe I have misunderstood my sister all these years. Heitong stood at the window and said, looking at the moon outside. At the same time, Qi-Tong, who attacked the base at night, also lost sleep today. She also stood in front of the window, looking at the moon in the sky, thinking about how to treat her sister's black pupil. If the treatment is not good, then I will bury her myself. After Enlon joined Night Raid, he lived a 2-point and 1-line life every day. During the day, he is the hunter's Astria, training with his companions, looking for night raids together, and helping ministers eradicate political enemies together. At night, he would find Siko Pashima again, and then take her to teleport to attack the base at night. Then split into countless clones, mimicking monsters, and let the relatives fight to improve their ability values. This training method makes the members of the family improve very quickly. After all, they were all geniuses before, so they shouldn't encounter bottlenecks before they reach LV5. For example, Ace, the sword girl of the Loki family, who is the top genius of Orari, leveled up very quickly before level 5. Later, when I reached LV5, I encountered a bottleneck period, and I was stuck for several years. It wasn't until after encountering the eccentric Rue Wasi that he was hanged and beaten, and felt that his own strength was insufficient. Immediately afterwards, he met the destined male protagonist Bell and was touched by his blood. He alone defeated Udius, the floor master on the 37th floor, and rose to LV6. The members of the Enlon family, the members of the first echelon, Artoria, Amiya Shiro, Anna, Yunying, Akahito, and Brand, will not encounter a bottleneck period until at least LV6. The members of the second echelon, Yishio, Hill, Najita, Tazmi, Leona, and Siko Pashima, should encounter a bottleneck around LV5. The members of the third echelon were originally only Suma-Ching, but now Lubbock was added, and the two of them should have encountered a bottleneck at the LV4 level. As time goes by bit, winter is coming. Before I knew it, it had been more than half a year since I came to this world. The system checks in every day and has accumulated a large number of wooden treasure chests. Now there are a total of 389 wooden treasure chests, almost 400. Originally, Enlon planned to synthesize several silver treasure chests to try his luck, but finally gave up. This time he plans to accumulate 1,000 and synthesize golden treasure chests. During this period of time, Heitong's performance became more and more strange. Because of her physical and mental recovery, she has been secretly investigating the true face of the Empire. As a member of the Hunters team, her investigation went smoothly. As a person on the side of the minister, those dark things are not hidden from her. This let Heitong know that he really misunderstood his sister. The more she learned about the darkness of the Empire, the more guilty she felt in her heart. But she did not leave Hunter immediately, because she wanted to protect her sister at a critical moment as an undercover agent. After seeing the change in the black pupil, Enlon knew that his plan had succeeded. Then next, it's Will and Ran. These two are also good people, but one is blinded by the Empire, and is a bit stupid and loyal. Lan's mind is more. He joined the Hunter to be an official, and then come to change the Empire. This idea is a bit naive. The roots of the Empire are already rotten and cannot be saved. Otherwise, why is General Bud indifferent? Does he not know what the minister is doing? The definition of General Bud is just like Tai Shirwan in the Shang and Zhou periods, and Yung Lin, the patron king in the Sui Yangdi period. They are both loyal ministers and the country's Taishan Beidu, but they can't change the decline of the dynasty. When the old order collapses, there is only a reshuffle, and then a new order is established to start all over again. Therefore, he felt that Lan's thoughts were a little naive. The next task is to instigate the two of them. The first is Will, who uses his kindness to make him aware of the darkness of the Empire. At night, as soon as Will returned to his room, he saw a man in black. "Who are you?" Will was startled. The man in black didn't say a word. He turned over and jumped out of the window. Will hurriedly chased out and found that the man in black did not go far and immediately used the Emperor's tool to transform, bursting out at the fastest speed to catch up. But he soon discovered that no matter how he accelerated, he always kept a distance of about 50 meters from the man in black. In this way, the two chased from the palace to the slum, and then the man in black turned around and disappeared into an alley. Will chased after him, only to find the alley. There was nothing in it. Just when he wanted to go back in disappointment, he heard screams and crying from the other side of the alley. He walked over quietly, only to see the young masters of several dignitaries and noble families really bullying a little girl in the slum. The most important thing is that there are several guards guarding them. Will was furious, rushed up and put a few people away, and then rescued the little girl. But Will's shot also brought the seeds of his reversal with the Empire. Although he was wearing armor, everyone in the guards knew that only Will of the Hunter Squad possessed the armor of the Emperor in the entire imperial capital. After they shared the information with several aristocratic young masters who were beaten, those young masters also went home and told their parents. The next day, several officials rallied to impeach Will. These members are the confidants of the minister, and they do some shameful things on weekdays, and most of them are also doing it for the minister. Therefore, the ministers have to listen to their impeachment. Only call Estes and let him punish Will symbolically. The punishment of Estes made Will very upset and disappointed with Estes. Originally, this hunting team was established to catch criminal night raiders, but in the end, it was a mistake to save individuals. A few days later, Will met the man in black again. This time, he was led by the man in black to an aristocratic compound. The aristocrat accidentally killed a person the day before yesterday and is discussing with the current captain of the garrison to go to the poor and capture a person as a scapegoat. The aristocrat also gave a large sum of money to the captain of the garrison, but he agreed with satisfaction. Will happened to see this scene, and suddenly the whole person was stupid. Why are the imperial guards and these officials and nobles like this? This time he didn't do anything, just left silently. A man in black appeared in the darkness. It was Enlon. It is he who guides Will to lift the darkness of the imperial city and then disappoints his death and the empire. It's just the tip of the iceberg now. There's a lot more to come, Enlon said with a smile. In the days that followed, Enlon would lure Will to relieve the darkness at regular intervals. Will also seemed to understand what the man in black did, so he simply stopped arresting the man in black and followed him like this, witnessing the darkness of the empire. This made Will completely disappointed with the empire and finally realized that the people they killed in the night attack were all damned people. If you go to catch a night attack yourself, isn't your conscience eaten by a dog? The thought of this made Will especially uncomfortable. Unable to bear it, he decided to leave Hunter. Just before he left, Estes ordered a mission. Anning Road, on the eastern frontier of the empire, seems to have the appearance of an armed uprising to launch a religious rebellion, and the Revolutionary Army has been in frequent contact with them recently. The hunter's task this time is to investigate this time, and by the way, see if the night attack will occur. If a Ning Dao really dared to rebel, then the army of the empire would destroy them, just like the barbarians and the brave men of the north. Will heard that there might be another night raid contact and decided not to leave the hunter yet. Enlon saw the change in his expression in his eyes and knew that he, like He Tong, had been successfully turned against. At the same time, Yuraid also received the task of the Revolutionary Army to protect the leader of a Ning Dao. It's still the same way, and Lan's family and Astria's family won't interfere, and they're still dealing with the night attack themselves. Of course, if you are in danger, you can help. However, with the current strength of the night attack, it is estimated that there will be no danger. Because since Chi Tong and the others joined the family, their strength has grown rapidly. In the past half a year, the strength of the Enlon family has improved a lot. For flowers, Najida and Hill, who joined first, have already reached level 4. Chi Tong and the others joined later, and all of them have reached the LV3 level, plus the power of the gods. It is already very terrifying. Najida, who has reached the LV4 level, is no longer inferior to Estes. Now let the two of them go head-to-head. The outcome should be 6 or 4, Najita 6, Estes 4. In addition to the promotion of the members of the Night Raid, the old members of the family have also improved rapidly. For example, Artoria, Amiya Shiro, Anna, and Yunying have reached LV5. They were originally very powerful, and they completed their adventures in various leapfrog battles. Point 0. This also led to the fact that, even if they didn't have Belle's one-heartedly longing skill, the upgrade speed was the same as that of the opening. In addition, Yishio, Sumachi, and Dushima Siko have all risen to level 4. Today, there are 4 LV5 members, 5 LV4 members, and 5 LV3 members in his family. This kind of strength is also a top-level existence in Orari. The strength of the Enlon family has increased, and Astria is envious. But she can't imitate infinitely like Enlon into a monster, and then let the family members fight with it to increase her ability value. This kind of upgrade method, like the card Bijou, is too enviable. Although she seems to have asked Enlon to train Alice and Liu together, but because Enlon took away all the talented members of the Night Raid last time, she was still in a fit of anger and didn't want to bow her head. As a result, this anger lasted for more than half a year, which led to the rapid growth of Enlan's family. Originally, Alyssa and Liu went to Enlon in private and wanted to train together, but Astria stopped them. It's all right now, sorry. If she had her family train together, maybe Liu, Kagaya, and Layla would all reach level 5, and Alice might also reach the threshold of level 6. In addition to Astria, Maine and Chelsea are also very angry. Because they joined the Night Raid members of the Enlon family, they became stronger and stronger, and the two of them who joined the Astria family were still level 1. Blue Skinny Mushrooms. You. After Estes led the hunter team to Anning Road, the first person they saw was the leader's assistant, Berlick. Although this guy is a high-level executive of Anning Dao, he is also a spy placed in Anning Dao by the minister. The first time Enlon saw this guy, he was very upset. A church member was lying on his stomach, lying beside him, leaning on 6 girls from different ethnic groups. All of them were all scantily clad. Sitting in the highest position, with an arrogant expression. Not only Enlon, the black pupils who returned to normal, but also who saw the darkness of the Empire, all frowned in discomfort. Estes didn't seem to care about the rudeness of the other party, but said plainly, "Auxiliary officer of the leader of Berlick, our special police, Hunter, has come to carry out the task of protecting you under the order of the minister." 5. I didn't expect that General Estes, who is known as the strongest in the Empire, would come in person. 67-inch couldn't be more at ease than that. Berlick was stroking the girl beside him as he spoke. The most disgusting thing is that this guy's obscene eyes actually saw Enlon. We've received reports of night raids infiltrating, and we've borrowed a few rooms from you to live in before we hunted them down. 35 Estes said with his face still the same. Of course, I'm sure my house will not make you feel bored. Berlick said meaningfully. I'm not at all interested in them, but I want to meet the guy who has been peeping at us since the beginning. A playful smile appeared on Estes' face. Berlick stroked the girl's big hand for a moment and then said, "Is it still discovered by you?" After saying that, he snapped his fingers. 4 figures rushed out and stood in front of him. Berlick went on to explain, "These people are the ones sent by the Empire to help me, in order to let me control the violent incarnation of the sect, the 4 ghosts of the Rakshasa in the Imperial Fist Temple. They are the 4 masters chosen out of 10,000 in the Imperial Boxing Temple, the private executioners of the ministers, and they are also the pinnacles of the strength of non-emperor's holders. They can even match the emperor's envoy with bare hands, and they all have the ability to manipulate their bodies at will, and can distinguish the people who kill the world. The 4 ghosts of Rakshasa today are Ji, Linglu, Jutian, and Matu. The first 3 are all old members, and only Matu is a new addition. Because the former boss of the 4 ghosts of the Rakshasa, Goziki, had died, so his daughter Mata took his place. Goziki was the father of the elite assassination team that had trained Shitong, and the former owner of the demon sword Muramura. It was only later that I saw Chitong's rebellious heart against the Empire, and set a trap to capture her, but it was unsuccessful. On the way to pursue her, she fought one-on-one with Chi-Tong and was defeated and killed. Oh, I'm still thinking about why they're not in the imperial capital, so they came here. Estes said with some disdain. Thanks to the general who came to escort, these evil ghosts who used to be full-time escorts can now use them on offense. Berlik said with a weird smile. This old guy, after a Ning Dao gained power, has always wanted to replace the leader. After some conversation, Estes led the hunter away. When he left, Estes was still a little confused. The 4 ghosts of Rakshasa were deployed here in the early morning, so why should they also dispatch the hunters? In this way, the minister was very concerned about this peaceful road, and this church might affect the foundation of the empire. At night, Enlon is resting in his room. A strange fragrance floated in from outside, and after a while, a figure entered the room. She was actually a woman, and she was also Linglu among the 4 ghosts of Rakshasa. She came to the bed and looked at Enlon in sleeping, with a smile on the corner of her mouth. You're too beautiful, don't blame me. If you want to blame yourself for being too perfect, making our Lord Barak fascinated. Linglu said and took out a sack, wanting to pack Enlon in and take it away. It's a pity that Enlon opened her eyes as soon as she made a move. The next moment, she was bound by countless silver threads. Enlon got up and looked at her playfully. Aren't you dazed? Linglu asked in surprise. Do you think that kind of kid stuff can fascinate me? 33 Enlon asked rhetorically. Whatever, you let me go, I'm just helping Berlik. He wants to get you. Linglu lowered his tone and begged for mercy. No, you must die tonight. Enlon shook his head. B******************* D, I'm a minister, and your hunters are also ministers. If you dare to kill me, no matter if it's a hit or your boss Estes, they won't let you go. Linglu threatened anxiously. It wasn't me who killed you, but the night attack. Enlon said and started to control the silver thread, tightening it little by little. No. Are you a night raider? Linglu understood, full of annoyance. Shouldn't be involved in this tonight, and now I'm taking my life in it. Pfft. When the silver wire shrank to the minimum, Linglu died completely, and the body was cut into countless pieces by the silver wire. Berlik, you are really daring. And Lan's eyes flashed with a cold light. At the same time, Lubbock, who came to investigate, was also found by Zhu Tian and Ma Tu, among the 4 ghosts of the Rakshasa. Immediately, the 3 of them fought in the city. Not only that, even Chi-Tong, who is connected with the eyeliner of the Revolutionary Army, was discovered by the spines among the 4 ghosts of Rakshasa. Although the strength of the Rakshasa 4 ghosts is not as good as that of the Emperor's envoy, their detection and anti-investigation capabilities are very strong, and their professional level is comparable to that of the former Abaird's Assassination Association. In the original book, Lubbock and Chi-Tong could kill them, not to mention that they are now stronger after joining the Enlon family. However, unlike the original book, Lubbock killed Zhu Tian, not Ma Tu, but took her back alive. Ji was killed by Chi-Tong with a single blow, ending his life. Lan Ben, who was hiding in the dark, wanted to make a sneak attack on Chi-Tong, but after seeing Chi-Tong's ability to kill Ji in seconds, he didn't dare to make a sneak attack. Early in the morning of the second day of the 2.4th, Berlik received the news, and the whole person was almost scared to death. Of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts, 3 died in one night and 1 disappeared. Among them, Linglu was sent by him to kidnap Enlon, but Enlon had nothing to do with it, which means that Enlon killed Linglu. But he had no evidence, and he couldn't say that he sent Linglu to try to kidnap her. This is good, the 4 ghosts of Rakshasa are gone, and his safety can only depend on the hunters. Therefore, he no longer dared to speak arrogantly to the hunter, and his posture was kept to a minimum. Enlon looked at the old guy with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. As a result, the old guy saw it and shivered with fright. Estes learned from Lan that the thorns of the 4 ghosts of Rakshasa were beheaded by Chi-Tong, and immediately ordered people to start a search for the night raid in the whole city. Not only that, but even the suburbs outside the city cannot be spared. At the temporary base of the night raid, everyone looked at the horse head that Lubbock brought back, and all looked puzzled. How did you bring the enemy back? Nadetta clutched her forehead helplessly. This is what Enlon asked me to do. I don't know, he seems to have predicted that I would meet this woman. Lubbock also looked helpless. Enlon, when everyone heard this, their expressions became strange again. They're all members of the Enlon family now, and they naturally know that Enlan's purpose in this world is to develop the family. Could it be that this woman named Matu was also attracted to him? At this time, Chi-Tong also came back. When she saw the horse's head, she said in surprise, Mez? Chi-Tong, do you know her? Najida asked. Well, nominally, she is my sister-in-law. Chi-Tong nodded and said, It's actually you, Chi-Tong. When Matu saw Chi-Tong, angry flames appeared in his eyes. Your sister-in-law seems to hate you? Lubbock asked Chi-Tong. Because I killed my foster father, Metz's father. Chi-Tong explained. Ma Tao Yuan's 24 Metz, the daughter of Gauze Chi, the former leader of the four ghosts of the Rakshasa, has a cheerful and simple personality, always full of energy, with a smile on his face, showing the iconic tiger teeth at the corners of his mouth. She joined the Rakshasa Four Ghosts and only inherited her father's business. She kills all because she completes the minister's task and treats it as a job, which is not cruel in itself. Horsehead is the speed pie among the four ghosts of Rakshasa, and his body manipulation ability is mainly reflected in sweat manipulation, so his clothes are very revealing. In battle, he avoids attacks with his quick and agile skills, and as a melee assassin, he is smooth, sexy, and very soft skin. Usually wear two heavy horseshoe-shaped headbands, remove the headbands, and spread out the double ponytails to further increase the speed. As Goziki's biological daughter, she had known Chi-Tong when Goziki raised Chi-Tong and others, and she was still a good friend. Only after Chi-Tong killed Goziki, the two never saw each other again. Following Chi-Tong's explanation, everyone understood. The little girl in front of him is not a heinous existence, plus her strength is good. It is normal for Enlon to take a fancy to her. Since it was the person Enlon needed, Najida did not intend to use torture to ask her if she knew the secrets of some ministers, but imprisoned her. The death of the Rakshasa Four Ghosts, Estes must have known the arrival of the night attack. Then the next step is to assassinate the leader's assistant, Berlik. It is this guy who has been preventing Anning Dao's armed uprising. Only by killing him can Anning Dao be armed with an uprising, and then join the revolutionary army to launch an attack on the empire. But with Estes' protection, it's hard to assassinate him. In the original novel, Najida used a trick to kill this guy, but at the same time, he also paid for the destruction of Tegu Susanoo. This time, she didn't choose to use a trick, but to be positive. In the original work, the members of the Night Raider sacrificed too much, but now it is different. Hill, Brand, and Chelsea have not sacrificed. The most important thing is that the overall strength of the members of the Night Raid is much higher than in the original work. Now their strength is enough to crush the hunters. Meanwhile, Andanin. This guy Berlik is still enjoying women, using his right as the leader's assistant to deceive the girls in the church to take off their clothes and do shameful things, which is called purifying the body. Will and Haitong were even more angry when they saw that the person they wanted to protect was actually this kind of virtue. Black Pupil is waiting for the arrival of the night attack, and then apologizes to his sister and rebels against the Empire and joins the night attack. Will was absent-minded. He didn't know whether he should stop the Night Raiders when they came to assassinate Barrack. The night came soon, and the night attack came directly from the main gate, which exceeded Estes' expectations. But this is also good, completely solved the night attack. The old fellow, Berlik, was already trembling with fright and hid behind Estes. Of course, when the Night Raiders entered the hall, Estes finally saw Najida, the leader of the Night Raid. The two were once colleagues, and together they suppressed the barbarians. When we met again, Estes showed a shocked expression, because Nadetta's broken arms and eyes miraculously recovered. Most importantly, she felt an incomparably powerful force from Nadetta. This feeling was like facing Alice and Liu back then. Except for Najida, all the members of the night attack, the strong aura emanating from his body is completely different from what he saw on the dragon boat at the beginning. In a year or so, It seems that everything has been reborn. There is such a miracle. Estes showed a more excited expression. She knew that the night raid must have secrets, secrets that could make people stronger, and she was also very interested. Estes, let's capture it, Najida said directly. With the strength of the night attack, she is enough to say such a thing. Najida, do you think you are worthy of letting me be captured? Estes said disdainfully. If that's the case, then there's only one fight. Nadetta seemed to have known her answer for a long time. But just when everyone was about to make a move, Haitong suddenly made a move, and the demon sword slashed towards Berlik, who was protected by Estes. Pfft! Berlik's head flew up and hung up. The sudden scene shocked everyone. The men on both sides of Yi-Raid and Hunter looked at Haitong in confusion. Hei Six Tentong smiled slightly and said to Chi-Tong, "Sister, my body has recovered, and I have done some wrong things over the years. Can you forgive me?" 35. Black Pupil. Chi-Tong's eyes showed disbelief, and his sister actually recovered. Black Pupil, what are you doing? Fashion and Halamaka asked at the same time. The task the minister gave them this time was to protect Berlik. Now that Barrack is dead, what they have to face is the anger of the minister. Black Pupil. Estes' face changed, but he didn't expect to be betrayed. I saw that she instantly pulled out the Western fencing sword from her waist and attacked Haitong. Now that Haitong was recovering and did not take medicine, his strength was greatly reduced. Facing the anger of Estes, she could not stop her at all. Black Pupil. Chi-Tong's desire to rescue was too late. Just when everyone thought that Haitong was about to die, Enlon suddenly blocked Estes' blow in front of Haitong. Artoria, you betrayed me too. Estes was stunned and instantly understood. At Night Raid, seeing Enlon transforming into Artoria, all of them looked strange. Because they both knew Artoria and belonged to a family, they knew Enlon had become as soon as they saw her. It's just that unlike the original Artoria, Enlan's transformation is a blackened version, so it is more sassy. Enlon didn't answer Estes' words, but held the black pupil with his backhand and teleported away, and then appeared in front of the red pupil. When the two sisters met, they couldn't help but hug each other. Sorry, Estes. I'm not Artoria at all. My real name is Enlon. Enlon said and returned to her original appearance. With silver hair and red eyes, he looked like a boy of about 16 years old. That handsome appearance will never be forgotten by Estes. It was Enlon who was on the dragon boat and defeated her with a crushing attitude. It's you, I've been looking for you, so you've always been by my side. Estes' expression became crazy. The hunters were all shocked, but they didn't expect that Artoria beside them was Enlon. At this time, Haitong suddenly said, "Did you heal my physical injuries and drug resistance?" "That's right." Enlon nodded. "Thank you," Black Pupil said. "No, your sister is my family. Of course I will help her save you." Enlon waved his hand and said. When Chi-Tong heard this, she was very moved. "Although I don't know what a family is, since my elder sister is your family, can I also become your family?" Haitong asked innocently. "Of course, no problem." Enlon smiled. How could he not accept a genius like Haitong? At this moment, Will suddenly stood up and asked, "Enlon, is the man in black who brought me to see the dark side of the Empire many times in the Imperial capital, is it you?" "That's right." Enlon nodded. "As expected, I understand. I will quit Hunter from now on. I will not participate in this night raid and Hunter's war." Will's mouth showed a wry smile and chose to quit. The black pupil he likes has joined Yi-Raid. How could he face Yi-Raid sword? Haha, 1 or 2, all betrayed, right? Even without you, I can solve all of you alone today. Estes said frantically. "Leave Estes to me, and you can deal with Fashion, Ran, Poros, and Halamaka," Najida ordered. The night attack, everyone took the lead, and the 4 people were surrounded in an instant. Najida herself was one-on-one with Estes. Enlon was sitting on the side watching the play. The battle was over, and the family he wanted to recruit was almost done. It was time to solve the trouble of the Empire. As for the minister's son Sheila, and the wild hound he formed, he completely disliked it. Even though they are all emperors, they are all untalented rubbish, and the characters have problems, which is disgusting. Facing the siege of all the Night Raiders, Fashion and Halamaka were soon beheaded. Lon and Poros were captured alive in less than 3 minutes. Next, it's Najida and Estes. Estes held a Western sword and kept attacking Najida. Najida's destruction sword is also not to be underestimated, and it is also swung to attack the opponent. In just a few minutes, the two had already fought over 100 times, and all of them could not come to each other. Estes shot out countless icicles while waving, Najida held a sword in her right hand, and red thunder erupted in her left hand, and also smashed the icicles with a wave of thousands of birds. It's not the power of Taigu. How is this possible? Estes showed an expression of disbelief. Because Najida's power of lightning is not the power of Taigu at all. It's too early to be surprised. Nadetta's mouth twitched, finally getting her revenge. Ever since her eyes and arms were destroyed by Estes, she has been living in her nightmare. I underestimated you, but what do you deserve to think you can win? Estes' arrogance did not allow his former defeaters to surpass him. The battle between the two gradually lived, and finally the entire palace collapsed. Everyone left the palace, only to see the two women still fighting on top of the collapsed ruins. The collision of ice and thunder made everyone feel like watching a Hollywood blockbuster. Estes jumped into the air, snapped her fingers, and a huge ice puck appeared behind her. I saw her reflexively jumped over the ice hockey puck and slapped the puck with her palm. The hockey puck hit Najida fiercely like a shooting star. This move is very similar to Uchiha Madara's Tianshin Xingxing in Hokage, but it is not as big as Tianshin Xingxing. But even so, the blow was terrifying. Najida was not afraid at all, and saw that she put the destroying sword beside her, and then the thunder and lightning broke out in her hand, like 1,000 birds chirping in unison. Immediately afterwards, the thunder and lightning began to materialize, and then continued to extend, becoming a red lightsaber-like existence with a length of tens of meters or even hundreds of meters. Chidori Sharp Gun. Open. 35. Najida controlled the Chidori Sharp Spear to cut down, and Estes' ice hockey was directly cut into 2 pieces. This is not enough. Nadetta is brushing again. Immediately, the entire ice hockey puck was chopped into countless pieces. It turns out that Thunderbolt can still be used like this. Everyone was stunned, and this was the first time Nadetta had shown in front of everyone how Enlon taught her how to use lightning. The battles of both sides showed a heroic way, all of which were big moves. This made the people watching the game hooked. How could someone be able to fight with General Estes to such a level? How powerful is Najida, the leader of the Night Raid? Ran and Poros, who were captured alive, were also frightened. Estes, who was fighting with Najida, was also extremely shocked. Najida was not inferior to him not only in swordsmanship, but also in her ability to control ice in the use of lightning. This made Estes even more angry, and at the same time, he wanted to know the secret of the Night Raid members becoming stronger. Next, she started using her ultimate. I saw her hands raised, and the sky suddenly blew a cold wind, followed by a blizzard, Wang does. Then, in the call of Estes, countless ice knights appeared. These ice knights are not only extremely hard, but also powerful, like an army. Then, under the control of Estes, he frantically attacked Najida. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** She wants to use these ice knights to consume boss. Tasmi said nervously. Tasmi, you have to trust our boss. Brand clapped his hand on his shoulder, reassuring him. Sure enough, Najida did not disappoint everyone. I saw her with both hands on the ground, and then manipulated the electromagnetic force to extract countless iron sand from the ground, including the surrounding metal, as well as the steel bars in the building, etc. All under the electromagnetic force of Najida's manipulation converged together. Then these gathered metals turned into a 100-meter-tall giant. The giant's whole body flashed with thunder and lightning, giving people an unprecedented sense of oppression. What about you guys? Enlon asked, looking at the others. My sister has already joined your clan, so of course I want to join. Haitong was the first to agree. Black people joins, so do I. Will also agreed. I also promise, the other world is very interesting. Ma Tu also hurriedly agreed. I can promise you, but you must rectify this country and don't let the poor be oppressed again. Lon said the condition dash. When he joined Hunter, he actually wanted to infiltrate the upper echelons of the empire and then began to reform the country from the internal affairs. But now he has seen that the bones of this country are so rotten that it cannot be cured. The only way is to overthrow the old order, establish a new order, and be born again. No problem. After the Revolutionary Army overthrew the empire, a brand new country will be established. And Lon nodded in agreement. Then I will join your clan too. Lon showed a smile and chose to join. In this way, only Porus remains. This big guy is actually not bad, even very gentle. But unfortunately, died in the hands of Chelsea. I have a wife and children. I will not join, but I will not serve the empire in the future. Poros chose to refuse. After all, he still has a family in this world, and he is not alone. I respect your choice. And Lon nodded, then released everyone. The next step is to give favors to everyone. Will and Lon are okay to say that when they reached the black pupil, the little girl's face flushed with shame. In the end, it was Estes. In the room with only the two of them, Esther's took off her black and white military uniform, revealing her snow-white back. I have to say, Estes is really beautiful. Like the Queen of the Ice and Snow Elves, it's too perfect. After Lon gave the favor, Estes clearly felt that he was different from before. Is this a favor? Estes said in surprise. Benefits will not directly give you strong power, but every time you fight and train in the future, you will be recorded by favors as experience and converted into ability points. If you have a few ability points that reach D level, you can choose to take risks. You can upgrade after completing the great achievements that the gods are amazed by, but if you want to become stronger, you must increase your ability value to the limit and then upgrade, just like the foundation. The better the foundation, the higher the house, and Lon explained to Estes. It turns out, what an interesting improvement. 39 Estes' eyes showed excitement. She seems to want to level up quickly, then surpass Najida and abuse her. As arrogant as her, how could she accept that she was defeated by Nadetta? As for being defeated by Enlon, it is somewhat acceptable because Enlon is a god. With the addition of Estes, the members of the Enlon family have grown to 19. This is good, once again making Astria go mad with jealousy. Originally, I saw that Enlon was back and wanted to apologize and let him train his family by imitating monsters. These are good, and I started to get angry again. Enlon sighed helplessly and then used teleportation to send Boros home safely, took his wife and daughter, and left the imperial capital together. After returning to the night raid base, Enlon found that his family was divided into 3 factions. Yishio and the others were the first to join the group of 7, the members of Yishio and the Hunter Squad. Among them, the Night Raider and the Hunter were also hostile to each other, and both looked unhappy with each other. This made Enlon a big head, and the family fought infighting, which is not a good thing. The family he wants cannot compete with each other like the Freya family. But like the Loki family, they help each other and the atmosphere is perfect. In order to make them more integrated, they can only be divided into teams. The Loki familiar was divided into 1 team and 2 teams because of the large number of people. But she brought all the strongest members into 1 team, that is, the expedition team. As a result, the strength gap between the second team and the first team is simply the difference between heaven and earth. With such an unbalanced team, Enlon would naturally not choose it. What he wants is balance, and then the teams compete against each other. He returned to the room, took out a piece of paper, and focused on the strength and character of each member in his mind. In the end, it was divided into 4 teams. Team 1, Yishio, Brand, Tasmi, Lubbock, Will, Lon. Team 2, Artoria, Shiro, Amiya, Anna, Yunying. Team 3, Najida, Shitong, Heitong, Hill, Leon, Su Muching. Team 4, Esters, Siko Pashima, Matu. For flowers. The captain of the first team, Yishio, and the vice-captain, Brand, lead all the men in the family. The second team leader, Artoria, and the vice-captain, Shiro Amiya, currently have only 4 members, but they're the strongest because they have 3 heroic spirit servants and the summoner Yunying, all of whom are currently at LV5. The captain of the 3 teams, Najita, and the vice-captain, Chi-Tong, lead all the women in the family. The captain of the 4th team, Estes, and the vice-captain Siko Toshima, 2 women with some psychological problems, with a serious tendency to violence, plus a horse head from the Rakshasa 4 ghosts. They are simply the evil forces within the family. After the confirmation, Enlon gathered all the family members and told everyone about the division. After everyone listened, they didn't have much opinion. Point 0. Since this is the case, then in the future, fighting monsters, performing tasks, and going to the dungeon after returning to the wrong world, we must all act together in small groups, and we must have a collective sense of honor. Enlon said to everyone with satisfaction. Hearing this, Yi Xiao and Artoria were fine, but Najita and Estes were hostile to each other, determined to lead their own team to become the most powerful being in the family and crush each other. Next, Enlon asked the new members of the family to take out Taigu weapons, including Chi-Tong and the others. Because the last time he joined, the column did not re-refine weapons for them, and this time it happened to be together. Everyone's Taigu has been tempered again, adding indestructible attributes to make it the top weapon. When it was finally Estes' turn, there was some trouble. Because her emperor was blood, she had already drank it into her body and fused it together. For this reason, Enlon specially tempered her body with divine power and let the blood of Taigu completely fuse with her, becoming her ability. After the fusion was successful, the black mark on Estes' chest disappeared. The ability to control ice has also become her life skill. Then Enlon took out some precious metals and re-refined her Western fencing, adding the indestructible attribute. In this way, Estes' harvest is the biggest. Not only does it integrate Taigu to make it its own life skill, but it also possesses a top-level weapon with indestructible attributes. After everything was done, Enlon finally breathed a sigh of relief. His own family was finally formed. In the days that followed, Najita led the Night Raiders to help the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the Empire. The newly joined members, such as Estes, started strict special training. According to their respective strengths, Enlon uses clones to mimic monsters, and dangerous species of equal strength, and then fights with them. Estes enjoys this kind of fighting very much, and updates his favors every day, and he can feel that his strength is getting more and more condensed and stronger. Because the Empire did not have Estes and the Hunter Squad, it was impossible to stop the night attack and the Revolutionary Army. The current night attack is much stronger than the original. In the end, General Bud personally took action, but he was defeated by Brand and beheaded with one shot. At a time of crisis, the minister's son returned, and he brought a group of Tegu envoys to form the Wild Hound. Unfortunately, in the face of the strong crush of the night attack, he was directly beaten into a dead dog 610. The minister's son, Sheila, was beheaded by Lubbock. For some reason, Lubbock just hated this man. This may be fate, because in the original it was Sheila who turned Lubbock into an orphan warrior. Now that Sheila was beheaded by Lubbock himself, it can be regarded as a disguised form of himself to avenge himself. The other members of the Wild Hound were also beheaded. The swordsman used Zong to look for Chi-Tong to compare his sword, but he was instantly killed by Chi-Tong. The alchemist Dotia, whose body was transformed to be extremely powerful, was beaten to death by Leon with 3 punches. Diva Cosmia was shot and killed by Maine. A pirate who likes to play with women was beheaded by Tasmi. The clown champ, who once tortured and killed land students, was given over to Lon by the members of the Night Raiders. After all, Lon is also a family member with them now. After thanking everyone for the night raid, Lon personally beheaded the clown champ to avenge the former students. After all the Wild Hounds were killed, the Empire was completely devoid of anyone who could fight. In the end, under the instigation of the minister, the little emperor used the legendary strongest emperor's tool, the Supreme Throne, the god of protection of the country. This thing is really not very powerful, and a single shot can destroy a city. But in the face of today's night attack, it's still not enough. I saw that Najita merged the Red Thunder into the Destruction Sword and cut it down. The god of protecting the country was directly divided into two halves, and the little emperor was captured by the Revolutionary Army. The minister wanted to escape, so he used the Taigu jeweled headdress Irston. The ability of this emperor can make other emperors useless, but the night attack is now a family, and the source of power is not the emperor, so the minister was easily caught. People cut off the minister's limbs and executed him in the face of all the poor. In the end, the little emperor was also beheaded for public display. The Millennium Empire was finally overthrown. Enlon and Astria stood above the clouds, watching everything below. The darkness will end, and the dawn of dawn has come. Astria said with a sigh. The empire has been overthrown, and the family has also found a lot. It's time to go back. Enlon said with a stretch. When Astria heard this, she came out in a fit of anger. You be D brother, obviously promised me to help me find a family, but all the good seedlings were taken away by you. Astria said angrily. Maine and Chelsea are also good. If you train them well, you will definitely be at LV3 and LV4. Enlon said with a smirk. I don't want to talk to you. Astria pouted. All right, there are a lot of geniuses in the heavens and the world. I'll help you find a few in the future. Enlon hurriedly comforted. So, you're going to another world again? Astria heard this and immediately became energized. No, I'm going to have a good rest for a while when I go back to Arari. At present, my family has reached 19 people and I need to digest it. 35 Enlon shook his head and said. Then when are you going to the next world? Astria asked reluctantly. I don't know either. Let's take a year or two off. Enlon said indifferently. Anyway, there are still 5 years left for the plot of the wrong world to start. Such a long time is enough for him to develop his family into the first family of Orari. As for Astria, let her drink the soup and make her family the second best for Orari. A new country is established, and the Night Raid no longer has to continue to carry the darkness like the original. All the members of the night attack were all vindicated, and it was announced that the people they killed were all people who deserved to be killed. The poor people naturally forgive Yixing, because Yixing has always been on their side. However, some of the old ministers of the empire were still unhappy with the night attack. But with Enlon there, they didn't dare to do anything. What's more, the strength of the night raid is too strong now, and the Revolutionary Army does not dare to let the night raid bear the sin. If they dared to do this, the night attack could completely overthrow them and build a country on their own. Enlon was not in a hurry to go back and planned to stay in this world for a while longer. As long as he has time, he will train the strength of his family. During this period of time, I can also supervise the ability of the new empire. If it dares to fish the people like the old empire, it will be overthrown. Most importantly, Enlon is accumulating treasure chests. A wooden treasure chest every day, he wants to accumulate 1,000 and synthesize a golden treasure chest. So a year has passed. Enlon's treasure chest has accumulated to 771, and there is still 229 left to synthesize a golden treasure chest. During this year, the members of the family have been fighting against the cloned monsters every day, and their strength has improved very quickly. The first is Arturia, Amiya Shiro, Anna, and Yunying, all of whom have reached LV6. Then Yishio, Najita, and Estes reached level 5. All the remaining members have reached LV4 level. In addition to his own family, the Astria family has grown a lot under his training this year. Alicia and Liu have been upgraded to LV6, Kagaya and Layla have been upgraded to LV5, and Niz, Maine, and Chelsea have all been upgraded to LV4 from 2.4. Such a powerful family is enough to compete with the Loki family and the Freya family 5 years later. What's more, it was 5 years ago, and Enlon had surpassed them. But surpassing them is not Enlon's ultimate goal. His goal is to surpass the Zeus family and the Hera family and create a LV9 or even a LV10 family. Of course, Enlon won't be busy developing his family all the time, and he has to strengthen his own strength. Mengwang's skill tree has made himself the existence of the god of creation. But even so, he is not the most powerful among the heavens and the world. In some high-level universes, there are more powerful beings. Now the family affairs can be put aside and strengthen their own strength. Orally, Anlan came back with everyone. Najida and Estes, who came to this world for the first time, were all very curious. Under the popular science of the old family, they finally have a basic understanding of the world. The gods are walking all over the place, and the masters are like dogs. There is also a dungeon full of monsters to improve strength. Everything makes them feel new. But what surprised them the most was Orari, the city where the gods gathered, actually surpassing many kingdoms in this world, and it was the real core of the world. If this is placed in their world, it is hard to believe. When Estes knew that the deepest dungeon that had been raided was the 58th floor, he had the idea of breaking the record. The record in the original book was broken by the Loki Familia 5 years later. Since Estes had this idea, Anlan naturally supported it. The new base of the family is modernized and decorated with various black technologies, so Najida and Estes were once again shocked by this novelty. Anlan asked the old family to teach them how to use these smart products, and then went to rest. At night, the Astria family came. The members of the two clans united and held a cheerful dinner. The next day, just when Anlan was worried about how his family should appear in Orari, people from the guild suddenly came. At the guild's invitation, Anlan went with them to the guild and met an unexpected god. Arenas. This is the main god behind the Adventurers Guild, and the one who first brought God's grace to mankind. It is because of him that human beings have successfully resisted the invasion of monsters, driven them into the dungeon, and built the urban fortress Alali on the entrance. Since then, Uranos has always prayed in the guild's underground urn, suppressing the dungeon with powerful divine power, preventing monsters from escaping to the ground as frequently as in ancient times. Therefore, he is also known as the Genesis 24 deity of Ulari. When the two gods met, Uranus took the lead and said, "I don't know if Anlan is your name, but I'll call you that. You shouldn't be the god of our world, right?" "That's right, so you're going to expel me?" Anlan nodded, then asked rhetorically, "No, I just want to ask you a favor. As a condition, I will let you have a legal status in Orari, including your family." Uranos explained. "What are you busy with?" Anlan was a little surprised that this existence actually asked for his own help. Is it a heretic thing? The monsters in the dungeons, there are some individual existences that give birth to wisdom and thinking. They are no longer the existence that can be defined by monsters. I call them heretics. Heretics are hunted by monsters and humans in the dungeon at the same time. I can't bear it and want to ask you to take them to a world without killing. Uranus explained to Anlan. Anlan thought sure enough, so he replied, "Why did you ask me for help? You are from other worlds, as well as your family members. I can feel that they are all from different worlds, which proves that you have the ability to cross the world, so I want to ask you to find a world without killing to place them." Ola North guessed. "You guessed right, I can indeed travel through the world, but the worlds I travel through are all human beings. If I send them over, will they harm humans?" Anlan asked rhetorically. Arenas wasn't sure. In fact, Anlan did not tell the truth. Perhaps for most of the world's human beings, heretics are dangerous existences. But there is also a world in which heretics will not pose a threat to human beings. That is the world of cultivating immortals or fantasy. In that world where monsters are rampant, heretics can even transform into human beings through cultivation. But Anlan doesn't want to go to those worlds at the moment, because whether it's a fantasy world or a world of immortality, there are laws of heaven. Going by yourself is easy to be found and cause unnecessary trouble. Of course, there is another way. That is to use the energy of the collapse of nothingness to create a new world. As the creator god, it is very simple to let a few heretics live in it. But the energy of the collapse of nothingness is too precious, and Anlan is reluctant to trade at a loss. Uranos reacted quickly, so he said, "What else do you ask for? As long as it is not too excessive, I can agree to you." Anlan said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, "After the last crusade against the Dark Familiar, Thanatos was sent back to the celestial realm, and his station was empty as well. Why don't you give it to me? 99. Yes! Uranos nodded in agreement. Okay, the deal is done. And Lon agreed happily. After 3 days, all the families of Orari got new news from the guild. A god named Enlon settled in Orali and also brought a powerful family. The Thanatos family station that was previously distributed by the darkness was also bought by this god. Seeing this news, most of the family members didn't take it seriously. Because Yulari has too many gods and family members, one more is not too much, and one less is not a lot. But when the guild released the information about the members of the Enlon clan, everyone was stunned. For LV6S, 3 LV5S, and 12 LV4S. This Nima, not to mention the ordinary family, is the Loki family, the Freya family, and the Ganesha family. These 3 families were also frightened. In this way, the 3-legged situation of Orari was broken. However, before these clans were shocked, the Astria clan announced the latest level in the clan. Alissi and Ryu have been upgraded to LV6, Kagaya and Layla have been upgraded to LV5, and Niz and 2 new members, Maine and Chelsea, have all been upgraded to LV4. Now that's all right. Orari's gods and family members are in an uproar again. The original 3-legged confrontation has become a 5-point world. And Lon also agreed to Uranus. With his identity, he was not allowed to use divine power in Orari after he was integrated into the collective of gods. In other words, the identity is there, but it is also limited. But it's only in this world. In other worlds, I can play whatever I want. And you can also get a reverie body like Meng Wang, and then give yourself a favor and then go to the dungeon to play. The fact that he has obtained the former residence of the Dark family on his own side is equivalent to having 3 places. The first is the former North Street house, the second is the Black Tech villa built next to the Astria family, and the third is the Dark family residence that was beaten into ruins. And Lon thought for a while and decided to turn the house on the North Street into a shop again for business. Now the family has a large population, and it takes a lot of money to feed so many people. It is impossible for Enlon to pay to support them. Other families are all family members to support the main god, so he plans to let the family members support themselves. In addition to going to the dungeon to fight monsters and sell magic stones on weekdays, you can also turn the house on North Street into a shop to do business. In the future, the Black Technology Villa will be Enlon's residence, and now the family can also live here, but it will definitely not be possible in the future. Because with the increase in the population of the family in the future, it will not be able to live here. Therefore, it is necessary to rebuild the piece of land where the Dark family resides and build a new large-scale station, where the members of the family will live in the future. Enlon called the 4 captains, Yishio, Artoria, Najita, and Estes, told them the idea, and then asked them to implement it. Next, it's time to deal with the heretics. After crossing the barriers of the world plane, he came to the void space and created a small world next to the earthly wrong world. This world doesn't need to be too big, it's almost the same as the Earth in the previous life. 3 parts of the land, 7 parts of the ocean, all kinds of animals and plants, as well as climate change, are all built according to the ecological chain of the Earth. Because it is only to create a very small world the size of the Earth, with the help of Theosophical Core, Paimon, Enlon is quickly completed. The moment he finished creating the world, the divine power in his body, as well as his own divine position, seemed to have been sublimated. This kind of sublimation in the source, but also makes Enlon feel that the power has been strengthened. Possessing the power of the God of Creation and the real God of Creation still have district police. Because only if you really create a world, you are the real God of Creation. Everything in this world is under your control. Follow the law. To understand it with the thinking of the fantasy world or the immortal world, Enlon is like the way of heaven in this small world. After creating the world, Enlon returned to the guild in the wrong world and left a portal between the 2 worlds in the guild so that heretics can live in the world over there. Uranos is very happy because the things that have troubled him for a long time have finally been resolved, and the heretics have a place to live, so they don't have to be caught between monsters and humans to seek survival. After doing these things, Enlon can finally calm down and live his otaku life. Now that I and my family members have a formal identity in Orally, the members of the family members go to the dungeon to upgrade and fight monsters together every day, and the days are calm. A month later, Akatsuki, Black Eye, Hill, Tasmi, Brand, and Siko Pashima were upgraded to LV5. In this way, there are 9 LV5s in the family. The aptitudes of the other members are slightly worse than theirs. They're stuck at level 4, and their ability values are already hard to move. Not only them, but Arturia and the other heroic spirit servants were also stuck after they reached the LV6 level, entering a bottleneck period and unable to brush their ability points. Yishio, Najita, Estes, and the team leaders were all stuck at level 5. With their current situation, there is not a few years that can't be upgraded. In the past, they leveled up quickly because they had great strength before they got the favor. After they got the favor, relying on their previous strength, they fought various leapfrog battles, and each battle was even better than the achievements of other adventurers when they leveled up. Now that the level has increased, the speed will naturally slow down. The most important day is that Enlon has not been fighting them with clone mimetic monsters since returning to Arari. Time has passed for another half a year, and the former residence of the Dark Familiar has finally been rebuilt, and it has become the residence of the Enlon Familiar. The family members have also moved from Enlan's high-tech villa to a new location, but female family members like Anna and Yuning still have rooms in the villa, where they can live on both sides. After resting for so long, Enlon finally accumulated 1,000 wooden treasure chests. System: synthesize golden treasure chest. Ding, the synthesis is successful. Get golden treasure chest. Open the golden treasure chest. Ding, open success. Get increasing day by day. Enlon showed a shocked look, but he didn't expect to activate the ability 610. That's right, this is a terrifying existence that surpasses the Mo King skill tree. It is increasing day by day, from the world of the national comic, Blast the Heavens, the power that the male protagonist Gaussen obtained from Owen. The person who holds this ability will be strengthened in all aspects, the body and soul will be strengthened, and the longer they live, the stronger the power will be. The lower limit of this ability is very low. When the ability is obtained in the early stage, there is almost no power, only suffocation. But there is also no upper limit. As long as you live longer, the power will become stronger and stronger. Live for more than 100 years, and you can be like Saitama, One Punch Man. Live a few hundred more years, and you'll be like Dragon Ball's Goku and the God of Destruction. If you live tens of thousands of years, no one will be your opponent until you blow up the heavens. Enlon is very strong now. This ability may not be useful in the early stage, but he is the creator god immortal. As he lives longer and longer, the infinite growth of this ability will be reflected, making him stronger and stronger. The most important thing is that this ability enhances the body and soul. Enlan's strength lies in his many skills and various magical skills. The two complement each other perfectly. After staying at home for so long, I have not been out of the house except to attend the god meeting and get to know the gods of Yulari. Enlon stretched and left his villa. Not long after, he came to the shop on North Street. The place where he used to live has been renovated again, and now it has become a tavern similar to the Mistress of Abundance, and Lon named it Xingyue Firefly. Today, Hill, Lianai, and Sumacheng are the 3 girls in charge of watching the store. There are many kinds of drinks and food in the store, so there are many customers and the atmosphere is good. No way, Enlan's family is from every country in every world. Sumacheng and Dushima Siko are both modern people. They can brew all kinds of modern wines, prepare drinks, and cook celestial and Japanese dishes. Najita and Akatsuki are from another world and will make all kinds of food from other worlds. A variety of food and drinks, completely smashing other pubs. Since the opening of Xingyue Firefly, the abundance of hostess guests is less and less day by day. The only customers who persisted were the loyal fans of the goddess Freya trumpet shear. But it is precisely because of this that the Freya family hates the Inlan family. However, the Inlan family is powerful and the Freya family can't do anything about it. Who is to blame for the failure of business competition? In addition, it was Freya who, through the ability to see through the soul, discovered that there was a person in the Inlan family with a very pure and very shining soul. It is the same male protagonist as Bel Tasmi. The existence of Tasmi made Freya very envious. But Inlan, as a strange god who just came to Orari, Freya didn't know his specific strength and means, so she just forbeared. Now that Orari is standing on top of each other, and she has just experienced the incident of the Dark family, it is not suitable for infighting. That's right, it seems that the strongest families of Orari are Freya, Loki, Enlan, Astria, and Ganesa. In fact, the strength of the Ister family is also very strong. In the original book, the Ista family was wiped out by the Freya family, and Ista was sent back to the heaven because Ista was completely unprepared. Because the strength of the Ista family is not as shown in the anime. In the rumor, the Ista family has privately colluded with the Amazon family other than Orari, and the Loki family's Tiona and Tioni's senior sister are also among them. There are 2 LV6 level, and Ista, I also have a ghost avatar. In other words, if Lista's plan in the original book is successful, the family and foreign aid will all arrive. Using the Killing Stones and Chun-Ji to upgrade all the members, it is really possible to destroy the Freya family. As a result, Ister was calculated by Hermes, who not only scooted for a night, but also captured the male protagonist Bel. This directly caused Freya to be angry and attacked the Ista family in advance. So, orally looks like the 5 major families, but in fact it is the 6 major families. And Lan doesn't care about these things, whether it's the mutual calculations between the gods or the factional battles. As long as you don't provoke yourself, everything is easy to say. The 3 daughters of Hill found that Enlan was coming and wanted to come over to say hello. But Enlan shook his head slightly, indicating that they should not mind themselves. After ordering a few dishes of huxia stir-fry, Enlan happily cooked 3 bowls of rice before leaving the tavern. Returning home again, Enlan felt that there was nothing to do. I have been at home for more than half a year, and I have also finished watching the downloaded anime and film and television dramas. Because Uranos promised to obey the rules of the gods, he was not allowed to use divine power, and he could not go to the dungeon to fight monsters. This is embarrassing, and now I have become more like those happy sons and gods, with nothing to do. After pondering for a while, Enlan decided to learn from the Emperor's cavalry, be a street boy, and go to other worlds. Some time ago, I have been busy developing myself, and I should continue to strengthen my strength. Although he is strong now, he can still be stronger. At night, Enlan called the 4 captains and told them that he would travel far away and come back after a while. As soon as everyone heard it, they immediately understood that their master god was going to be a kid on the street, and they all expressed their understanding. Enlan finally asked not to let Istria dominate, and then left the wrong world. Eastern Europe, Balkans. With the completion of the special ceremony, the whole earth seemed to fall into darkness. The huge strength test paper shook the whole island. Successful, finally successful. I don't know what god will be this time. Sasha de Janstel-Vopin laughed wildly. As one of the 6 great godslayers in the world, his lifelong wish is to kill more gods and then gain their power. Only then can you become stronger. With the imminent arrival of the gods in the myth, the other 5 godslayers in this world, as well as the senior magicians, all sensed it. Suddenly, the descending ceremony shattered directly as if it had been disturbed by some external force. The original ceremony seat, the space was distorted, and a golden ripple appeared. Then, from the ripples, a handsome boy with silver hair and red eyes came out. The youth's aura was extremely powerful, and the slightest hint of divine might leaked from his body was enough to make mortals kneel. No failure, success, this young man is a god, Marquis Vauban said excitedly. Enlan glanced at the Marquis of Vauban in front of him, and the ceremony of the arrival of his seat, and instantly understood. He interfered with the descending ceremony and replaced the god that was originally drawn from the myth by the Marquis of Vauban, so the Marquis of Vauban regarded himself as the god of disobedience. Although he is a god, he is not the god of this world. This old boy won't want to kill me, usurp power? And Lon tilted his head and thought. That's right, the world he came to this time was the world of God's layers. A mortal who kills a god can gain the power of a god and become a god-killer demon king. God of disobedience, report your name, Woban said to Enlon with a conceited expression. However, this old man does have the strength to be conceited, because he killed 10 gods of disobedience and obtained 10 powers. With so many powers, it is worthwhile for him to face any god. The corners of Enlan's mouth twitched, and she smiled wickedly. My name is Enlon. I am the dragon god of creation, and you summoned me from the myth? Enlon? Creation star dragon god. Marquis Vauban was slightly taken aback, a little dumbfounded. Because in the major mythological systems known on the earth, there is no such existence at all. But no matter what, this guy calls himself the creation star dragon god. He should be a creation god-level police officer, and he is also a dragon god. This made the Marquis of Woban excited for a while. Killing the god of creation god-level policeman, he would definitely gain powerful powers. Are you ready to take me out of mythology and be punished? Enlon continued to act. Punishment? Today I will kill you and take your power. The Marquis of Vauban launched an attack. I saw that he summoned the servants of the dead, frantically encircling Enlon. This is one of his powers, the servant cage of death. This is the power he usurped from the harvest of Egyptian mythology and the god of the underworld, Osiris, to preserve the human beings, mythical beasts, demons, and artificial creatures with souls that he killed himself as living corpses, living dead. In the world, become its faithful servant in absolute obedience. These servants whose souls are imprisoned by power can be reborn even if their bodies are destroyed for a period of time, and the Marquis of Vauban can make them move to his side instantly. The servants are mixed with various people of different eras, different nationalities, and different races. In addition to those who have the level of great knights, there are also many famous magicians. If it is encountered by other gods of disobedience or god-layers, it will definitely cost a lot. However, he did meet Enlon. Soul Gluttony. Enlon raised his right hand, and divine power covered all the servants of death, consuming them all. Even their souls, imprisoned by power, were swallowed together. With this one move, Marquis Vauban lost a large number of his subordinates directly. How is this possible? The Marquis of Vauban said in disbelief with a shocked expression. Because after his servants were swallowed, they could no longer be summoned. What other tricks do you have? Hurry up and use them. Enlon looked at him disdainfully and said, Damn. The Marquis of Vauban was instantly furious. I saw him use his power again, the greedy pack of wolves. This is the first power he usurped from Apollo Lycaeus, the god of light in Greek mythology. It is the power that can be summoned and manipulated at will by the demonic wolf with the color of the dark rat's body, which is the sacred beast of the Apollo god, beast of darkness and the earth, as a familiar. Although individual wolves do not possess the abilities of divine beasts, they have sharp noses, as large as horses, and can chase the agility of cars. If it is not for the strength of the great knight-level police officers, they will be in a hard fight. Seeing that he used the power of the summoning system again, Enlon shook his head in disappointment and said, Since you like summoning, then I will show you the real summoning. After that, he used the power of the god of shadows to summon 300 shadow minotaurs and 300 flying dragons. The Tarn plus the flying dragon instantly annihilated the wolves and beat them into dead dogs. Damn it, what kind of god are you? Why are you able to summon the minotaur and the flying dragon? Marquis Vauban couldn't believe it. The minotaur is a monster in Greek mythology, but there is no god Enlon in Greek mythology. What's more, Enlon still claims to be the god of creation, which is even more wrong. Anyone who knows a little about Greek mythology knows that the creator god is chaos, and the primitive god is Kronos. Enlon is not either of these two at all. Enlon dismissed the shadow soldier and looked at Marquis Vauban, the god's lair of this world, with a disappointed look on his face. Is this the only level? The Marquis of Vauban was stimulated by Enland's contemptuous eyes and immediately transformed into a werewolf. This is his strongest power, the Wolf of Ragnarok. It is the power that he usurped from Fenrir, the ultimate demon wolf in Norse mythology, and can transform or summon the skull of Fenrir, a huge Fenrir that exceeds 60 meters, and then devours the target. After transforming into a werewolf, he used a unique trick to summon Fenrir's skull. A huge skeleton wolf head appeared above Enland, trying to devour him. Beyond swallowing, I have never been afraid of anyone, Enland said disdainfully. I saw him activate the engulfing energy, and the two devoured each other. But Enland's strength surpassed Fenrir, so he devoured it directly. This is impossible. Marquis Vauban regretted and feared. What kind of existence did you pull out of a myth, and why is it so terrifying? Enland ignored his fear and devoured him with his backhand. At this time, Marquis Vauban's power, the Black Dragon of the Underworld, was activated. I saw his soul detached from the flesh and turned into a black dragon. This power was usurped by Inanna, the goddess of the earth in ancient Mesopotamia. The soul was separated from the body and transformed into a 30-meter-long solid black dragon. The spirit body transformed into a dragon has the power to suppress wild boars with one hand, and a powerful flame can be ejected from the dragon's mouth. The immortality of the dragon and snake makes the soul immortal, and the dragon's body can also be regenerated from the state of the soul if it is destroyed. If the human body is killed, even if the body is completely turned to ashes, it can revive the body intact by consuming a lot of magic power. Enland devoured the corpse of the Marquis of Vauban and saw his soul freed, bound by an infinite prison. The Marquis of Vauban, who turned into a black dragon, found himself trapped, opened the dragon's mouth, and spit out two color flames. This is dragon breath mixed with Zhurong karma fire. That's right, Marquis Vauban also killed Zhurong, the god of fire in the celestial pantheon, and usurped the judge of the fire of power and karma. This is the flame of condemnation that can burn even gods, also known as the fire of hell. Dragon's breath mixed with karmic fire, its power is even more terrifying than Enland's black flames. But it's a pity, no matter how powerful the flames are, they can't break through the infinite prison. The trick of the strongest hero Chloe is no joke. No, it's impossible. The Marquis of Vauban began to panic. Then in those fearful eyes, he was swallowed by Enland. Because he was directly swallowed into the imaginary space, the power could not revive him, and he could only be digested and analyzed in the end. Congratulations, Lord Enland. After you devoured this guy, you have obtained 10 powers of gods, namely, the greedy pack of wolves, the prison of servants of death, the stormy waves, the eye of Sodom, the black dragon of the underworld, the karma, the sin breaker of fire, the sacrament of blood, the mantra recited, the severing the knot of fate, the wolf of the Ragnarok. Do you need me to help you integrate new abilities now? Don't need it for now. There are many powers in this world. When I devour or copy a few more, you will reunite. Enland stopped him. Understood, Enland Sama. Obtaining 10 powers at one time makes Enland very cool. He has a feeling that his strength will be qualitatively improved on this trip to the God's Lair, and he will even integrate extraordinary powers. Enland killed the Marquis of Vauban. All the magicians under his command saw it with their own eyes, and they all shivered with fright. God's Lairs are also known as demon kings in this world, and they are super existences that are above the country. Each of the demon kings has a huge power of magic, the king's allegiance. The original male protagonist Kusanagi Gadu is called the 7th God Killer, the Red Copper Black Cross, the Bronze Black Cross, the Island Country Official History Compilation Committee, and the major families are all scrambling to join his subordinates. Especially in the Island Country, there have been no Godlayers before, and they have been bullied by other countries. After Kusanagi Gadu became a Godlayer, he held it almost like a treasure. This is the God-Killer Demon King, who is above everything. But just now, they saw with their own eyes that the God-Killer Demon King they were loyal to was killed by the God of Disobedience. Originally, there were only 6 God-killing Demon Kings in the world, but now there is one less. And Lon ignored these little guys and teleported away directly from the Balkans. Appeared again, has arrived in Sardinia in the Mediterranean. This time, he came to the Godslayer world to improve his strength. Then the quickest way is to devour the god of disobedience and the god killer. According to the original plot, the male protagonist will come here with the Prometheus cheats, then accidentally involved in the War of Gods, using Prometheus to defeat the Eastern god of war and the war god Velislana, becoming the seventh god killer. As long as the plot starts, there will be two gods of disobedience. In addition to the war god Velislana, the other is the king of the gods, Mekhl. Having created an ID card and some dollars, Enlon checked into the most luxurious hotel in Sardinia. Next, just wait for the plot to start. Meanwhile, the news that Marquis Vorbin was killed by the god of disobedience soon spread among his magicians. For a time, the whole world was shocked. When Luo Hao, the god-killer of the Celestial Dynasty, heard the news, he laughed. Because Wobin once killed Zhurong, the god of fire of the celestial god, Luo Hao had a very bad relationship with him, and could even be said to be a mortal enemy. Now that the mortal enemy has been destroyed, how can she be unhappy? Enlon lived in Sardinia for about a week. Instead of waiting for the plot, he waited for a godslayer. The King of Swords, Salvatore Toni, who leads the Southern European Union of Magical Associations. This guy is a natural sword nerd. Luo Hao, the martial arts king of the Celestial Dynasty, once said, "If it's just swordsmanship, my skills are similar to me, but other martial arts are not my opponent at all." Who is the king of martial arts? The leader of the Martial Arts Alliance in the land of Dacia, the leader of the Five Prisons, the king of martial arts in the south of the Yangtze River, and the peak of the king's martial arts. He can be called the unparalleled national scholar. She is proficient in all Wuxia martial arts and can defeat the god of disobedience only by virtue of her martial arts. Toni is almost similar to Luo Hao in terms of swordsmanship, which shows how high his swordsmanship talent is. Enlon, who was basking in the sun on the beach, looked at each other and asked in confusion, "I killed Wobin. Are you sure you didn't come to die?" Toni said, "Southern Europe is my jurisdiction. Since there is a god of disobedience, I will naturally come out to solve you and send you back to the myth." It sounds nice, but it's not just trying to usurp my power. Enlon shook his head helplessly. If I hadn't read the original book and knew the character of this kid, I would have thought he was a responsible demon king. Among the 7 Godslayers, a true warrior who is basically not interested in anything other than combat, is also a troublemaker who goes his own way and can slash with his sword while smiling brightly. Anyway, you can't avoid this battle. Toni put down a box on his back and opened it. Inside is a long sword. It looks ordinary, but any sword in his hand will become the strongest magic sword. The power of God, the torn silver hand. Toni's strongest power was usurped from the place of the Celtic god Nuada, a terrible but unpretentious power. When the power is activated, the hand of flesh and blood will change into a silver metal hand, and then wrap around the weapon with a huge mantra so that it can create miracles such as splitting the earth, changing the terrain, and breaking the sea. Power is a magic sword with the ability to cut through everything. Any item in his hand can become a magic sword, even if it is not a sword. Toothpicks and branches can be turned into magic swords. The essence of the sword is the silver material that constitutes the metal arm, which can be constructed into various different magic swords, endowed with different abilities. For example, the 9-meter-long greatsword weighing more than 300 kilograms, the magic sword whose sword energy instantly smashes the target, the magic power that makes it difficult for the opponent to heal, and the slashing that makes the wound 610 burn or even explode. The magic sword can cut off not only physical objects, but also easily cut off gas, liquid, spiritual body, etc. that have no form. In the Demon King's Civil War, it showed a brand new usage which can turn everything it touches into a magic sword. Turning light into a magic sword, it can launch slashes that extend hundreds of meters. Turn the earth into a magic sword that can cut through everything within the attack range. In the original book, He even turned meteorites in outer space into magic swords, which can be activated as long as they are needed. There are 5 to 22 in number. If they are dragged to the ground in a certain trajectory, they are considered to have the terrible power to change the framework of the continent. However, the ability to transform the magic sword is not good for Tony, who is not good at magic, so it is rarely used and takes a certain amount of time. In general, this power is very powerful, and the attribute setting that can cut everything is very similar to the absolute cut of the strongest hero Chloe. And Lon is very envious of this ability. If he can obtain this ability and cooperate with the protection of his own swordsman, as well as the nuclearization of dragon seeds, how terrifying the power would be. Destroy the world with one sword? A sword to open the sky? Excited just thinking about it. After Tony picked up the sword in the box, the entire arm turned into a silver metal arm. Come on, let me see the strength of the King of Swords. And Lon said with a relaxed expression. Although Tony's power is powerful, the attribute setting is also terrifying. But there is still an absolute power gap between him and Enlon. I saw Tony holding the magic sword high and slashing down at Enlon. Simple and unpretentious moves, without extravagant extra moves, are the most basic cuts in swordsmanship. Enlon raised his hand to release the absolute defense, and was actually split by the magic sword. Sure enough, this attribute setting that cuts everything off is really perverted. Tony was dumbfounded, and his power actually encountered an existence that could not be split. At this moment, he knew that he was not Enlan's opponent. Tony has a total of 4 powers, of which only 2 are used to fight, the Torn Silver Hand and the Blessing of Steel. Among them, the Protection of Steel is also a defensive power, giving the body the hardness and weight of steel, and the power to protect its own body. For Enlon, this kind of power can simply be ignored. Enlon summoned Wan Cece, energy at will, and bound him. This skill was originally obtained from the black spider to stick to the steel wire. Later, when the Demon King evolved, it became the inherent ability Universal Silk, and later the dragon species and gods evolved, and the Universal Silk became more and more tough. Now, the omnipotent silk released by Enlon can slash even the divine weapon. It is like weaving a piece of clothing with almighty silk, which is mythical defensive equipment. Therefore, after Tony was bound by the Universal Silk, he couldn't break free at all. This is terrible. Tony looked desperate. Originally came to kill a god, but was killed by a god instead. Enlon was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and devoured it directly. In this way, there is one less human god-killer Demon King. Congratulations to Mr. Enlon. Through the digestion and analysis of this god-killer, you have once again obtained the power of 5 gods, namely, the Torn Silver Hand, the Protection of Steel, the Return to the Ancient World, the Sacred Fault Chaos, Runaway of Steel. When the magicians of the Southern European Magic Association Union saw this scene, they were immediately dumbfounded. Then they fled in fright, not daring to stay in Sardinia any longer. With the slaying of the Sword King Tony, magicians all over the world fell into panic. Although they are usually afraid of the devil, if all the devils die, then there will be a god of disobedience from the myth in the future, and human beings will no longer be able to resist. The god of war will bring war, the god of sea will bring tsunami, the god of plague will bring plague, the god of sun and fire will bring drought, the god of water and rain will bring flood, the god of wind will come to typhoon. And then human beings will total extinction. Not only the human magicians were terrified, but the other demon kings who wanted to kill the gods gave up. Because Enlan's strength exceeded their expectations, they did not dare to act easily. By investigating the magicians under the command of Marquis Vauban, they learned that Enlan is the god of creation, claiming to be the dragon god of creation star. This made all the demon kings and magicians confused, because no records of him could be found in all the mythological systems of the earth. Without records, it is impossible to know Enlan's abilities. The god of creation-level police seems to have never appeared since ancient times. Can the god of disobedience at this level of police really be defeated? Enlan spent a few more days in Sardinia, and this day he finally felt the breath of the god of disobedience. That's right, the native god of this world. At the same time, The male protagonist Kusanagi Gadu also came to Sardinia with his grandfather's Prometheus cheat book, intending to return it to the witch Lucrezia Zola. And Lon did not alarm the two disobedient gods, because he knew that neither of them had recovered their power. War god Vilslainer is recalling his doppelganger. And Lon teleported to Kusanagi Gadu and found a beautiful girl with blonde hair and purple eyes, wearing a red dress. The girl pointed at Kusanagi Gadu with a knife and asked him for the Prometheus secret. However, Kusanagi Gadu was an islander and could not understand Italian and thought the girl was a robber. This made the girl feel humiliated, and Erica Browntree, the genius of the Dignified Magic Association with the Copper and Black Cross, who is known as the Great Knight and the Red Devil, was actually regarded as a robber. That's right, the girl in front of you is the heroine in the original novel. And Lon appeared in front of the two with a teleport and took the Prometheus secret from Kusanagi Gadu directly. If I exist, the island country will not even want to have the god-killing demon king. God of disobedience. Erica exclaimed with wide eyes when she saw Lon. Kusanagi Gadu was stunned and didn't understand what a god of disobedience was. But seeing Lon steal his things, he is angry and demands it back. But Lon just glanced at him and with a strong mental pressure, let him know and fell to the ground. Erica saw Lan's attack on mortals and hurriedly summoned a weapon to block Kusanagi Gadu. Now she has not fallen in love with Kusanagi Gadu. After all, it was the first time the two met. Just as a magician, she must protect mortals. Are you sure you want to do something with me? Lon looked at the girl in front of him and wanted to be a family. Although this time I came to the Multilayer world not to develop family members, but to gain power and improve one's own strength. But seeing such a good seedling, it is a pity to give up. Great God, please raise your hand and let this mortal go. Erica said with respect. Yes, but you owe me a favor. Lon smiled slightly, and then the figure disappeared. Erica breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Kusanagi Gadu, who fell to the ground with indescribable disgust. It is because of protecting this island country idiot that he actually owes a favor to the god of disobedience. After she threw Kusanagi Gadu on the roadside seat, she ignored him and left. After Lon returned to the hotel, he took out the Prometheus cheats. Paimon Parsit. Sir Lon, the analysis has been successful, and this actually contains a power, the power of stealing. Sure enough, I guessed it. Lon said and swallowed the Prometheus cheats. Congratulations, sir. You have obtained a new power, Tinder Stealer. A little tasteless. Lon shook his head in disappointment. You can obtain the power of the god of disobedience and the god killer by swallowing and analyzing it, and you don't need the power of the fire stealer at all. The next step is to wait for Vilslainer and Meckel to regain their strength and continue to fight. And devour them both together. Just in the process of waiting, the Sardinian witch Lucrezia Zola found Lon. Apparently, Kusanagi Gadu found her and told her that the Prometheus secret book was stolen. Respected creation star dragon god, can you exchange the Prometheus secret book with you? Lucrezia said respectfully. The things I took have already been swallowed by me, so I can't give you back. Lon said directly and clearly. This. Lucrezia showed an ugly face. Without the Prometheus cheats, how could God Kusanagi become a godlayer to deal with the god of disobedience? Do you want Kusanagi Gadu to become a godlayer? Lon asked suddenly sarcastically. No. Don't dare. Lucrezia replied hastily. The person in front of him is the god of disobedience. If he is a god killer in front of him, wouldn't he be courting death? Don't worry, I know that you have a relationship with Kusanagi Gadu's grandfather and want to train his grandson to be a godlayer, but do you think he is qualified? Lon asked her with a smile. You have to try it to know if it is qualified or not, Lucrezia said boldly. You don't understand what I mean. Kusanagi Gadu is from the island country. I don't like the birth of the god-killer demon king from the island country. Do you understand? Lon pointed out the words again. Understood. Lucrezia lowered her head, her face covered in cold sweat. Lon looked at the seductive royal sister in front of him and found that she was also a good genius. As a Sardinian witch, she is extremely talented in magic. If you accept it as a family, you should be able to exist like the 9 demons in the Loki family. There are quite a few members of his family now, but they are all warriors and magic warriors, and there is not a single pure magician. Unexpectedly, this time, Godslayer came to improve his strength, but he encountered so many talented talents. I owe you a favor for this matter, and I will give you unexpected opportunities in the future. You should go back first. And Lon said to her, "Yes." Luculasia nodded and stood up, then carefully left. The night passed, and the next day it rained heavily in Sardinia. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the air of the entire island seemed to be thickened. Suddenly, waves of vibrations came. Standing by the hotel window, Anlan saw a giant walking in one direction. "This guy is Mekl. He should go to Veilslainer and finish the last battle." Anlan disappeared in a teleport and reappeared, already on the battlefield of the 2 gods. In addition, Erica actually came. As an Italian magician, she must protect the people of Sardinia. If the 2 gods go to war here, then Sardinia will be sunk, and 1.66 million people on the island will be buried here. I saw that Erica blocked the 2 gods and said pleadingly, "My lord, forgive me for a presumptuous request. Can you please stop fighting? Now this place has become the place where we have a showdown. Give it up, human." Mekr's strong voice replied, "God, please have mercy." Erica pleaded again. The courage to resist God is commendable, but let's weigh the current situation. Veilslainer mocked arrogantly. After finishing speaking, the sky dropped a thunder and lightning to Erica. Erica could only keep dodging, but after a few times, it was too late to dodge. Seeing that she was about to be struck by lightning, Anlan suddenly appeared, blocked her face, and caught the lightning. Erica looked at Anlan in surprise, not expecting that he would save her. "I will help you solve these 2 disobedient gods. You owe a second favor." Anlan looked at her and said. Erica couldn't react, but she nodded shyly. On the other side, Veilslainer and Mekl also discover Anlan. "Stranger god, you want to participate in our war too?" Veilslainer said, looking at Anlan. "Indeed, it killed you." Anlan said, summoning the Sword of Oath of Victory and launching the silver hand that ripped apart the power. I saw that his entire arm had turned into silver metal, and the Sword of Oath of Victory was blessed with power and became even more terrifying. "As the god of disobedience, why do you have the power of Nuada?" Lana said in surprise. "Not only him, but Mekl as well. The god of disobedience kills the god of disobedience and cannot usurp power like humans can. Humans can usurp power, and that's because of Pandora's reincarnation technique, the Dark Christmas Festival. But the Anlan in front of him is a god, but can use the power of other gods, which is too strange. The same is true for Erica. From the first time she saw Anlan, she felt that he was different from other gods of disobedience. That feeling is very strange, and I can't explain it clearly. In addition, his true identity cannot be found in the major myths known to the earth, and there is a little mystery in the invisible. "This is my secret. Are you still fighting?" Anlan asked impatiently. "Battle, of course." Veilslainer burst out laughing. Today, he can fight with 2 powerful gods, which makes him very satisfied. Mekl didn't say anything, just raised the stick-like weapon in his hand and smashed it at Anlan and Veilslainer. Veilslainer resisted with the power of his mighty bull, Anlan disdainfully resisted, and the Sword of Victory was sworn out. This sword contains the silver hand that tears the power, the protection of the swordsman, and the power of the Sword of the Oath of Victory, all 3 in one. Bang! The artifact in Mekl's hand was cut off. The golden light not only cut off his weapon, but also charged towards him with the momentum of thunder. Mekl was shocked, and quickly used the defensive ability that this god has, God's Blessing. A golden translucent cover appeared all over the body, and there were many golden divine inscriptions on the cover, which looked very sacred. The defense of this thing is very strong, and the original Veilslainer can't break it directly. It must be broken with a golden sword that splits the godhead. However, Anlan is a 3-in-1 sword. The protection of the Juggernaut itself is set to be able to kill what cannot be killed, and to maximize the ability of the sword. The power-torn silver hand also has the property that it can sever everything. The addition of these two attributes, combined with the Sword of Oath of Victory, directly broke through Meckel's divine protection, leaving a huge wound on his body, and the blood of the gods splattered everywhere. Unfortunately, Enlon secretly said, the power of this sword has been weakened twice after cutting off Meckel's weapon and God's blessing. Otherwise, Meckel could be killed with a single sword. Sure enough, the injured Meckel became more vigilant when facing Enlon. At this point in his mind, Enlan's threat had surpassed Welslana. Seeing this, Welslaner also summoned his golden sword. The three fought together again, and Lon did not use the many bug skills of King Ming, but simply enjoyed the rare battle. Every time I relied on powerful skills to crush the enemy, I was getting bored to death. This kind of close hand-to-hand combat sword-to-slash battle is unstoppable. The destructive power of the Battle of the Three Gods is too powerful, and Erica can only fade away. This side of Sardinia is already covered with dark clouds and crazy thunderstorms. The entire island not only blew a typhoon of more than 10 levels, but also caused a monstrous tsunami because of the Battle of Gods. There was even a violent earthquake, and mortals were scared to death. The powers of Welslana are constantly being used, the bull's strange power and strengthened flesh, the white horse's sun's fire, the phoenix's speed, the camel's fighting consciousness, and the wild boar's destructive power. This makes his close combat completely not lost to Meckel. And Lon didn't want to waste any more time after a lively battle. The last blow, the winner will be decided. After he finished speaking, he summoned the Storm Dragon. The Storm Dragon then became the core of a weapon, which Enlon embedded in the Sword of Oath of Victory. Immediately, the Sword of Oath of Victory advanced to a creation-level artifact. Dragon Seed Nuclearization. Danger. 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 As soon as the creation-level artifact came out, the expressions of Welslaner and Meckel changed dramatically. One sword opened the sky. 99. Torn Silver Hand, Juggernaut's Blessing, Dragon Seed Nucleation, Oath Sword of Victory, all in one. Welslaner and Meckel hurriedly defended, but they were unable to stop them. The power is not at the same level at all, and both are killed directly. One sword kills two gods. Enlon holds the Sword of Oath Victory on his shoulders and is extremely domineering. Immediately, the two gods of disobedience, Welslana and Meckel, were devoured. This was the first time he devoured a god, and the ones he devoured before were all god's layers. In the past, the evolution of the divine body also swallowed a drop of Astria's divine blood. But the gods of each world are different. The gods of this world are more like concept gods. They were born into myths compiled by human beings, so even if they die, they will be resurrected in myths. Humans are immortal unless they die, or the myths about them die. After Enlon devoured the two gods, the Psycho Core, Paimon immediately started the analysis and identification. Master Enlon, by devouring the god of disobedience, Welslana, he analyzed and obtained the power, the war god of the east, the wind, the boy, the white horse, the ram, the phoenix, the ox, the camel, the goat, the wild boar, the warrior. Also, analyze the powers obtained from the god of disobedience Meckel, the god of water, the power of slaughtering dragons, the king of the sky, the eternal life, the emperor of darkness, the wisdom of war, the supreme throne of the underworld. Welslana's power is the same as that of the original Kusanagi Gadu, but Meckel's power is beyond his imagination. As a god-king worshipped by the Semitic people, Meckel has different identities in different myths and legends, such as Saint George, Meckel, Baal, Beelzebub. He was originally the god of storms, lightning, and the sky, but his authority continued to strengthen, and in the end he possessed a lot of power, which led him to become a god of many persons. Supreme God, King, God of wisdom, God of life, God of war, God of Hades. In addition, he also symbolizes water, which is believed to be a sacred existence. In Christian culture, he is also the gluttonous devil, one of the 7 deadly sins. Milton's Paradise Lost depicts him as a demon king who stands shoulder to shoulder with God, namely the demon king Beelzebub and the Dark Emperor Baal, the head of the 72 demon gods. It is precisely because of his many identities that Enlon has obtained a variety of powers with different attributes, and they are all combat powers. In addition to power, Enlon also analyzes their gods, absorbs the advantages of gods, transforms and evolves his gods, and makes his gods more perfect. In this way, one's own divine body is equivalent to possessing the characteristics of the gods of the two worlds, Earth Wrong and God Killer, and learn from each other's strengths. What's more, he also learned the blessing of God. Although this god's blessing is a bad street skill of every god, it has to be said that it is very useful, very tall, and suitable for pretending. On the other side, Erica, who witnessed the whole process of the battle, was completely stunned. Enlon's strength was so powerful that he killed the war god and the god king with one sword and devoured them. Enlon appeared next to Erica in a teleport, looking at her with interest. Erica reacted and hurriedly knelt down on one knee and said, "Thank you, Lord God, for saving the safety of the people of Sardinia." 55. You don't need to thank me, that's what you got with favor. Enlon said bluntly. Erica didn't know what to say for a while. Your talent is good, are you interested in following me in the future? Enlon asked her. What do you mean by following you? Erica's eyes lit up and she asked expectantly. I am not the god of disobedience in your world, but from other worlds. I have a family, do you want to join? Enlon explained to her. Erica immediately understood when she heard it. All doubts were solved. It turns out that there are no myths and legends about Enlon because he is not the god of this world, but from another world. No wonder he is different from other gods of disobedience. He never initiates disasters and even integrates into human society. Following such a powerful god, wouldn't it be possible to carry forward the red copper black cross? After thinking about this, Erica directly offered her loyalty, knelt down on one knee and said, Dear Lord Enlon, I am willing to be your family. That's right, I'll be by your side in the future, and I'll grant you favors when you go back. Enlon showed a satisfied smile. Erica didn't know what grace was, but since it was given by a god, it must be a good thing. For flowers. When she thought of this, she was very excited. Next, Erica went back to the Red Copper Black Cross headquarters and told the top management what happened. The high-level shock, after a series of deliberation, decided to give allegiance to Enlon. These magician organizations are like this, in order to develop or not be oppressed by other god-killing devils or non-compliance gods, they can only join a devil's power. For example, the magicians of the Celestial Dynasty are all loyal to the most powerful god-killer, the martial arts King Luo Hao. The magicians of Southern Europe, the object of allegiance is Tony, the king of the sword. The magicians of Northern Europe, the object of allegiance is the Wolf King Marquis Vauban. The 6 major demon kings in the world have carved up almost all regions. Before the male protagonist Kusanagi Gadu became the god-killer demon king, the island country had secretly been loyal to the god Susanoo, the god of disobedience. There is no way, for this small island, the 6 great devils look down on it. However, in order to protect itself, the island country, without the demon king, can only be loyal to the god of disobedience. The Red Bronze Black Cross has not yet been loyal to any demon king, but their old opponent, the Bronze Black Cross, is loyal to the King of Swords, Tony, so it has developed better and better over the years. Now that the King of Swords Tony has been killed by Enlon, if the Red Bronze Black Cross is loyal to Enlon, he can overtake the Bronze Black Cross. Enlon didn't say much about the allegiance of the Red Copper and Black Cross, knowing that they were just on their own side, so he didn't care. All he cares about is Erica, as long as this girl is loyal to him. What happened on this side of Europe once again shocked the world. Point 0. Enlon not only killed Marquis Vauban and Tony, but also killed 2 gods with one sword. Such a powerful strength can no longer be dealt with by a single Godslayer. Want to deal with Enlon unless the remaining Godslayers join forces. But the Godslayer has the arrogance of the Godslayer, how could they join forces? Besides, they didn't dare to take action at all if they didn't know the specific circumstances of Enlon. No one wants to follow in the footsteps of Marquis Vauban and Tony. As a result, magic societies throughout Europe have declared their allegiance to Enlon. Even the Bronze Black Cross's old nemesis, the Bronze Black Cross, has declared allegiance to Enlon. On the day when the Bronze Black Cross declared its allegiance, Liliana Chronicle, the eldest daughter of the Granichar family, a famous magician, was also sent to take the oath of allegiance. Silver blue eyes, tied with a single ponytail, her appearance is not lower than Erica's. She looks cold and glamorous, but has a sullen heart. She is an innocent girl who likes to write love, delusional novels. As savvy as Erica, she is omnipotent in housework, good at cooking, and has a somewhat arrogant personality. In the hotel, Enlon looked at the girl who was kneeling in front of him and said, "I accept the allegiance of the Bronze Black Cross, and you will follow me in the future." "Yes," Liliana nodded. In the following days, Enlon took Erica, Liliana, and Lucrezia, 3 daughters, to travel in Europe to experience the exotic customs. After more than a month passed, Enlon said to Erica, "Is the Gorgon stone at your copper black cross?" When Erica heard this, the lord in front of her was about to do something again, nodded and replied, "Yes." "Give it to me," Enlon ordered. "Understood." Erica nodded and then went back to the copper black cross by herself. Liliana and Lucrezia are a little worried because legend has it that the Gorgon stone will bring disaster to the ancient knight. Enlon wanted this thing, obviously wanting to fight the god behind the Gorgon stone. That's Athena, the legendary goddess of wisdom, war, and art. She, together with Medusa and Métis, constitutes the goddess of the earth, the god of shadows, and the goddess of wisdom. After half a day, Erica came back and handed Enlon a round stone. The Gorgon is carved on the stone, it is Medusa. In order not to destroy the land, Enlon flew directly above the sea, and then stimulated the Gorgon stone with divine power. Under the stimulation of divine power, the Gorgon stone burst into a strange light. At the same time, Athena, the god of disobedience, also felt the breath. I saw that she quickly came to Enlon's location, her eyes fixed on the Gorgon stone in his hand. Seeing her appearance, Enlon felt a little funny. The legendary Athena looks like a little lowly at the moment. He has short silver hair, black pupils, and a beautiful face that surpasses human beings. He wears a Japanese-style student uniform, blue knee socks on his legs, and a blue hat on his head. "Since you are a concubine of the same kind, would you like to return the Gorgon stone?" Athena looked at Enlon and asked calmly. "Yes, I will restore you to the full posture of the Trinity, and I can also help you deal with Métis," Enlon said and threw the Gorgon stone to Athena. Athena showed a surprised expression and asked inexplicably, "Do you want something from your concubine?" "That's right." Enlon nodded. "What do you want your concubine to do?" Athena continued to ask. "You first restore the full posture of the Trinity." Enlon asked her to restore first. Athena took a deep look at Enlon, held the Gorgon stone in both hands, and began to chant. The concubine sings the song of the ancient goddess who once ruled the heavens and the earth and the darkness, sings the lament of the queen who was killed as a taboo snake. "My name is Athena, who was the mother of the earth who gave birth to all things. And she was also in charge of the lord of the dark underworld, and the queen who knows the wisdom of the sky. Athena swears here to restore her ancient body." 55. Along with her chant, a dark power emerged from the Gorgon stone and wrapped Athena's body. After the Gorgon stone and Athena were completely integrated, her body also changed from a little lowly to an adult woman. Enlon was amazed at the first sight of her. So beautiful that people want to keep her forever. Long silver hair, a white ancient Greek dress, and an olive symbolizing peace on his head, but the color is a magical purple. He wears a blue ribbon around his waist and a golden snake-shaped ring around his neck and arms. However, just when Athena was happy to regain her strength, Enlon suddenly attacked and trapped her in infinite prison. "What are you going to do?" Athena's expression changed, and when she realized that she couldn't break the prison, she asked Enlon with a cold expression, 613. Don't worry, it won't hurt you. I said I will help you solve Métis. You don't want your god position to be backlashed and become the trinity of Métis. And Lon said and came. When he came to Athena, he put a hand on her shoulder. The sanity core instantly scanned Athena's body and parsed it. Soon, he found Métis. Then launch a soul gluttony to devour Métis. Not only that, but the moment of parsing Athena also replicates her ability to rule the dark underworld. After doing all this, he was released from the infinite prison. With the disappearance of Métis, Athena also felt clean, and her body became more relaxed. Now as the real Trinity goddess, completely controlling herself, her power is even stronger than before. Why do you want to help your concubine? Athena asked suspiciously. Because you are beautiful. I want to marry you as a wife. Enlon teased. Athena blushed and Enlon glanced at Enlon and disappeared immediately. What kind of attitude is this? Give me an answer. Enlon laughed. Sure enough, she is a virgin goddess and can't stand ridicule. After copying Athena's powers, Enlon teleported back to the hotel. Paimon, unify all the dark abilities for me. 35. Okay, Mr. Enlon. Start to unify, God of Shadow, Emperor of Darkness, Supreme Throne of Hades, Master of Hades in charge of darkness, Black Dragon of Underworld, Death's Servant Cage, Wolf of Greed, Eye of Sodom, Sacrament of Blood. Cut the knot of destiny successfully. Get the God-level ability, God of Reincarnation. God of Reincarnation, Shadow King, Dark Demon, Lord of Hades, Undead Black Dragon, Servant of Death, Eye of Instant Death, Beast of Darkness, Bloodthirsty Killing. Shadow King, take control of the shadows and extract the shadows of creatures to become your soldiers. Dark Demon, control the power and laws of the dark. Lord of the Underworld, the supreme administrator of the underworld, who controls the law of death, manipulates the soul, and dominates reincarnation. Immortal Black Dragon, the soul is eternal and immortal. Even if it disappears, it can recover. Servant of Death, save the human beings, mythical beasts, demons, and creatures with souls who have killed themselves in the world and become their faithful servants with absolute obedience. Eye of Immediate Death, the Eye of Causality, the ability to look directly at death, can give the undead target the death attribute. Beast of Darkness, summons the Beast of Darkness and the earth, the wolves. Bloodthirsty Slaughter, take people who see blood, smell blood, and taste blood as objects, awaken their blood-seeking killing instinct without limit, strengthen the body of the object, and gain monster-like fighting ability. It becomes a slaughtering ghost that only relies on instinct to attack surrounding creatures. Very strong, the god-level ability that came out of this integration is so strong that it has not changed. Controlling the law of darkness, the law of death, mastering reincarnation, and the eternal immortality of the soul, each of which is a bug-level ability. There is also the Eye of Instant Death, which is just like the magic Eye of Instant Death. In addition to being able to see death, it can also give immortal existence instant death attributes. This is like the seventh singularity in Fate/Grand Order, the absolute monster front, a kind of heroic servant who beat Tiamat, but it was useless at all, and finally relied on the crown of assassin, the old man in the mountains, to help. After giving Tiamat the attribute of death, Gilgamesh killed her with the Deviant Sword. This should be the karma ability born from the fusion of Eye of Sodom and severing the knot of destiny. From this, it can be seen how abnormal the power of the god of reincarnation is. The soul of the god of reincarnation is immortal, and the body of the immortal king is immortal, which is equivalent to being completely immortal. Sir Enlon, there are still many powers. Do you want to unify them all at once? No, the powers of different attributes are integrated together, and no powerful powers can be created. Let's talk about getting more powers. Understood. In the following days, Enlon took Erica's 3 daughters to play in Europe, and then went to the island country. According to the original plot, the magicians in the island country have imprisoned the great sage monkey king of the Celestial Dynasty. Although Enlon did not agree that the monkey monarch was the great sage monkey king, he still felt disgusted. In fact, not only did he feel disgusted, but Luo Hao, the martial arts king of the Celestial Dynasty, also visited the island country several times because of the fact that the island country imprisoned Sun Monkey. I have to say that Luo Hao is really patriotic in some respects. She had a feud with Marquis Vauban because Marquis Vauban beheaded the god of disobedience. This woman really has an appetite for him, but she just doesn't know what she looks like. The original work once described that although Luo Hao was a character in the late Qianlong period and lived to be more than 200 years old, his appearance was a peerless beauty who was only 16 or 17 years old. Her beauty and cuteness surpassed those encountered by Kusanagi Gado. Of all the beautiful girls, before Kusanagi Gado saw Luo Hao, countless beauties had gathered around him. Erika, Liliana, Yuri Banligu, Anis Sikiwin, Luculasia, these peerless beauties, and even Athena. But even so, Luo Hao's beauty should surpass these women. It can be seen from this that Luo Hao is definitely the existence that brings disaster to the country and the people. Such a woman, who is also from the Celestial Dynasty, is not the most suitable partner for her. After Enlon arrived in the island country, all the magician organizations in the country came to greet him with great tension. No way! Who made the island country not have the god-killing demon king? If Enlon, the powerful god of disobedience, fights on their island, the people of the island country will be wiped out. Saya Gongxin and Gonkao Dongma of the Official History Compilation Committee, as well as the head of the Qinqiyuan family, the head of the Jufashong family, and the head of the Lianqing family, all stood on the side respectfully. After Enlon got off the plane, he glanced at them and said, "First arrange a hotel, I want to rest." Everyone immediately ordered and began to arrange. "Lord God, don't you know what you are doing in our island country?" The slick-looking Toma Amakasu asked with a familiar smile on his face. "In that way, it is like the little eunuch who made the emperor happy in ancient times. What do I need to report to you?" Enlon looked at him coldly and asked. "Don't dare." Dongma Gonkao shuddered and knelt directly on the ground. "Humph." Enlon snorted coldly and, without looking back, took the three daughters into the prepared high-end business car and drove directly to the hotel. The others followed immediately, daring not to neglect it all. Meanwhile, a few hours after Enlon arrived on the island, a god of disobedience came to the island. "It's Athena." Enlon, who checked into the hotel, took a shower, turned on the TV, and just lay down on the sofa when Athena appeared in front of him. "Why are you here?" Enlon asked curiously. "Didn't you say that you like the concubine body? The concubine body will reply to you," Athena said as she walked to Enlon. "I'm going, are you trying to smack me?" Enlon sat down on the sofa in fright. The next second, Athena leaned over and kissed Enlon's lips. After living for 2 lifetimes, I didn't expect the first kiss to be taken away by Athena. After a long time, the two separated. "This is the answer of the concubine," Athena said with a smile. I have to say that Athena is really full of temptations when she grows up, and she happens to be a white-haired control, which is completely stuck on her own aesthetic line. Don't plan to return to mythology in the future? Enlon wrapped his arms around her slender waist and pulled her into his arms. "I don't want to go back. The human world is still interesting." 35 Athena snuggled in Enlon's arms and replied with a blushing face. "Then we'll be together forever," Enlon said, scratching her little nose. Athena seems to enjoy this feeling of being pampered, like a little girl in first love. In the afternoon, Enlon took Erika's 3 girls off for half a day and took Athena alone to buy a modern dress, and her long silver hair was tied into a ponytail. The two of them go shopping together, enjoy food, go to the playground, watch movies, and so on. Yes, it should be a date. In the end, Enlon bought a bunch of flowers for Athena, the meaning of flowers between Athena and human beings, but I still felt very happy in my heart, and it was sweet all day. While Enlon and Athena are enjoying their relationship, the top officials of the island country are scared to death. 2 gods of disobedience are in their country if something happens. They even thought about trapping Enlon and Athena the way they trapped the Monkey King, but they gave up in the end. Because whether it is Enlon or Athena, the strength is too strong. especially Enlon, who killed 2 godlayers, 2 gods of disobedience. This great achievement is enough to scare the top officials of the island country. 3 days of sweet time passed. On this day, Enlon found Saya Gongshin of the Official History Compilation Committee and asked to see the monkey god. The top officials of the island country are unwilling, but they have to agree. Finally, take Enlon to the place where the monkey god is trapped, Shitian Temple. A little monkey with a height of 80 centimeters and golden hair. It's a shame. Is this also worthy of being called Monkey King Monkey King? It was actually trapped by the people of the island. Enlon shook his head in disappointment. He knew that Sun Wukong had sealed his godhead because of the so-called Baima Wen spell. To unlock this spell, 3 conditions must be met. First, the godhead of the dragon and snake appears. Second, there is a treasure sword that weakens the style. The third is that the witches who have the ability to calamity hold a treasured sword and use spiritual power. It is precisely because of so many conditions that Luo Hao came back to the island country several times without success. The high-level officials of the island country thought that this could stymie Enlon. As long as Enlon couldn't solve the spell, he would definitely leave. But they think wrong. Enlon is an ordinary person? The moment he saw the incantation, he asked Psycho Core Paimon to analyze it. I saw that he summoned the Sword of Oath of Victory, and it was under his command with 1 sword. The spell is directly broken. Immediately, a huge mantra rose into the sky. No, the Monkey King has broken the seal. When the top officials of the island country saw the scene, they were all shocked. With the hatred they have held for Sun Wukong for so many years, if the god-killer Demon King hadn't stopped him, the island nation would have sunk today. The original little monkey regained the appearance of the Monkey King, wearing a golden armor with locks, wearing a purple gold crown with phoenix wings, stepping on lotus root silk, walking on clouds, and holding a wishful gold hoop. Really majestic. Ha ha ha, my old grandson finally came out. Sun Wukong laughed wildly. However, Enlon directly gave him an infinite prison and trapped it. Monkey in the Mountains is also worthy of stealing the name of Brother Monkey. 99 Enlon said disdainfully. In his heart, he doesn't agree that this thing before I 2.4 is Sun Wukong. In his previous life, he liked Brother Monkey very much, but this thing in front of him is just insulting the big brother in his mind. Boy, you are also a god of disobedience. Do you want to fight with my old grandson? The Monkey King was trapped and asked Enlon with an ugly face. Enlon didn't bother to talk nonsense. He directly took out the Sword of Oath of Victory, cooperated with the tearing silver hand, and killed the god with 1 sword. The Monkey King, who just broke the seal, received the lunchbox. After Enlon devoured him, he gained some powers again. They're the 72 transformations, the law of heaven and earth, the indestructible body of the diamond, the cloud of somersaults, and the needle of Ding Haishan. When the top officials of the island country saw Enlon slashed the Monkey King with 1 sword, they were all trembling with fear, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. Happy that Enlon beheaded the Monkey King and the island country was saved. Sadly, if the seal hadn't been broken by Enlon, the Monkey King would not have broken it either. After solving the Monkey King, Enlon directly opened the entrance to the Netherworld. When the high-level officials of the island country saw the scene, their expressions changed drastically. They knew that Enlon must have found something. After Enlon and Athena entered the world, they quickly found their target, Susanoo. This guy is obviously a god of disobedience, but he is also one of the elders who founded the Official History Compilation Committee, known as the Royal Husband. Claiming to be the former god of disobedience, he has graduated from that position. In fact, he was originally the land god of Izumo, but because of the repeated combination of many gods, he obtained the result of many myths. On the basis of the godhead that controls the storm, he obtained the iron sword as a snake killer, that is, Kusanagi sword. This is the key to making him change into steel. In fact, all of this is because he deliberately influenced the myth of the people of the island country, constantly beautifying himself and making himself stronger and stronger. You too, welcome to the humble house. Susanoo greeted Enlon and Athena with a smile. As a snake, Athena was originally a mortal enemy of a steel hero like him. As for Enlon, he recently heard from the high-level officials of the island country that his strength is terrifying. Being able to kill Veilslainer and Mekkel, as well as Marquis Vauban and Tony, who have many powers, made him have to be careful. I don't want to talk nonsense. This time I'm here to send you back to mythology. Enlon said directly. The two of you and I are both gods of disobedience. Why are you meddling with your business? You are not God's layers. 35 Susanoo said with an ugly face. Is it enough just to see that you are upset? Enlon said and slashed with his sword. Susanoo summoned his Amazuma cloud sword and wanted to resist. But Enlon's sword was beyond his imagination. The sword of the Oath of Victory, the protection of the Sword Saint, the torn silver hand, one of three. The cloud sword of Tiansong was broken, and Susanoo was beheaded. Enlon devoured him, but this time he only gained one power, and that is the cloud sword of Tiansong. Susanoo was killed, which alarmed the mage in black and the princess with glass eyes. They're people who live in seclusion, and Enlon has little interest in them. However, after seeing Enlon beheading Susanoo, they were very scared, worried that Enlon would kill them. As a result, they didn't ignore them and left the secluded world with Athena directly. After staying in the island country for a few more days, Enlon set off again and took Athena, Erica, Liliana, and Luculasia, 4 daughters, to the heaven. This time, Enlon chose to take a boat to go to the Devil's capital. The island country is very close to the Celestial Dynasty. Even if the speed of the ship is slow, it will take half a day. As soon as Enlon came ashore, he saw someone waiting for him. In Xia Luinghua, I have been waiting for a long time under the order of the sect master. The young people headed by 35 respectfully said. You are Luo Hao's disciple? Enlon asked. Yes, the teacher is the king of martial arts. Luinghua nodded and admitted. Very good, not bad. Enlon nodded. Immediately, under the leadership of Luinghua, he settled in the best hotel in Modu. 24 after a night of rest, Enlon took the group to play with the witch for a few days, and it seemed that he felt like he was going home. Even the Celestial Dynasty in a different world has a taste of hometown. On the 4th day, Enlon and the 4 daughters followed Luinghua to Mount Lu. On the top of Mount Lu, Enlon saw Luo Hao, whom he had been thinking about all the time. The appearance is very beautiful. Even Athena, who is stuck in her own aesthetic line, seems to be 1 point behind Luo Hao. He looked to be 17 or 18 years old, wearing a white hanfu, and his silk-like black hair was braided into 3 braids. She has the aura of a high-ranking person on her body, which is the aura of a king born from her many years in a high-ranking position. Coupled with her own queen temperament, she is like a female emperor. However, it is not an exaggeration to say that she is a female emperor, because he is not only the god-killer demon king, but also the martial arts leader of the Celestial Dynasty and the leader of the 5 prisons. In addition to the title of King of Martial Arts, she also has a title called King of White Lotus. The title of the White Lotus King comes from her power, General's Order. A man should be self-improvement. This is the power she usurped after defeating the Maitreya Buddha of the White Lotus sect. Using this power will transform her into the White Lotus King, and her strength will increase linearly. Under the command, all warriors will be blessed. When they hear the heroic battle song of the leader, they will acquire the skills of a first-class martial artist and acquire a body, like Iron Head and Bronze Body, that can even deflect bullets. Under the influence of power, all warriors will absolutely obey the leader of Luo Hao. Even if there is no order, the action will be taken as the leader expects. This power is simply a super buff for gang fights. Enlon, the dragon god of creation, Athena, the goddess of the trinity of earth, darkness, and wisdom, is not as famous as it is to meet each other. Your strength is indeed very strong. 35 Luo Hao took the lead and said, As a godslayer, you never thought of killing us both and usurping power? Enlon's mouth twitched, revealing a playful smile, and asked, Although I am conceited, I am not pure. You can kill Vaughn and Tony, and even kill Veilslainer and Mekkel with 1 sword. This level of strength has surpassed the ordinary god of disobedience, even if it's me and not your opponent. There is no certainty of victory. Why should I make a move to kill me? Luo Hao also said bluntly. As she spoke, she also seated Enlon and Athena and made tea for the two gods. Luo Hao's skill in making tea was very high, which made Enlon dazzled. The description of Luo Hao in the original book is decathlon. In the past 200 years, she has learned all kinds of cultural skills of the Celestial Dynasty and is proficient in all kinds of piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Such a woman, of course, is fascinating. After brewing the tea, Enlon took a sip, and his mouth was full of fragrance. Slightly bitter in the mouth, but then endlessly sweet. Take a sip, and the aroma of tea remains in the mouth. And this tea fragrance is different from ordinary tea fragrance, but contains a hint of sweet-scented osmanthus. How? Luo Hao asked Enlon. Good tea. 35 Enlon replied. Athena also took a sip, but quickly frowned. Apparently, as a Greek god, she was obviously not suitable for celestial tea. This tea is Wui Mountain Dahongpo, which has the reputation of the king of tea in our country. The tea has been brewed 9 times, and it still does not lose the true taste of the original tea, while other famous teas have been brewed for 7 times, and the taste is very weak, so it won the crown of the king of tea. 35 Luo Hao explained to Enlon. Enlon had heard of Wui Mountain Dahongpo in his previous life, but he never drank it. After all, how could ordinary people afford such a luxury? Unexpectedly, after traveling to another world, he tasted the Dahongpo. Does the sect host ask for such a precious tea? 35 Enlon took 2 sips again, put down the cup and said, That's right. Luo Hao nodded. What? Enlon continued to ask. Competition. Luo Hao replied. Enlon was stunned for a moment, then understood. Godslayer and God fight. If you don't explain in advance that it is a competition, it is easy to play things, leading to the final point of life and death. Luo Hao is obviously not sure of winning Enlon, but she wants to know how strong Enlon is. Therefore, this is the requirement for the competition. Okay, then let's move our muscles and bones. Enlon naturally agreed to the request of the female martial artist in front of him. He is also very similar to knowledge, the martial arts of this world. Since Luo Hao is proficient in all the martial arts of the Celestial Dynasty, then at the same time as the competition, he can also use the Sanity Core to steal. Luo Hao put down the teacup and took Enlon outside the house. Immediately after she stepped out, the person was already thousands of meters away. This is not a power, but a method of martial arts, a method of shrinking the ground, and a supernatural power. It's interesting, but it's the same as shrinking the ground into an inch in Taoism. Enlon said after seeing it. Immediately, he also disappeared in a teleportation and followed. The two soon came to a wilderness, and Athena came with them. Because Luo Hao was barehanded, Enlon also did not have a weapon. Next, the two began to fight. Luo Hao's martial arts are very high, especially her best-known Feifeng 12 Divine Palms, which has almost no flaws. But Enlon is not weak. Over the years, he has experienced the wrong world, upgraded the world alone, cut the red world, and encountered all kinds of masters, whether it is the adventurer of the wrong world or the hunter who upgraded the world alone. There are killers who cut the scarlet world, and each of them is a battle-hardened existence. Perhaps their strength is very low and weaken in Land's view, but their actual combat experience is very rich, all of which are killing skills honed in life and death battles. Enlon has a psycho core existence, and any battle can be remembered and copied after watching it. All kinds of combat experiences in his mind were sorted out, the essence was taken from the dross, and a set of god-level combat skills was merged. As the battle got longer and longer, Luo Hao was extremely surprised. She originally thought that Enlon's strength lies in power, but she didn't expect that close-quarters fighting would be able to compete with herself. In fact, Enlon was also very surprised. He combined the melee combat skills of many powerful geniuses, and he could only fight Luo Hao to a tie. It can be seen that Luo Hao has reached the pinnacle of martial arts moves. It is almost impossible to beat her in moves. Unless you comprehend the freedom of the Dragon Ball world, you don't have to fight with your brain, and your body will automatically make the most reasonable response. But the existence that is separated from the moves is a kind of artistic conception. Even if Enlon has a sans core, he can't reproduce it, and he needs to understand it himself. After the moves were tied, Luo Hao began to use his powers. Compared with skills, Enlon is no one else. He has integrated Mengwang's skill tree, and has also swallowed many other skills and abilities, which is simply a mobile skill library. Luo Hao used his powers one by one, such as the Great King Kong Technique, the Dragon in Tiger Roaring Dafa, Huangliang Cuisine Dream, by Chao Feng Fei, Thousand Flowers Dazzling, General Order, Man Be Self-Improving, Heaven is Dead, Treasure Shipyard. Enlon cracked one by one, and copied down the power analysis that was useful to him. Athena frowned while watching, because she found that Luo Hao's strength was actually higher than hers. If it wasn't for Enlon, she would have been directly attacked and killed by Luo Hao, taking power. God is full of temptation for godlayers. Otherwise, the Marquis of Vauban would not forcibly summon the god of disobedience from the myth to fight. Because every time a god of disobedience is killed, the god-killer can usurp one more power, and his strength will be further improved. After Luo Hao and Enlon stopped fighting, she took the lead in saying, "I lost. I didn't expect your martial arts to be so strong." Luo Hao admires it. 35. If she was a little arrogant before, then now she really admires Enlon. Because no matter how strong Enlon is, Luo Hao believes that what he is powerful is power, not martial arts. She, Luo Hao, was the one who could kill gods with martial arts alone, and reigned at the apex of martial arts. But now, after seeing Enlon's martial arts, he has completely surrendered. Master Luo Hao is too polite. I am a god, and unlike humans, you are the pinnacle of martial arts with the body of a human being. That is the real perseverance. Enlon still admires Luo Hao. His martial arts are based on the Sans Core to collect the martial arts of the geniuses and powerhouses from all over the world, not from his own hard training. It's like cheating. But Luo Hao is different. She really practiced martial arts to the top by herself. The most important thing is that she is also proficient in all martial arts and is proficient in all 18 weapons. Tony, the King of Swords, has reached the pinnacle of his swordsmanship. But for Luo Hao, Tony's swordsmanship was barely on par with her, and everything else was a mess. People who reach the peak in one aspect are already geniuses among geniuses, but Luo Hao has reached the peak in all aspects. Such people can no longer be called geniuses, but monsters. This is also the reason why Enlon admires her, because she deserves it. We don't have to compliment each other anymore. I have already asked my apprentice to prepare the banquet. Let's go back together. Luo Hao said with a smile. Okay. Enlon nodded. Immediately, the three left together. Fighting Luo Hao this time, Enlon not only copied her powers, but also copied her martial arts, including Shuti, Divine Foot, and Feifeng 12 Divine Palms. If you integrate it into your own martial arts, you should be able to become more powerful. Shrinking the Earth, magic foot power is very suitable for battles, although it is capable of long-distance transfer such as teleportation and space transfer. Because this is a martial skill, it is also an instant skill. When you are fighting with people, a move on your feet can not only be used to attack people, but you can also instantly come behind others, which is almost impossible to guard against. Your every step or leg attack has the potential to teleport. As a result, others are always on guard, unable to concentrate on coping. After the dinner, Luo Hao arranged the best hotel for Enlon, Athena, Alice, Liliana, Luclucia, and the girls. After Enlon returned to the hotel, he began to integrate his powers. The power of Wolf of Ragnarok has two attributes, God-killing and devouring. The God-killing is integrated into the golden sword, so that the golden sword has the slicing godhead. With the dual attributes of God-killing, it will be a weapon specially designed to deal with the name of God in the future. In addition, the devour attribute and the heaven is dead powers devouring sun and moon attributes are integrated into the soul gluttony of void god to enhance the power of devouring. The three powers of Tianzong Cloud Sword, Dinghai Shenzhen and Golden Sword were integrated into Sacred Tool Summoning and then evolved into God's Treasure House. In the future, these magical tools will be stored in the same way as the Sword of Oath Victory. Among the treasure houses as a natal artifact, the principle is similar to Gilgamesh's Treasure of the King. The power of Wild Boar and the Beast of Darkness in God of Reincarnation have been integrated to evolve the inherent skill Divine Pet Space. Later, the Wild Boar, the Beast of Darkness, the Shadow Soldier, the Servant of Death, the Storm Dragon, and the Searing Dragon all live in it and can call for battle at any time. The two teleportation powers of Wind and Somersault Cloud, as well as the martial arts Shrinking the Earth, Divine Foot ability, are integrated into the time and space control in God of the Void. The power of Juvenile is mainly to grant power to subordinates, and it is integrated into the power bestowment of the King of Fengzhou. Blessing of Steel, Bull, Phoenix, Water Royal Body, Dragon Slaying Power, King Kong Indestructible Body. These powers related to physical enhancement and strength are integrated together and evolved into Ultimate Ability, Holy Body. Eastern God of War, Camel Warrior, Hercules King Kong, Dragon Een and Tiger Roaring Dafa, General's Order. Men should be self-improvement, these fighting and martial arts powers. Coupled with Inland's copying so far, all the martial arts and swordsmanship of the fighters are integrated into one, and finally evolve into the ultimate ability, Martial God. The two powers of Wisdom of War and Dharma, Heaven and Earth, have been integrated into the two ultimate abilities of Sacred Body and Martial God, and evolved into a God-level ability, Battle Holy Spirit. The three powers related to life, recovery, resurrection, and wood attributes are integrated into the ultimate ability, Undying King, and evolved into the God-level ability, Life. God. The three powers related to wind, rain, and thunder and lightning are integrated into the skills of Black Thunderstorm and Red Thunder Destruction, and evolved into a God-level ability, God of the Sky. White Horse and Sinbreaker of Karmic Fire, two major flame powers. One is the fire of the sun, and the other is the flame of condemnation, which are integrated into the ultimate ability, King of Sun Flame, as well as Black Flame Inflammation. All fire skills such as Inflammation, Flame Spirit Magic, Hot Manipulation, Inflammatory Prison Array, Hot Attack Invalidation, Fire Spirit Power, etc., evolve the God-level ability, Sun God. Return to the Ancient World, Sacred Chaos, Steel Rampage, Yellow Liang E Cooking Dream, Treasure Shipyard, and these non-combat powers are all integrated into the ultimate power, King of Fengzhou, evolved into a God-level ability, God of Fengzhou. In this way, Anlan finally integrated all the powers he had acquired during this period of time. This time, it can be said that the harvest is huge, and it has fully integrated 5 God-level abilities. In addition, there are many previous abilities that have been strengthened by incorporating abilities of the same attribute. There are also 2 powers, Tearing Silver Hand and Recited Spell Book, that are not integrated. Since both powers are relatively easy to use, Anlan worries that the unification is gone. Open the Properties bar. Name, Anlan. Race, Star Dragon God. Asylum, the grace of friendship, the protection of the swordsman. Magic, Cheeto, elemental magic, physical magic, dragon species magic, elf magic, demon magic, summoning magic. Sanity core, Manus Paimon, thinking acceleration, analysis and appraisal, parallel calculation, champ breaking, all kinds of things, unity and separation, future attack prediction, food chain, thought control, law control. Attribute transformation. Inherent abilities, increasing with each passing day. The Dragon Emperor Domineering, infinite divine power release, divine perception, divine treasure house, divine pet space, omnipotent change, infinite virtualization. God-level abilities, God of Void, God of Fengzhou, God of Reincarnation, God of Life, God of Fighting, God of Sky, God of Fire. Azathoth, Soul Storm, Void Collapse, Imaginary Space, Dragon Seed Liberation, Searing Storm, Dragon Seed Nucleation, Searing Storm, Dragon Seed Riding, Searing Storm, Time-Space Domination, Multidimensional Enchantment. Shub, Niggurath, Ability Creation, Ability Creation, Ability Duplication, Ability Gifting, Ability Preservation. Mhimbaloth, Shadow King, Dark Demon, Lord of Hades, Undead Black Dragon, Servant of Death, Eye of Instant Death, Beast of Darkness, Bloodthirsty Killing. God of Life, Ubosathla, Infinite Rebirth, Infinite Resurrection, Eternal Life, Life Intake, Life-Giving, All Living Beings, Survival of the Fittest, Blossoming Moment, Wood Elementalization. The Holy Spirit of Fighting, Tahanai, Free and Supreme, Infinite Martial Arts, Unparalleled Divine Power, King Kong is not bad, Fighting the Sky and Fighting the Earth, When the Strong is Strong, the Dragon Roars and the Tiger Roars, The Law of the Heavens and the Earth. God of the Sky, Hastur, Thunder Control, Destroy Red Thunder, Thunder Elementalization, Thunder and Lightning Invalid, Call the Wind and Call the Rain, Soar through the Clouds. God of the Sun, Thugga, Fire Control, Helios Fire, World-Destroying Black Flame, Fire Elementalization, Flame Neutral. All Resistances, Invalid Pain, Invalid Corrosion, Invalid Current, Invalid Temperature Change, Invalidate Physical Attack, Invalid Magic Attack, Invalidate Natural Influence, Invalid Status Abnormal, Invalidate Spiritual Attack, Invalidate Holy Demon Attack. After the King of Fongang evolved into the God of Fongang, the ability has been improved a lot, and there is an additional power system. In the past, although the King of Toyoho could create and copy abilities, it was limited to ordinary abilities, magic, and skills. When encountering ultimate abilities, God-level abilities, and God-level abilities, it was impossible to create and duplicate them. And Lan's ability to copy Luo, Hao, and Athena must also be analyzed with the Sans core before it can be copied. But now the God of Fongang is different. You can directly copy the ultimate ability, or even create the power, which is equivalent to creating the 7 virtues and the 7 deadly sins of the Mengwang world by yourself, and then fuse the strongest hero. Chloe's, God of Time and Space, and the strongest Demon King Guy's, God of the Abyss. If this is the rhythm of gathering the 3 God-level abilities of the Mengwang world. In addition, the previous ultimate ability, Undead King, has also evolved into a God-level ability, God of Life, which has strengthened the original base a lot, and also added control over wood elements and plants. There is also the God of the Sky, who controls lightning and weather, and the God of the Sun, who controls the sun and flames. However, what surprised Enlon the most was the Battle Holy Spirit, which actually brought out the free memory. The free spirit here is not the transformation of the free extreme mind in the Dragon Ball world, and Lan's free memory is just a simple reaction ability. Relying on various parts of the body to perform conditioned reflex movements, without a little thinking of the brain, to maximize the speed of movement and reaction ability, the separation of the body and consciousness, so that each part of the body can go beyond the instinct to perceive the danger around, no longer. The brain needs to think before acting. To put it simply, it means fighting without a brain. Next, Enlon began to use the God of Toyin to create new ultimate abilities. In the past, I was restricted and I couldn't create the ultimate ability, but now I can, and naturally I have to get the skills of Chloe and Guy. First, Chloe's strongest ultimate skill, King of Time and Space. This is definitely a bug's ability to manipulate time and make time pause. When time is suspended, the ability holder can do whatever they want. In addition, on the premise of retaining the memory, the time period that is being experienced can be repeated countless times. That is, the memory reproduction. A simple understanding is that during the battle, you can read files infinitely. For example, if you lose this round, you can repeat this round infinitely on the premise of retaining your memory, until you win, and the whole process of cheating, the opponent does not know. It's like playing a game, there is no losing. In the novel, when Chloe and Guy faced off against each other, they used King of Time and Space to fight with Guy for 3 days and 3 nights, and even Guy had doubts about life after the fight. Next is the King of Hope that Chloe inherited from the former hero Granvelle, the ultimate ability to control life and death. In addition, there is the King of Justice. In the original book, Chloe only got the fragments of the King of Justice. This is because the King of Justice, Michael, wanted to take Chloe's body, so he let his King of Justice, Theosophical Core, Lucia, transferred the mental fragment to Chloe's body, but Chloe also had a Theosophical Core, Cronoa, in her body. A fragment of the Justice King was left in AI's body. Naturally, Anlan will not only create a fragment ability, but directly create the complete King of Justice. Finally, the King of Courage. For ultimate abilities to create success, confirm that the three elements of courage, hope, and justice are collected, and all their abilities are confirmed. The existence of the ultimate ability King of Time and Space is confirmed, and abilities change is automatically activated, and the ultimate ability King of Space and Time is activated. Evolve into a God-level ability, God of Time and Space. It has finally become the God-level ability of the original book that is second only to Meng Wang, God of the Void. Originally, Anlan wanted to create Gai's God of the Abyss, but he gave up in the end. Because God of the Abyss evolved from the single ultimate skill, King of Pride, but the evolution process is a bit dangerous. In the final battle of the novel, Rudra was manipulated into self-destruction. When dealing with Rudra's rampant energy, Guy tried to evolve his abilities and successfully evolved the Pride King into the Abyss God. In other words, if you want to evolve the Pride King, you must have a huge runaway energy. And whether it can evolve successfully depends on luck. So Anlan gave up immediately. Anyway, Chloe's God of Time and Space was what he wanted most. Confirm the existence of the God-level ability God of Time and Space, and the God of Time and Space of God of Void is merged into God of Time and Space. Good guy, he directly stole an ability of the same attribute of the Void God. Anlan said in surprise. However, just after he finished speaking, the sound of the Sane Core sounded in his mind again. Confirm the existence of the God-level ability, God of Reincarnation, and the manipulation of life and death of God of Time and Space is merged into God of Reincarnation. Confirmed, the mathematics of God of Time and Space is merged into the Psychic Core to enhance the calculation ability. Confirmed, the Usurper of God of Time and Space has been merged into Sane Core, and the ability to usurp has been added. Confirm the existence of the God-level ability, God of Time and Space, and the inherent abilities, God's Treasure House and God's Pet Space, are merged into God of Time and Space. Confirm the existence of the God-level ability, God of Time and Space, and the future attack prediction of Theosophical Core is merged into God of Time and Space. This Nima, there are too many God-level abilities, and they all start to snatch each other for abilities of the same attribute. God of Time and Space Domination, Time Stop, Infinite Rewind, Predictive Attack, Read Future, Memory Teleportation, Time Travel, Infinite Prison, Absolute Cutoff, Space Transfer, Space Blockade, Time and Space Strike. Since then, the integration capability has finally ended. Now with 8 God-level abilities, Anlan feels invincible. After continuing in the Celestial Empire for a while, Anlan planned to leave. He found Athena and the 3 daughters Erica, Liliana, and Luculasia, told them the secret that he was a god from another world, and asked them if they would like to go with him. "I'll go with you." Athena agreed without thinking. She was originally a concept god in mythology. Since she decided to be Anlan's woman, she would naturally follow him and leave. And she has nothing to worry about in this world, and there are many hostile god layers. It is better to leave here. Erica's 3 daughters were silent for a while. After all, they still have relatives and family members in this world. They followed Anlan to get support and protection for the forces behind them. But as young people, they also yearn for a different world. "I didn't expect that another world really exists, and I am willing to go with you." Luculasia quickly figured it out and agreed. She liked adventure travel when she was young, but since she has traveled all over the world, she has lived in Sardinia and has no worries. "Now that I have the opportunity to go to another world, how could I let it go?" In this way, Erica and Liliana were left. In Wang Diheo, Lan seemed to see the difficulties of the two women, so she said, "Don't worry about answering me. Before I leave, you can let the magic association behind you join Luo Hao, and I will fight her. Say hello and let her take care of her more, and I am not returning to the original world when I leave. I have to go to some other worlds. When I want to return, I will come again to ask you what you think, so you have a lot to say." Long consideration time. And Lan is indeed leaving the Godslayer world, but he has no plans to return to the wrong world. He still has to go to other worlds to see, and when he really goes back, he will ask the two girls what they mean. As for Luo Hao, and Lan likes this woman very much and wants to take her away, but he is not sure if the other party will agree. After all, Luo Hao is the leader of the martial arts alliance of the Celestial Dynasty and the leader of the Five Prison Sect. He had many forces under his command, and it was not easy to escape. Erica and Liliana looked at each other and nodded in agreement. After getting the answer, Lan went to Luo Hao, and then explained to her that he transferred the red copper black cross and bronze black cross under his command to her head. Luo Hao didn't know why Lan did this, but he still agreed to Jian. Because she has control of these two magic associations, she can use this as a springboard to reach out to Europe. This is an opportunity for the development of the Celestial Dynasty. The next day, Erica and Liliana went back to share the news with the elders behind them. Of course, they wouldn't tell the secret that Lan came from another world. The executives of the two major magic associations agreed without thinking about it. In this way, Luo Hao became the god-killing demon king who controls both the Celestial Dynasty and Europe, with the largest territory. After everything was ready, Lan left the world with Athena and Nuclearization. The Holy Grail War revolves around the battle for the Holy Grail that can fulfill the wish of the bearer. Originally, seance and heroic spirit summoning was a decisive battle magic used to save the primate world. 7 heroic spirits standing at the apex of 7 attributes, the Grand Servant, will appear and hinder the development of the primate world. The great disaster will be wiped out. Human beings, for their own convenience, downgraded this magic to the Holy Grail War of the summoning system. About once every 60 years, the spiritual power in Fuyuki City's ley lines will accumulate enough to support the coming of the Holy Grail, so the Holy Grail with the power to instantly fulfill any wish will appear in Fuyuki City. However, those who get this power can only be a group of master, and servant. Therefore, an unwritten covenant was made, and 7 magicians, led by the heroic spirits they summoned, fought a battle for the ownership of the Holy Grail, and the victor who survived in the end would get the ownership of the Holy Grail. This is Fuyuki City. Holy Grail War. However, it is actually a huge ritual system planned by the Ainsburn family, the Tosaka family, and the Makiri, Mado, family to reach the root. A few years ago, the master of the Holy Grail War was chosen and given a command spell. With the advent of the war period, all the masters gathered in Fuyuki City. This time, the Ainsburn family did not participate in the battle in person, but invited the magician killer Amiya Kuritsugu and also married the android Irisveal von Ainsburn to him. Inside the church, Amiya Kuritsugu was planning to summon a heroic spirit. This time they are going to summon the legendary King Arthur, because the Ainsburn family has found the legendary holy relic, the scabbard Avalon of the Sword of Victory. King Arthur is known as the King of Constant Victories. As long as she holds the Sword of Oath of Victory, she will definitely win on the battlefield. The gorgeous blue and yellow scabbard with strange runes engraved in the middle is really beautiful. This scabbard also heals any damage taken by the owner and stops aging. In other words, it can become a super powerful noble phantasm by using it in pairs with the summoned King Arthur. Amiya Kuritsugu drew on the ground with Mercury, the magic circle required for the Advent ceremony. Isn't there any problem in summoning the legendary heroic spirit with such a simple ritual? Irisveal asked nervously. Others may feel disappointed when they see it, but in fact, summoning a servant does not require a large-scale descending ceremony, because in fact, the Holy Grail is calling the servant. As the master, I only need to anchor the heroic spirits that appear in this world. Just provide enough magic power to materialize it. Amiya Kiritsugu explained to her. Irisfeel nodded clearly, and then placed the holy relic scabbard on the altar at the order of Amiya Kiritsugu. In this way, all the preparatory work is completed. I saw Amiya Kiritsugu standing before the Advent ceremony, stretched out the right hand with the command spell engraved, and began to sing. Full of it, full of it, full of it, full of it, full of it. Cycle and start, followed by 5. Of course, when it is full, it is an opportunity to abandon it. Along with Amiya Kiritsugu's chanting, magic power was injected into the Advent ceremony, and the entire magic circle erupted with a dazzling silver light. However, when he was halfway through his chant, a mutation suddenly occurred. I saw that Irisfeel also had a dragon-marked command spell on the hand, and then the original Advent ceremony seemed to be copied and pasted, and a brand new Advent ceremony was formed next to it. Double Advent ceremony. Amiya Kiritsugu was shocked, but he did not stop singing. Announce. Your body obeys my orders, and my life is with your sword. According to the call of the Holy Grail, if you are willing to follow this will and this principle, then respond. I swear here. I wish to achieve all the good in the world. I wish to wipe out all the evil in the world. 55. You are 7 days surrounded by the 3 spirits of words. From the Wheel of Repression, the Guardian of Libra. The light shone on the entire church, instantly bright as day. During the Advent ceremony, 2 figures appeared. This is... Amiya Kiritsugu's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. Irisfeel was also unbelievable, because she could clearly feel through the command spell that suddenly appeared in her hand that one of the 2 figures was her servant. At this time, one of the 2 servants asked Amiya Kiritsugu, "May I ask, are you my master?" Blonde and blue eyes, beautiful appearance, but only about 15 or 16 years old, wearing a blue battle dress and armor, heroic and valiant. That's right, this is exactly the King Arthur that Amiya Kiritsugu planned to summon at the beginning, but I didn't expect the legendary Arthur to be a little girl who looked 15 or 16 years old. The fact that King Arthur was a little girl had already shocked him, and the result was even more shocking. When he summoned the servants, Irisfeel was actually selected and became the 8th master, which caused him to copy and paste the descending ceremony when he summoned the servants. Along with King Arthur, there was another one. Follower. That's a servant belonging to Irisfeel. Amiya Kiritsugu looked and saw that the servant was also very young, and it seemed that he was only 17 or 18 years old, and he just came of age. He was dressed in black and gold robes, with silver hair and red eyes. His eyes were arrogant. His whole body exuded a very strong aura of sacredness. His handsome appearance felt a little unreal. I believe that any man would be envious and jealous. Holy, noble, handsome. Almost all the words of praise are concentrated on him. Fuyuki City, I'm here again. And Lon glanced at the surroundings and people and understood where he was. This was the beginning of the 4th Holy Grail War, and the 2 in front of him were the male protagonist Kiritsugu Amiya and the female protagonist Irisfeel. As for the girl servant next to him, it is the famous King Arthur, Arturia Pendragon. There is an Arturia in my family, but I didn't expect to meet a new Arturia this time. Although both are the same person, the 2 have different personalities. At the time of Singularity F, Arturia was taken to the wrong world by him and did not return to the Throne of Heroes, so the heroic deity of the Throne of Heroes did not have that memory. Arturia lived in the wrong world for a period of time and then went to the Red World and experienced the collapse of the Empire, so her personality and her original personality have undergone tremendous changes. Through the connection between the command spell and the servant, Enlon knew that Irisfeel was his master. This kind of start is not bad. If you cooperate with Arturia, winning this Holy Grail war is still very simple. Seeing that Enlon didn't speak, Irisfeel took the initiative to say, "Are you my servant?" "That's right, master. My name is Enlon. I am your servant." Enlon replied politely like a gentleman. "Great. I didn't expect that I would also become a master so that I can help you, Kiritsugu," Irisfeel said happily and excitedly. Well, it was really unexpected. Amiya Karitsuga nodded. Artoria also understood the relationship between her master and in-law master. If the two masters are husband and wife, then he and the servant named in-law by his side should be allies and fight together in the future. She has never heard the name in-law, which means that it is not a heroic spirit from the past, but may come from the future. I just don't know how strong it is, and I hope it doesn't hold back. At this time, Amiya Karitsugu also used the master's ability to check the attributes of Artoria. He still couldn't believe that the legendary King Arthur was actually a little girl. But after the attributes were displayed, Thaxon believed. Lingji parameters. Real name, Arturia Pendragon. Class, Saber. Attributes, Order, Good. Strength, A. Durability, B. Agility, B. Magic, A. Lucky, A+. Noble Phantasm, A++. Class skills. Against magic, A. Ride, B. Inherent skills. Intuition, A. Mana release, A. Leadership temperament, B. Noble Phantasm information. Sword of Promised Victory, Excalibur. Grade, A++. Type, Anti-City Noble Phantasm. Range, 199. Maximum capture, 1,000 people. Invisible air. Grade, C. Type, Anti-Human Noble Phantasm. Range, 1-2. Maximum catch, 1 person. Very gorgeous and powerful attributes, it can be said to be a top servant. Especially the Sword of Promised Victory, the noble phantasm of the city. In this way, with the Scabbard Avalon, this holy grail war is guaranteed. So he said to Irisfeel, Alice, look at your servant attribute. Yeah. Irisfeel nodded and checked in Land's attributes. Just seeing this, she was stunned, opened her pink cherry mouth, and couldn't close it for a long time. What's wrong? 33 Amiya Karitsugu hurriedly asked. It's too powerful, Karitsugu, you should see it for yourself. Irisfeel said, and turned on the right to view in Land's attributes. When Amiya Karitsuga checked, he was also stunned. Lingji parameters. Real name, Enlon. Class, Foreigner. Attributes, Neutral good. Strength, A. Durability, A. Agility, A. Magic, A. Lucky, A. Noble Phantasm, EX. Class skills. God's Word, A. Divinity, A. Against Magic, A. Alien Gods, EX. Chanting Abandonment, A. Self-Transformation, A. Inherent Skills. Divine Perception, A. Divine Power Release, A. Champion Martial Arts, A. Noble Phantasm Information. Blade. Grade, EX. Type, Anti-God Noble Phantasm. Range, 199. Maximum catch, 1 person. Singing Spell. Grade, A+. Type, Anti-Magic Noble Phantasm. Range, 199. Maximum catch, 1 person. Silverarm the Ripper. Grade, EX. Type, Anti-Human Noble Phantasm. Range, 199. Maximum capture, 1,000 people. Very exaggerated spiritual foundation, enough to match the crown's spiritual foundation. Of course, this is only a small part of Enland's abilities, and even the Noble Phantasm only uses 3 abilities. If it weren't for the restriction of the class, the spiritual foundation couldn't be made too strong. He could completely raise all the attributes to be EX level, and then there were a lot of Noble Phantasm skills, all of which were exceptional. However, such a spiritual foundation is enough, ceiling level. I just don't know if I can punch Jean Shining, step on Ham, and tear the little sun with my hands. Amiya Karitsugu is also not familiar with the name Enlon, but the rank is actually Foreigner, and there is also a Foreigner god with rank skills, which shows that the identity of the servant in front of him is a god. In this way, this Holy Grail war is basically won. As long as you don't make mistakes, let Artoria and Enlon cooperate with each other, and the victory is almost guaranteed. But soon, Amiya Karitsuga finds out that there is a dangerous place in the Enlon property. The magic power is too high, and that Noble Phantasm recited spell book can plunder any magic. Magic can be plundered, let alone magic. The command spell itself is also magic. What if it was plundered by him? In other words, there is an uncontrollable possibility for Enlon. This kind of servant is very dangerous. If the Holy Grail War is won in the later period, how should the Holy Grail be divided? If Enlon wants the Holy Grail, how can he stop it? Kiritsugu, what are you thinking? Irisfeel asked. Nothing. Amiya Kiritsugu shook his head without expressing his worries. However, he turned and left the church after taking a deep look at Enlon. From the beginning to the end, he hardly spoke to his servant Arturia, which made Arturia frown slightly. Irisfeel said a little embarrassedly, Saber, Kiritsugu's character is like this, you don't care, we don't stay here and foreigner together, let's go back to the snow castle first, I will host a banquet for you. 99. Arturia and Enlon looked at each other and nodded to each other. After following Irisfeel back to Snow Castle, the base camp of Einsburn, she instructed the servants to prepare a table of good food and wine to find Enlon and Arturia. The head of Einsburn's family, Abusta Kuhade, was also present. After he knew that Irisfeel had become the 8th master and that he had summoned a god servant, he was very happy. What? As if the Holy Grail War had already been won. At the banquet, only Amiya Kiritsugu remained silent and did not speak. Arturia actually played the role of a foodie, and she rejected more than half of the food at the banquet. Enlon is not used to Western food, so he doesn't eat much and spends most of the time drinking red wine. After the banquet dispersed, everyone went back to rest, and the servants began to clean up. Enlon came to the library of the Einsburn family alone and started to read some books about magic. Although I am very strong in modern times, how can I let it go if I have the opportunity to enrich my knowledge? It's a pity that this time he came to the moon world as a servant, not the main body, and there is no psychic core. Otherwise, you don't need to watch it so slowly, you can directly use psychic core to collect and analyze it, which is much more convenient. However, reading in this way is also beneficial, cultivate one's own patience and a scholarly atmosphere, and keep the body and mind in a calm state. Here are all the magic of the Einsburn family, as well as all kinds of magic they have collected, but the most precious thing is their android magic. In fact, he did not want to learn by himself, but planned to accumulate a little more magic knowledge. Possessing the god of Toyoho can create unlimited skills and magic, but it is not the same as accumulating knowledge. The more knowledge you have, the better skills or magic you can create. As the night passed, Enlon was still reading. At this time, Irisfeel suddenly came to him and asked, "You've watched all night, do you want to rest?" "I am a spirit body, and I don't need rest." Enlon refused with a smile. "Then do you want breakfast? The people have already prepared food." Irisfeel continued to ask. "I don't like Western food very much, so I don't want to go." Enlon refused again. This made Irisfeel a little annoyed and snatched the magic book from Enlon's hand. Enlon was stunned for a moment and looked at her with some puzzlement. "As my servant, you should listen to me and don't reject me in everything," Irisfeel said unhappily. "Okay, stop reading, let's go have breakfast." Enlon smiled helplessly, stood up and stretched. "I can't find it yet." Irisfeel showed a satisfied smile and happily pulled Enlon out of the library. When she came to the restaurant, Arturia was already sitting there and eating. Enlon sat down beside her, and soon the next person brought breakfast. Oatmeal and milk and brown bread. Enlon pushed the oatmeal and brown bread in front of Arturia without looking, and just picked up the milk and drank it. Seeing this, Arturia actually thanked Enlon with a gift package and then gave him the food. Seeing the scene, Irisfeel covered her forehead helplessly. "Enlon, your class is an outsider, aren't you an earthling?" Irisfeel asked the other side sitting in Enlon. "It's not, in fact, I'm from another world." Enlon didn't hide it, but answered truthfully. "It's no wonder that your class skill is extraterrestrial spirit. It turns out that another world really exists, so what are you doing? Why do you like to read those low-level magic books?" Irisfeel was surprised at first, and then asked curiously. "The knowledge of each world is different. I am very interested in the magic of this world." Enlon replied simply. "I see, I seem to be visiting your world too." Irisfeel said expectantly. "There will be a chance." And Lon smiled mysteriously. Really? I remember what you said. Irisfeel said happily. And Lon didn't care. If she could change the fate of the original book, it would not be impossible to take her away. And her daughter, magical girl Ilia. Wouldn't it be equivalent to greening a Mia Karitsuga by doing this yourself? Shaking his head, no more thought. By the way, since you are a god, you should be omnipotent. Why do you have to participate in the Holy Grail War? Do you also have wishes that you cannot fulfill? Irisfeel continued to ask. I didn't come because of a wish, I just came to your world as a servant by responding to the Holy Grail, and Lon explained. It turns out that there is such an operation. You are really amazing. Irisfeel said with admiration. Thanks for the appreciation. And Lon smiled slightly. There are many ways to traverse, whether it is a system passed to another world, or the god-level ability, god of time and space of the body, you can simply traverse to the moon world. What's the point of participating in the Holy Grail War just with the invincible strength of the main body? It's like an NBA player going to a primary school boys' basketball game. Will you give your best? Games with suspense are more interesting. After breakfast, and Lon did not continue to read in the library, but took Ilia, Irisfeel's daughter, to play outside the castle. Ilia is only a few years old now, and she is already very cute. The little girl seems to be very clingy, and Lon also likes it tight. When Irisfeel saw the scene, she didn't know what to think in her mind, and her face turned red. At the moment, Lon seems to look more like Ilia's dad. Lingyuan was having a good time in the forest, and seemed to like Lon very much. Artoria came to Irisfeel and said. For some reason, Mordred sounded in her mind. Yeah, I have been staying in the snow castle, and I rarely see her smile, and Karitsugu has too many things to accompany her well. Irisfeel replied. My master seems to be a ruthless person. Arturia said. As a father, no matter how many things there are, you should spend more time with your daughter. It's no wonder you think so, he just won't show his true self in front of outsiders. Irisfeel said with a smile. It seems that I made my master quite unhappy? Arturia asked. Hearing this, Irisfeel suddenly laughed. Irisfeel, you shouldn't laugh at me no matter what? Artoria said unpleasantly. Sorry, I was wondering if you still mind when you were summoned. Irisfeel said apologetically. There is one thing, although I have always shown myself as a man, you shouldn't be surprised by that. 35 Arturia said helplessly. During her lifetime, it was inconvenient to do many things because of her daughter. Even if you say that, there's nothing you can do, the legend of King Arthur is too famous. Irisfeel expressed her thoughts. Does Amiya Karitsugu look down on me because my real identity is a woman? Arturia continued to ask. It's definitely not, it's just. Yes, if he is really angry, it must be for other reasons. Irisfeel knew Amiya Karitsugu relatively well, and guessed what he was thinking. Other reasons? Arturia was puzzled. He is probably angry with the people around you, the cruel people who put the responsibility of the king on the girl's head. Irisfeel guessed. That is helpless, since I pulled out the sword in the stone, I have made up my mind. Arturia said with a serious face. It's because you just accepted your own destiny that made him even more angry. Irisfeel explained. That's just superfluous emotion. He has no right to criticize my era and the judgment made by everyone including me. Arturia said with a slightly changed face. That's why he kept silent. Amiya Karitsugu and the hero named Arturia could not be compatible no matter what. He made this conclusion and then gave up. Irisfeel explained again. For a while, the two women fell silent. After a long time, Arturia said again, if you want to save the world with the power of the Holy Grail, is this your wish? 35. Yes, although I can only be regarded as parroting. Irisfeel nodded and admitted. My wish to be fulfilled through the Holy Grail is the same as yours. I will do everything possible to save Britain, which I failed to protect. I think your goal with Amiya Karitsugu is correct, and it is a path worthy of your pride. Altolia also recognized the two of them. Seeing this, Irisfeel also smiled. At night, Amiya Karitsugu received news that Assassin was killed by Archer and was eliminated first. He didn't want to believe it. Because it was too deliberate, it seemed that it was too deliberately performed for other masters to watch. But it doesn't matter if assassin is dead or not. What matters is Archer's noble phantasm to kill assassin. The kind of opening the space-time wormhole and constantly projecting various treasures is simply incredible. The so-called noble phantasm is the embodiment of a well-known story or anecdote related to that heroic spirit, and sometimes it may be a special ability or a means of attack. But it's almost impossible for Archer to project more than a dozen noble phantasms at the same time. This made Amiya Kiritsugu very concerned, because Archer's noble phantasm and strength exceeded his expectations. And Lon knew it all, but he didn't plan to say it directly. After a casual dinner, Amiya Kiritsugu discussed countermeasures with Abusta Kuhade. For a time, only Lon, Artoria, and Alice Phil were left in the entire restaurant. In the evening, Iris Veal drank some wine, so her face was slightly red and she seemed to be drunk. "Foreigner, you send Iris Veal to rest, and I'm going to guard outside. The Holy Grail War has already begun, so there is no room for sloppiness." Arturia replied. "This makes Lon a little confused. Shouldn't it be more suitable for you to send Iris Veal back as a woman?" Although he thought so in his heart, he didn't say it, just nodded and agreed. "All right, thank you for your hard work." Artoria also nodded, then got up and went out. Iris Veal seemed to be a little drunk and staggered when she stood up. In desperation, Lon could only hold her up and leave the restaurant. Sending Iris Veal back to the room, Lon put her on the bed, then covered the quilt before leaving. It's just that after he left, the drunk Iris Veal actually opened her eyes, and her fair face turned bright red. At this time, she had a strange emotion in her heart, and it only felt very exciting. The next day, Einsburn had already prepared a special plane, and then Iris Veal, Lon, and Artoria took the plane to Fuyuki City, an island country. There are also several android maids with them, and their combat effectiveness is not low. Amiya Kiritsugu was not together because he acted alone. After arriving in the island country, Iris Veal was very excited. Instead of going directly to the Einsburn family's castle stronghold in Fuyuki City, she dragged Lon and Artoria to hang out. Lon doesn't really want to go shopping with women, so he made an excuse to explore the terrain of Fuyuki City and left. The task of protecting Iris Veal was left to Artoria. Iris Veal watched Lon leave with disappointment in her eyes. In fact, she really hoped that Lon would go shopping with her, but unfortunately the other party was like a big straight man and didn't understand her mind. Artoria's Iris Veal's eyes felt a little familiar. By the way, that was the look Guinevere looked at Lancelot back then. It seems to be exactly the same. No way? Artoria was horrified, but she couldn't ask directly. "I can only grieve for Amiya Kiritsugu in my heart. This is going to be green." After Lon left the two girls, Dia came to Mato's house. A long way away, I smelled a rotten worm smell. I saw that he took out the golden sword and then used the tearing silver hand, which cut the entire Matu family in half with one sword. Since he descended as a servant, Lon had few skills, and the noble phantasms were only 3 powers acquired in the Multilayer world. But even so, Lan's strength is very strong. With the crown spirit base and the 3 major powers, the strength is almost the same as that of the Godkiller Demon King in the Godkiller world. With a loud bang, the Matu family collapsed. At this time, a crouched old man came out of the ruins, looked at Lon angrily and asked, "Who are you?" "Who am I? You haven't configured it yet. Now hand over Sakura, I can save your life." Lon said indifferently. This old man is the head of the Matu family, Matazashian. The old guy is not only the head of the Matu family, but also the first-generation head of the family, a great magician who has lived for 500 years. He gave up his original body and used magic bugs to form a temporary body. So he is not afraid of Lon. Even if the worm's body is destroyed, he can still be resurrected. It turned out to be for the Tosaka family's youngest daughter. "If this old man is not mistaken, you're a servant, right?" Matuzwayen suddenly said with a smile. Lon didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, put away the golden sword, and took out the mantra to recite. Against the old bug, even Gilgamesh's stray sword is useless. because even if you smash his body to pieces, he can still be resurrected. Flowers. The female worm must be found and then destroyed. But Enlon has another way to destroy him, and that is through magic. Matuzwayen immediately panicked when he saw Enlon took out a magic book like Noble Phantasm. Because the noble phantasms of servants are all kinds of strange beings, he is also afraid that Enlon has the noble phantasm to restrain himself. Suddenly, his body turned into countless flying insects. Really disgusting magic. Enlon sneered and activated the mantra he chanted. This is the special power he acquired by devouring the Marquis of Vauban in the world of the Godslayer. Originally, the power of Baphomet, the evil god of the dark magic way, can forcibly take knowledge and skills from magicians, engrave words on paper, and store them in spell books. The incantation book uses magic according to the instructions, and the shape is a huge black leather book suspended in the air. After Enlon used the noble phantasm, he plundered all of Matuzwayen's magic and knowledge about magic. Matuzwayen, who lost his magic, was naturally unable to control insects to form a body, and those who died directly could not die, nor could they be resurrected. Enlon is also the first time to use this magic book. I did not expect it to be so powerful. It is simply the nemesis of all magicians and magicians. After solving the old bug, Enlon went to the basement. This should be called the warehouse of bugs. There are countless disgusting bugs. Enlon released his divine power to destroy all these bugs. After searching around, I finally found Sakura. The little girl is about the same grade as Ilya, with purple hair and very cute. It's just that her eyes are a little dull, and she seems to have lost her brilliance. Enlon came to her side, crouched down and asked, "Tosaka Sakura?" The little girl's body trembled. "Tosaka?" It's been a long time since I heard the surname. Since she came here, people call her Matu Sakura. "Brother, who are you?" the little girl asked dumbly. I don't know why, but there was a glimmer of hope in her heart, hoping that Enlon was sent by her parents to take her back. But she didn't dare to think about it. She was afraid that hope would turn into disappointment. The pitiful appearance made Enlon feel distressed. "My name is Enlon. I was sent by God to kill the old man who killed people with bugs. Now that the bad guy is dead, do you want Sakura to come with me?" Enlon asked while stroking her head. "Grandpa is dead?" Xiaoying was dumbfounded when she heard this. Emotional fluctuations appeared in the originally dull eyes. "That's right, you'll never see him again." Enlon nodded. "Wow!" Hearing this, Sakura couldn't hold back her emotions any longer. She threw herself into Enlon's arms and burst into tears. Fear, helplessness, loneliness, pain, etc. all erupted in this moment. Enlon hugged her and gently stroked her back to comfort her. "Just cry and let go of all the negative emotions. Until tomorrow, everything will be fine." After crying for a long time, Xiaoying stopped and said, "Brother, Xiaoying wants to go with you and leave here." Enlon showed a smile, hugged her, and left the ruins of Matu's house. The highest class hotel in Fuyuki City, Enlon brought Sakura here to open a room. Put Sakura on the bed and invade her body with divine power. Sakura's magic circuit has been changed by the engraved bug, and there are still bugs in her body. Enlon took out the recited spell book again and used the insect control magic that was plundered from Matuzwayen to control the insects in Sakura's body, and all of them left Sakura's body. In order to protect Sakura's magic circuit, Enlon uses his own divine power as nutrients to pour into Sakura's body. Repair Sakura's damaged body while protecting and strengthening the magic circuit. After all the bugs had left Sakura's body, Enlon rudely killed these disgusting things. After the bugs were gone, Sakura immediately felt much more comfortable, as if she had taken off her burden. "Brother, Sakura feels much better," Sakura said happily. Because Sakura's illness is cured and the bugs in her body are gone, Sakura will no longer suffer in the future. 35 Enlon said while rubbing her head. "Thank you, brother." Sakura smiled happily. "Since you call me brother, then it's right for my brother to take care of my sister, so I don't need to say thank you again." Enlon said fondly. "Yeah." Sakura nodded. After getting rid of the bugs in Sakura's body, Enlon went to the mall next to the hotel alone to buy a few princess dresses. All in Lolita style, very beautiful. Back at the hotel, Sakura put on new clothes after taking a shower. A lovely little princess was born. When night falls, Enlon hires a hotel nanny to take care of Sakura and then leaves for the time being. At first, Sakura thought that Enlon was going to abandon him and almost cried. Enlon explained it for a long time, over and over again, with the assurance that this made the little girl feel at ease and let herself go. According to the original plot, Arturia's first battle will start tonight. Irisville played all day today, and after night fell, she and Arturia came to the port of Fuyuki City again. Looking at the beautiful seascape, she couldn't help but say, "It's so beautiful, it's like a mirror reflecting the night sky." She took off her shoes and came to the beach with her beautiful jade feet bare, stepping on the cold water, very happy. Arturia stood aside and watched, like a knight guarding the princess. Walking in an unfamiliar city accompanied by a man is really pleasant. Irisville said suddenly. "Are you still satisfied with me as a man?" Arturia asked. "Impossible, you are an excellent knight today," Irisville said with a happy smile. "Deeply honored, princess." Arturia made a knightly manner. TSK, a good picture of orange. "Saber, do you like the sea?" Irisville asked suddenly. "Like it or not, it's a bit hard to say. In my time, my country, the other side of the sea was a place where people often set out to invade our country. I only hated it, but never yearned for it." Arturia trapped in memory, he said. "I always feel a little sorry for you. You are a woman like me. As King Arthur, you have never had time to enjoy life like this, right?" Irisville felt a little distressed for Arturia. However, Arturia shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, Irisville, you don't really want to be with me, but want to walk in the city with Amiya Kuritsugu? He can't do it, it will make him suffer." Irisville replied with some pain in her eyes. Arturia was slightly taken aback, then asked, "Doesn't Amiya Kuritsugu think the time spent with you is happy? He would be June 17th to those who feel pain and happiness." Irisville replied with a wry smile. At this moment, the two women fell silent again. Suddenly, Arturia seemed to sense something, came to Irisville's side, and grabbed her arm. "Enemy servant?" As a magician, Irisville naturally noticed it. "Yes, it exudes aura from a hidden place 100 meters away. It seems to be inviting us." Arturia nodded. "It's serious. Do you want us to choose the location of the battle?" Irisville also understood what the other party meant, and she asked Arturia after she finished speaking, "Do you want to accept the invitation?" 5. Arturia did not expect that Irisville would ask her for her opinion, and replied with a smile, "I can't ask for it." 99. With such a knightly invitation, as the King of Knights, how could she not fight against him? The invitations and responses from both sides also alarmed the other masters and servants. For a time, they all came not far away and watched. The two women came to the port, which was full of containers. Suddenly, a voice came. "It's good. I've been strutting around this city all day today, but no one is willing to show up. The only strong person who accepts my invitation is you. With this clear fighting spirit, it seems that you are Saber, right?" Accompanied by the voice, a handsome man with 2 guns came out. A red long gun and a yellow short gun. "Exactly. Then you are Lancer, right?" Arturia said. "In fact, you can also guess the class of the opponent by looking at the weapon. After all, not everyone has countless noble phantasms like Gilgamesh, and not everyone wants Amiya Shiro to copy the noble phantasm. Can't even guarantee the name of the opponent who is about to fight to the death. What a disappointing restraint." Lancer waved his guns and took an offensive posture after saying that. He didn't answer Arturia directly, but the gesture in his hand had already admitted that he was Lancer. When Arturia saw this, a gust of wind erupted from her whole body. Under the barrier of the Wind King, her black suit turned into a blue battle skirt and armor. At the same time, there is also the Sword of Oath Victory wrapped and hidden by the Wind King's enchantment. "Saber, be careful, although I can use healing magic to assist, but that's all," Irisville reminded behind her. The Lancer is handed over to me, but the fact that the other master refuses to show up is a concern. Maybe he will play some tricks. Please be careful. Artoria also instructed. After blessing, he said with a cautious face, Irisfeel, I will give you my back. I know, Saber, please bring me victory. Irisfeel said equally seriously. Yes, it will not be humiliated. Arturia replied confidently. As the legendary King of Knights, in terms of martial arts, she has only served Lancelot. The two sides set up a posture and were about to start. The enemy Lancer's eyes suddenly moved, which made Irisfeel feel the spiritual invasion. Charm magic. Artoria saw the problem at a glance. Sorry, it's like a curse I was born with. I really can't do anything about it. If you want to blame it, you can only blame my birth or myself as a woman. Lancer explained helplessly. As a knight, he didn't want to take advantage of this. Don't you think that with your appearance, you can affect the speed of my sword attack, spearman? Arturia sneered mercilessly. But she also said that after seeing in Lan's face, the Lancer in front of her seemed ordinary. With his extremely beautiful appearance, even Arturia couldn't help but want to take a second look. It would be too much of a disappointment if that was the case. So, isn't the anti-magic power of the Saber class a vain name? Lancer said with a smile. In his opinion, Artoria was not affected, not because she was not handsome enough, but because the opponent's anti-magic power was too fragrant. What narcissism this is. He continued, very good, it would be a disgrace for me to kill the woman who was charmed by this face, and I am glad my first opponent was a decent guy. Pfft. And Lon, who was also watching the battle from a distance, spit out a mouthful of water, and then said to himself, I have never seen such a brazen person. The so-called knights are thicker-skinned than anyone else? From the moment they met until now, there has been no war, and they have been complimenting each other. Oh, do you want a fair fight? Artoria asked with interest. To be fair, that's exactly the way of knighthood. As a result, she turned her head, and Artoria began to compliment her as soon as she finished speaking. I saw her say, I am honored to meet a heroic spirit with a sense of honor. 35. And Lon covered his forehead, feeling hopeless. Then, come on. Lancer's expression changed, and he said seriously. Irisfeel became nervous and stared at the two servants with stubborn eyes. Artoria rushed out without hesitation. Lancer swung his spear and fought with him. Both of them have reached the peak of their martial arts, and it is difficult to distinguish the winner from a simple contest. But in the original plot, Arturia made a fatal mistake, because the opponent's red spear had the property of destroying demons, so she broke her armor defense. Therefore, she immediately took off her armor in order to achieve the fastest speed. Artoria felt that since the armor could not be defended, she might as well take it off, reduce her own weight, and increase her speed. As a result, it was a bad thing to take off, because the other party's yellow gun was cursed, and the wound could not heal after being injured. If you wear armor, the opponent's yellow spear is useless at all, and it can't break through the armor's defense. Therefore, in this battle, Arturia was shriveled, not because her strength was inferior to the opponent, but because she did not know the attributes of the opponent's weapons. And Lon directly contacted Irisfeel through the command spell, and said to her through voice transmission, Master, let Saber use the noble phantasm. 35. Huh. Irisfeel was stunned, not expecting Lon to say such a thing. But once Saber uses the noble phantasm, all masters and servants will recognize her true identity. Irisfeel said with some worry. The sword of the legendary Oath of Victory, almost no heroic spirit does not know. Without using the noble phantasm, I am worried that there will be accidents in this battle. And Lon reminded. It's okay, I was a little worried at first, but since you're here, there won't be any surprises, not to mention Saber seems to be enjoying the battle. 35 Irisfeel said. Okay, whatever you want. And Lon ended the voice transmission speechlessly. If you don't listen to me, you will regret it later. He needs to let Irisfeel eat a bite to grow wiser. At that time, Saber's hand is injured and she can't use the noble phantasm. Let's see if she is in a hurry. Thinking of this, Lon was relieved. Anyway, I reminded myself, don't blame me for not stopping. The battle over there is still going on. The two of them are having a great time fighting. The sound of the collision of the weapons and the destructive power of releasing the grudge. The surrounding containers and buildings soon left countless gun holes. Sword marks. And Lon looked at it and shook his head. Saber's fighting method is to release magic power. Look at your daughter, Xiao Mo. She was a heroic man during the battle. Her magic power released Chile, and she was literally fighting against Siegfried. Siegfried, the great dragon slayer, possesses the defensive noble phantasm, dragon's blood armor, and can be completely immune to attacks below rank B. Attacks that exceed the B level will also deduct the B level defense value before calculating the damage. In addition to Xiao Mo, there is also a blackened version of Artoria. Because it has enough magic power, when fighting Hercules, relying on the magic power to release, it literally killed the opponent several lives, and the last hit of the noble phantasm took all the lives in seconds. That kind of heroic fighting style is Saber's fighting style. But in this battle in front of me, Saber's fight is really as bad as it gets. The spirit base attribute is obviously higher than that of Lancer. Lancer's 4 dimensions are Strength B, Durability C, Agility A+, Magic D. Artoria's surroundings are Strength B, Durability A, Agility A, Magic A. The two people have the same muscle strength, and the Agility Lancer is slightly higher, but it is not 1 level higher, but only 1+, so it is not enough. But Artoria's magic power is high, 3 levels higher than Lancer's. The use of magic power can strengthen the battle. The body and weapons will be strengthened, and the strength and speed will be increased. In terms of durability, Artoria is directly 2 levels higher than Lancer. If this were replaced by her daughter, Xiao Mo, Lancer would have been defeated long ago. In general, Artoria's Lingji, attributes, and noble phantasms are all very strong, but there is a lack of hard work. In contrast, he still prefers Xiao Mo's crazy fighting style. After fighting for a while, Artoria still didn't show her full strength because she was always paying attention to Lancer's 2 guns, not knowing which one was the opponent's ace. Lancer's side should also pay attention to the holy sword in Artoria's hand, which is wrapped by the Wind King's barrier because it is transparent, so I don't know the length of the holy sword. This also caused the two to be unable to let go of their hands and feet and played a little conservatively. After fighting again, the two came to distance themselves. Although there is no glory in the battle of not sharing names, I still want to praise you. You have not left a drop of sweat until now. It is really a shameless man. Lancer suddenly praised. No need to be humble, Lancer, although I don't know your name. It's my honor to be praised like this by you who have such spear skills. I'm very honored. Arturia also praised back. The two were arguing about each other, and they started talking to each other in business. Suddenly, a voice came. Let's play the game here, Lancer. Don't let the battle continue. That Saber is a strong enemy. Kill her quickly and allow you to reveal the treasure. Irisveal was shocked. Lancer's master? She looked around, but found nothing at all. Understood, my lord, Lancer replied. Then I saw that he lost the yellow short spear, unsealed the steps wrapped around the red long spear, and revealed his true body. That spear is Lancer's noble phantasm? Artoria thought after seeing the scene. Silly girl, both of them are noble phantasms. The yellow spear was thrown on the ground to mislead you on purpose. And Lon, who was watching from a distance, shook his head. In fact, since this move, Lancer has begun to disobey the way of the night. You heard it too. Next, I will go to your neck. Will you continue to use the gathered wind magic to hide your sword? Lancer said to Artoria. Arturia didn't answer, just nodded. I see. That means you have a reason to hide your sword for 2.4? It seems that your real name can be seen through your sword. Lancer continued to speculate. It's a pity, Lancer. You can't know the true face of my sword. I will decide the winner before I expose it. Artoria said, and she was ready to show her full strength. This is not necessarily Saber. I'm going to reveal the true face of this invisible sword. Lancer showed a strange smile and walked towards Artoria with a gun. Soon, the two fought together again. This time the weapons collided with each other. Lancer directly used the red spear's magic-breaking attribute to break the Wind King barrier outside the holy sword. This allowed him not only to see the length of the holy sword, but also to see a trace of the holy sword. "Your hidden sword has been exposed," Lancer teased. "The Wind King's barrier is scattered?" Artoria was also surprised. The fight continued, with Lancer at full strength. But Artoria was still surprised why her Wind King barrier was scattered, and the other party saw the holy sword. For a time, she fell into a disadvantage and was attacked by Lancer. After many confrontations, Lancer broke open the Wind King barrier little by little, and thoroughly saw the appearance of the holy sword. What happened? Irisfeel was also puzzled. If the Wind King barrier is completely dismantled, then all the masters and servants will know the true identity of Artoria, and then look for her weaknesses according to history and legends. This kind of practice is really called the Way of Knights? And Lon shook his head. The opponent did not follow the way of knighthood, and Artoria was still timid. Since the other party uses the noble phantasm, you use it too. The light cannon blasts out. Can Lancer stop it? On this side of the battlefield, Artoria opened the distance after a blow. That red spear is weakening the Wind King's barrier? Artoria thought while looking at the spear in the opponent's hand. I have seen the length of your sword clearly, so that you won't be confused by the invisible attack range. Lancer was bursting with confidence, as if victory was in his grasp. The two fought together again. Although the length of the blade was known, Artoria was still confident that she could win. The next moment, she opened up her intuition. She predicted the opponent's attack, but she wanted to rely on her armor to block that shot, and then she could kill Lancer with a backhand sword. However, she didn't know that the opponent's gun had the property of breaking magic and could ignore the armor. In this way, after one hit, she was injured instead. Lancer smiled, as if winning. Why is this girl so stupid? The opponent's gun can break open the Wind King's enchantment several times. This is obviously the magic-breaking attribute. Even if you don't guess the magic-breaking attribute, you shouldn't take it until you don't know the opponent's noble phantasm attribute. Armor to try a hard steel noble phantasm. Your armor is not a defensive noble phantasm. And Lon shook his head in disappointment again. In this battle, Artoria made too many mistakes that should not be made. As King Arthur, he has fought on the battlefield for many years, yet he has no experience in this battle. It should not be. Other lines of Artoria are normal, only the Fourth Holy Grail War, written by Su Yuanxian, and various abuses of Artoria. From the beginning of the battle with Lancer, the Banquet of the King, and the final cut of the Holy Grail, Artoria has been deflated almost all the time. The only time he got the limelight was when he killed Castor with the Holy Sword, with the assistance of several servants. I'm afraid this person has a problem with his brain. What is he writing? Saber. Irisfeel was shocked and hurriedly used healing magic to restore her injuries. Thank you, Irisfeel. The healing has taken effect. Artoria said. Isn't it impossible to win easily? Lancer said after seeing the scene. Artoria didn't answer. She just thought in her heart that her armor should be able to defend against that blow. But why was she injured by the spear blade? She stroked the armor with her hand and found that the armor 24 was not damaged at all. It could only be thought that Lancer's gun had penetrated the armor condensed with magic power. Thinking of this, she probably guessed it. I see. I have already seen the secret of your gun, that red gun. Can it cut off the magic power? Artoria said with great certainty. Your armor is generated by magic. If you want to use it for defense, you should give it up as soon as possible. Lancer admitted directly. You are naked in front of my gun. At this time, Lancer has already started to put on Artoria. For example, he said intentionally or unintentionally, wearing armor is equivalent to not wearing it. It's just that I took off my armor. Don't be too complacent. Artoria said confidently. After speaking, she untied her armor and wore only a blue battle skirt. If you can't defend, I just need to kill you before I have to defend, and you will die, Lancer. It's very decisive, and it's just a desperate shot, using the advantage of giving up the armor to make up for the disadvantage of being removed from the armor. I admire your bravery and your decisiveness, but as far as the current situation is concerned, I have to say that you made a mistake, Saber. 35 Lancer moved slightly as he spoke. He is backing up, and behind him is the yellow short gun that he dropped on the ground before. I don't know yet. Artoria directly used the magic power to release, and the holy sword in her hand was like a thruster, which made her come to Lancer in an instant. You stumbled. Lancer didn't panic, because his plan had worked. I saw him lift his feet, lift up the yellow spear on the ground, and then unseal the seal on the yellow spear. After Artoria saw the scene, she knew that she had been tricked. Servants don't necessarily have only one noble phantasm, so this is a trap. At a critical juncture, she relied on her strong intuition to dodge the fatal blow, and at the same time slashed Lancer's wrist with the holy spear. But also, her hand was cut by Lancer's yellow spear. In the situation where she is already trapped, she can still dodge a fatal blow and retaliate against her opponent. I have to say that Artoria is really powerful. It's a pity that this kind of power was not used in the first place. Both sides were injured now, but the wound that Artoria suffered was that of the yellow spear, a spear with a curse that could make the wound unhealable. So, Artoria actually lost this battle. Of course, this is also the reason why she doesn't use the noble phantasm and underestimates the enemy. After all, the opponent has already used the noble phantasm. It's really impossible to win easily. I appreciate your perseverance. 35 Lancer looked at his injured arm and said. He had already used 2 noble phantasms, and Saber was also caught in his trap. As a result, she was injured instead, and her superhuman reaction just now was terrifying. Artoria looked at her injured hand and found that the tendon had been severed and her thumb could not move. What are you chatting about, idiot? You didn't kill her. At this moment, Master Lancer's voice came again. He then used healing magic to heal the wound on Lancer's arm. Frightened, my lord. Lancer once again took the stance of making a move. Seeing this, Artoria said to Irisveal, use healing on me too. 95. However, Irisveal showed a nervous look and said, I obviously used it. How could it be? The healing should have already taken effect. Saber, you should be healed by now. 99. She was in a hurry to explain, and she didn't know the reason. At this time, Lancer took the initiative to explain. You can see that the armor is useless in the face of the red rose of destruction, which is very clever, but the decision to give up the armor is too hasty, otherwise you can prevent it. Then the extinct yellow rose. So that's the case. It is said that once stabbed, the wound can never be healed by the curse gun. I should have discovered it sooner. The red spear that cuts off the magic power, the yellow spear that is cursed, and the mole on the right tier that seduces the girl. You are the strongest warrior of the Knights of Fiona, the radiant appearance, Durumdo. I didn't expect to be fortunate enough to play against you. At this moment, Artoria finally guessed each other's identity through the 2 noble phantasms. This is the wonder of this Holy Grail war, but I should be honored. As long as it is someone who has been summoned to the throne of heroes beyond time and space, they will not miss the golden sword, which can be associated with fame. The kings of knights from all over the world compete, and even make you suffer a little bit. It seems that I still have some skills. Lancer said. The 2 started to talk to each other in business again, but Lancer seemed to be talking about Artoria, but he was also showing his strength. After all, he hurt Artoria for a lifetime. This is also the good temper of Artoria. If it was replaced by Mozai, Lancer would have been hacked to death long ago. Then, now that you know the opponent's name, you can finally fight the battle as a knight. Lancer pointed his gun at Artoria. Or does it make you feel dissatisfied if you lose a hand first? Faced with such a provocation, Artoria just put on her armor again and said with a sword in one hand, It's ridiculous. If this injury will make you pity me, it will make me feel ashamed. 35. Seeing this, Irisveal was extremely anxious. And Lon asked her to remind Artoria to use the noble phantasm, but she didn't want to. Now it's okay. Artoria's hand was injured, and she was unable to release the noble phantasm. The next team will also be extremely unfavorable to Artoria. Enlon, are you still there? Irisveal contacted Enlon. Unfortunately, Enlon just ignored her. This woman will not remember this matter without suffering. Anyway, Artoria will not have an accident. According to the time, Ryder is about to appear. Enlightenment, Saber, I will kill you this time. Lancer swung his gun and said again. Be careful of my life being taken by the police, Lancer. Artoria was not afraid at all, only fighting intent and excitement in her eyes. The two were about to fight again, but at this moment, the sound of thunder suddenly came from the sky. A bolt of lightning struck the sight of the two of them, and Ryder, who was driving a chariot, shouted and appeared. Two sturdy bulls, pulling a chariot on the battlefield, are extremely domineering. The appearance of Ryder disrupted the duel between Arturia and Lancer. And Lon knew that Ryder was on purpose at this time to save Arturia's life. Because Arturia suffered irreparable injuries, she would definitely be killed by Lancer if she continued to fight. Ryder's dream is to conquer the world, so he needs powerful subjects. Arturia and Lancer's superb martial arts attracted him, he wanted to subdue them, and naturally he would not let Arturia be killed. As soon as he appeared, he raised his hands and said, as the king declared, "Both sides put away their swords, this is in front of the king. My name is Iskandar, the king of conquerors, and I have obtained the rank of Ryder in this Holy Grail war. Although fate has asked me to compete with you for the Holy Grail, I would like to ask one thing first. If you are not going to join me and give me the Holy Grail, then I will treat you as friends and share the joy of conquering the world." A red robe, coupled with that strong and tall figure, can be said to be domineering. But his words angered everyone present. "Forgive me, this proposal is hard to accept. I will offer the Holy Grail to the only new king who made a contract in this life, not you, Ryder." Although Lancer is shocked that Ryder dares to report on his family integrity, he admires it in his heart. But it is absolutely impossible for him to betray the Lord and join his subordinates. Are you interrupting my duel with Lancer just to say these jokes? This is an unforgivable insult as a knight, Arturia said angrily. She didn't know that Ryder was there to stop the fight, to save her. But she took the way of knighthood too seriously, because she was interrupted in the competition, which was definitely an insult to knights. We can talk about the treatment. Ryder did not give up, but persuaded again. No way, he liked the two knights in front of him too much. Not only is the martial art strong, but also the character is noble, such a talent, even a king will want to recruit. Long-winded. Arturia and Lancer interrupted Ryder at the same time. One more thing, I'm also the king of Britain. No matter how big your king is, I can't be a minister to you. Arturia did not intend to take advantage of the emperor. Since the other party blew up her family, she also blew herself up. Everyone was amazed, including the masters and servants who were hiding in the dark. The legendary King Arthur was actually a girl? The king of Britain? This is really surprising. The famous king of knights is such a little girl. Ryder said bluntly with surprise. Do you want to be slashed by the little girl in your mouth, king of conquerors? 35617 Arturia asked with an angry smile. It seems that the negotiation has broken down. What a pity, what a pity. Ryder said, slightly disappointed. At this time, the hidden Master Lancer discovered that the master beside Ryder was his student Weber Velvet. Student Weber Velvet, I'm still wondering what the hell did you do to steal my holy relic, but I didn't expect that you wanted to participate in the Holy Grail War by yourself. For you, I will conduct a special extracurricular tutoring. What is the mutual killing of magicians? Let me tell you without reservation, that fear and pain, you should be honored. Lancer's master Kenneth Elmelo Archibald said through gritted teeth. If it wasn't Weber, he was the one who summoned Ryder. That was the legendary conquering king, Alexander the Great. Because the holy relic he had prepared was stolen by Weber, he took the next step and summoned Lancer Durumdo Odina. But it doesn't look bad now, at least Delumu has injured the legendary King Arthur, proving his strength. Webb shivered with fright, as if recalling the fear of being dominated by the head teacher. When I meet the head teacher in the ranking, I still steal the big size of the head teacher. It's really exciting. However, Ryder patted him on the shoulder at this time, giving him great courage. Magician, it sounds like you want to replace this kid as my master? If so, how funny. The man who becomes my master must be a warrior who gallops with me on the battlefield. A coward who doesn't even have the courage to show up is too unqualified. 35. Ha ha ha. Ryder laughed with unbridled sarcasm. Lancer's expression at this time is the most ugly. The new lord that he has been loyal to, Never thought of summoning himself at all, but summoning Ryder. Having said it so swaggeringly, where did he put Lancer's face? Seeing that Kenneth stopped talking, Ryder suddenly made a new move. I saw him say, "Hey, there are others, those who hide in the dark and peep." "Ryder, what do you mean?" Arturia asked. "Saber and Lancer, the dignified competition between you is really exciting." Ryder praised Arturia and Lancer unreservedly and gave a thumbs up. Just the next moment, he changed the subject again. "I must have been attracted by the clear sound of swords and halberds. I am not the only servant. The heroic spirits who were summoned by the Holy Grail gather here now, those who are afraid of showing their faces. Cowards, you will inevitably be despised by my conqueror, Iskandar." 99. Crazy Ryder directly opened the whole map mockery. This speech also shocked everyone. And Lon shook his head with a wry smile. He was just watching a play and was ridiculed in it. Ignoring the existence of this king, the self-proclaimed king's rat came out 2 nights. Archer, who was dressed in golden armor, was the first to appear and also stood on the street lamp higher than everyone, saying the second full of words. "Even if you find fault with me, I, Iskandar, are also known as the King of Conquerors." Ryder frowned, displeased with Archer's words. Joke, the hero who is truly qualified to be the king is the only king in the world, and the rest are just bastards. Archer said with disdain on his face, arrogant and indomitable. In his eyes, it seems that everyone is the first class than him. As soon as these words came out, not only Ryder but also Arturia was angry. She can ignore her own reputation, but as King Arthur of Camelot, the Night King of the Knights of the Round Table, she will never allow other kings to mock her. "Since it's all said and done, why don't you report your name first? Since you are the king, naturally you won't dare to reveal your name, right?" Ryder provoked Archer. "Ask this king? How dare A be asterisk 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 D ask this king? Bathed in the honor of accepting my audience, but he said that he does not know the appearance of this king. Such an ignorant person is not worthy of living." Archer raised his foot and stepped on it. Streetlights were stomped on. Immediately afterwards, golden spatial ripples appeared behind him, and in each ripple there was a noble phantasm extending out. This time, everyone was shocked. Why can a servant have so many noble phantasms? The atmosphere became quiet, and Arturia instantly came to Irisveal, protected her behind her, and looked at Archer with a wary expression. However, just when everyone thought that Archer was about to start, another black light appeared, interrupting Archer. I saw that he was wearing black armor all over his body, with a helmet on his face, and he had an ominous black breath. "It's actually a berserker. A servant like this also appeared?" "Berserker!" Arturia exclaimed in surprise. Tonight's enchantment was far beyond her expectations. Originally thought it was a night duel with Lancer, but was interrupted by Ryder halfway through, and then under Ryder's mockery, other servants also appeared one after another. But Irisveal was the most anxious, because Arturia was still injured, and if she waited for the melee, it would be very unfavorable to her. She just hoped that Enlon was still there, not leaving. "King of Conqueror, don't you invite that guy?" Lancer asked Ryder suddenly with a smile. There was no room for negotiation with that guy from the beginning. Ryder scratched his head speechlessly. Berserker was a berserker and had no reason at all. At this time, he asked Weber next to him, "Boy, how strong is that guy as a servant?" "I don't know, I can't see it at all." Weber shook his head directly. "What? You are considered a master for the time being. What are you good at and what you are not good at? You should be able to see a lot of things." Ryder felt that his master seemed a little stupid. "I can't tell. That black guy is definitely a servant, but I can't tell whether it's the state or anything else." Weber explained to him helplessly. "Come on, another formidable and tough opponent." Irisveal originally thought that after summoning King Arthur and Enlon, the Holy Grail War would be won smoothly. As a result, the opponents are also the Emperor of Europe. One is better than the other, and none of the summoned servants are weak. Arturia was injured in the first fight, proving that Lancer's martial arts are not inferior to her. There is also an archer. A servant can possess so many noble phantasms. This is unscientific. It seems that the strength of Rider and Berserker is also formidable and terrifying. At this moment, she realized that the Holy Grail War is not as simple as she thought. Alice Phil thought of Enlon. The Crown Spirit base plus the extraordinary treasure. This is a lot of peace of mind. But at the same time, she still has a trace of remorse and regret. If he had listened to Enlon from the beginning and let Artoria use the noble phantasm to kill Lancer, there would have been no such thing as the latter. When Irisveal was thinking about Enlon, Artoria came to her and reminded her that heroic spirit seems to have a special ability or curse that hides its own state. Not only that, but also confronts the 4 servants at the same time. I can't act rashly. Now that the situation has become a bit chaotic, her first task is not to compete with other servants, but to protect Irisveal. And even if she wanted to compete, the injured hand wouldn't allow it. After Berserker came on stage, his eyes were fixed on Archer. Who allowed you to look at this king, mad dog? At least use your dead appearance to please this king. Be ********** D. Archer was angry. The golden space ripples behind him turned, and countless noble phantasms shot out from it, attacking Berserker. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the smokescreen of the noble phantasm bombarded the place where Berserker was. But when the smoke disappeared, everyone was shocked to find that Berserker was intact. That guy, is it really Berserker? Lancer said in disbelief. For a person who has lost his mind after being mad, his skills are good. Rider also praised Berserker's martial arts. The moment Archer attacked just now, Berserker caught the first noble phantasm that Archer shot at him with his bare hands, then turned around beautifully, cut off the noble phantasm in his hand and blocked the other noble phantasms projected from behind. How dare you touch this king's treasure with your dirty hands and die in such a hurry? You dog! Archer was even more angry, and the ripples behind him increased again, and there was a treasure in each ripple, making everyone present unable to believe what he saw in front of him. The golden treasure of the king is really easy to use. It's a powerful weapon. And Lon was a little jealous when he saw the scene. Such a forceful skill, no matter how you say it, you have to get it. In fact, he wanted not only Gilgamesh's king's treasure, but also his heaven and earth deviation star, as well as various magical noble phantasms of other heroic spirits in the moon world. Although the power of these noble phantasms is nothing in his eyes, but they are so high, it is simply a magical skill to pretend to be abusive. Let this king see how long you can last with your little tricks. Archer attacked again. One of the noble phantasms were thrown out as if they didn't need money, but Berserker's martial arts once again shocked everyone, only to see that he grabbed the 2 incoming spears with both hands, and then kept cutting off the other noble phantasms that were projected. The reaction ability and speed surpass everyone present. In this kind of martial arts, Artoria and Lancer are also inferior. The collision and bombardment of the noble phantasm shook the entire port. With his extreme martial arts and special abilities, Berserker caught all of Archer's noble phantasms, and then he retaliated by throwing out the 2 noble phantasms in his hand, cutting off the street lamp directly, leaving Archer on the ground. On the ground. Mad dog, how dare you let this king, who should be looked up to, stand on the ground like you? This disrespect deserves death. Be ************** D. This king wants you to be annihilated by ashes. Archer was even more angry. However, when he was preparing to use a more powerful noble phantasm to deal with Berserker, he was ordered to retreat by the master Tosaka Tokiomi. Archer's face changed, and he looked into the distance and said angrily, "Based on your advice, you want to make this king retreat? You are not too timid, Shurchen." It turned out that Archer's master shot him too much with Berserker and exposed his cards, so he forced Archer to leave with a command spell. But it was really this move, which made Archer feel the face and became unhappy with Tosaka Tokiomi. He said to Berserker, "You saved your life, mad dog." Immediately afterwards, he said to the other servants, "Be *********ch. Before the next meeting, you should continue to kill each other. Only the real heroes can meet me." It seems that the master of that guy is not as strong as Archer. Ryder said with a big laugh. Archer's departure made Berserker lose his target, and as a result, he suddenly turned to look at Arturia and then attacked her desperately. He let out a roar like a dead beast, grabbed the street lamp pole by the roadside, and pulled it out. Then the ordinary iron pole turned into a pitch-black noble phantasm covered with red lines in his hand. I see. As long as the black guy grabs something, it will become his noble phantasm. Ryder understood Berserker's ability. Arturia and Berserker fought together, but because of her hand injury, she couldn't exert her full strength, and Berserker's martial arts were superior to her, so she directly overwhelmed her. After a few fights, Berserker grabbed a flaw in Arturia and smashed the iron bar in her head towards her head. This time, if the hybrid is not dead, it will be disabled. At the moment of crisis, Lancer suddenly stepped in to help, blocking Berserker's attack. With the red spear, he cut off Berserker's iron rod. The prank is over, Berserker. Saber over there has an appointment with me. If you want to make trouble with it, I won't sit back and watch. Lancer said between the two. Lancer. Arturia was a little relieved. The other party was indeed a qualified knight. What are you doing, Lancer? Now is a good time to defeat Saber. However, Lancer's actions angered his master. I, Durumdo Odina, will definitely defeat Saber. If you insist on killing Saber, please let me kill the mad dog there first. Please allow me, my master. Lancer assured his master. With the command spell, cover Berserker to kill Saber. However, his master ignored it and used the command spell directly to force the order. Oops. Irisveal was extremely anxious. Arturia was already injured, so how could she stop the joint attack of the two servants? Lancer couldn't control his body and suddenly stabbed Arturia with a shot. Saber, sorry. Lancer said humiliatingly. Irisveal, I will try my best to block them. You escape from here. Arturia said suddenly. She knew that she would lose in this battle, but she had to create a chance for Irisveal to escape. After watching the play all night, it's time for me to appear. The figure of Enlon suddenly appeared beside Arturia, kicked Berserker away with one kick, and then released his divine power, forcing Durumdo back. Although Berserker has infinite martial arts, compared with Enlan's freedom and extreme intention, it is more than one step behind. Foreigner. The appearance of Enlon made Arturia and Irisveal breathe a sigh of relief. Foreigner? Why did the Eighth Servant appear in this Holy Grail War? Everyone looked at Enlon in shock and couldn't believe it. The Holy Grail War has such a variable, is it good or bad? Most importantly, Enlon is not a regular servant. At this time, Lancer and Berserker joined forces to attack Arturia again. One is the instinct to find fault with revenge, and the other is under the control of the command spell. Roll. Enlon suddenly grabbed Arturia's sword-wielding right hand and slashed at Lancer and Berserker. The sword of Oath of Victory burst out with golden rays of light, and under the blessing of divine power, it was extremely dazzling. With a loud noise, Berserker and Lancer flew out at the same time. Berserker, you are someone Arturia knows. Wang Dezhao, I will let you go today. As for Lancer, for Arturia to block Berserker's fatal blow just now, I'll spare you as well. Enlon said aggressively after crushing him with great strength. None of the servants present dared to disobey. Berserker was also forcibly controlled by his master and left here. It's terrifying. How can there be such a strong servant? Weber had exclaimed. He looked at the authority to use the master, looked at Enlan's attributes, and then he saw Enlan's other basic attributes, besides the noble phantasm. This is definitely the Crown Spirit Foundation, and it is also a special class foreigner. Enlon ignored the shock of the others, but looked at Arturia and said, let me see your hand. 35. It was injured by a cursed spear, and any means of healing are useless. Arturia blushed, remembering the scene when Enlon held her hand and swung the sword just now. Although she was shy in her heart, she still lifted the armor on her hands, revealing a pair of slender hands, with fingers as white as scallions and jade, very perfect and beautiful. Enlon didn't say anything, just put his divine power into the wound. In an instant, the curse of the wound was evolved, and then returned to its original state. Lancer was stunned by the scene, and his own cursed gun was cracked like this? However, he did not know that Enlan's power is not magic, but divine power, which can remove all curses and negative things. In this way, the port war is completely over. Enlan left with Irisfeel, who was full of remorse, and Arturia, who was blushing. The scene where Enlan took her hand and swung the holy sword just now made her unforgettable. She is puzzled why Enlan can use his noble phantasm holy sword. Does he also have the ability similar to Berserker? And he said that Berserker was someone he knew. Who was he? Enlan's appearance made Tosaka Tokiomi, who had thought that the Holy Grail War was a sure winner, panicked. Through the authority of the Master, he saw the metamorphosis of Enlan's spiritual base and basic attributes. Although I don't know what a noble phantasm is, with such a spiritual foundation, the noble phantasm is definitely not bad. The most important thing is that his class is foreigner, so even if he knows Enlan's name, he cannot know his noble phantasm. Because he is not a heroic spirit in history, nor is he a hero or villain in myths and legends. In particular, the class skill, External God, is too scary, which means that Enlan is a clone of a servant of a true god. As long as there is an existence related to God, it is definitely a terrifying existence. Archer, Gilgamesh, didn't care about Tosaka Tokiomi's concerns. As a king, he is confident that he has robbed everything. Although Enlan is a god, his divinity is too good, which is both a strength and a weakness. Divinity can strengthen the servant's strength in many ways, such as defense and defense-breaking ability, and inflict additional damage on himself. In general, it is like a super buff with all aspects of blessing. The higher the divinity, the stronger the servant's own strength. But divinity also has a weakness, that is, the noble phantasm for God. For example, Gilgamesh's heavenly chain, when faced with a servant with a higher divinity, the greater the power it exerts. In the Fourth Holy Grail War, Gilgamesh first used the Deviant's sword to blast away Ryder's inherent barrier, and then locked him with the Chain of Heaven. In the Fifth Holy Grail War, Gilgamesh still relied on the Lock of the Sky to complete the abuse of Berserker, Hercules. But when it was his turn to fight Emiya Shiro, why didn't he use the Lock of Heaven? Because Emiya Shiro has no divinity, the Lock of the Sky does not work for him. This is the interesting part of the Holy Grail War. Servant classes restrain each other, and their skills restrain each other. No one dares to say that they are the strongest. As long as Enlan has divinity, Gilgamesh is not worthy of him, and he is confident that he can completely defeat him. In addition to Tosaka Tokiomi, Lancer's Master Kenneth was also very angry. He could have killed Saber and eliminated a servant first, but was interrupted by Rid 617, which led to Foreigner. He thought that it was Einsburn's backup, which meant that the Einsburn family had 2 followers and 2 masters participating in the battle this time. Foreigner is likely to be the avatar of the Servant of the Gods, otherwise it will definitely not be so strong. He was a little desperate when he thought that the Foreigner had slashed Lancer and Berserker with a single sword. In the face of such a powerful existence, how can I still compete for the Holy Grail? But soon he thought of a way. Since the servant is too powerful, he will find a way to deal with the master. Foreigner does not have the single action skill. As long as he kills his master, no matter how strong he is, he will return to the throne of heroes. After thinking about this, Kenneth's mood finally improved. On the other side, Enlan came to the hotel with 2 daughters, Alice, Phil, and Arturia. Brother. Sakura saw Enlan and rushed into his arms quickly. When the 2 girls saw Shao Sakura, their faces were stunned. Why did Enlan have a younger sister after less than a day of separation? Seeing the confused expressions of the 2 girls, Enlan told them Sakura's identity and what he did during the day. After hearing this, Arturia felt sympathy for what happened to Sakura, and her eyes softened. Irisfeel was shocked that Enlan actually killed the Matu family, so there will only be 2 of the 3 imperial families left in the future. After Xiaoying got acquainted with the 2 girls, she also called out to her sister, which made both girls cute. After chatting for a while, Arturia found Enlan and asked, "You said earlier that Berserker is someone I know. Who is he?" "Can't tell you now, or you'll lose your mind. The Holy Grail War is only 7 days anyway, and you'll know soon enough." And Lon shook his head, not telling her that Berserker was Lancelot. Artoria is a little disappointed, but she also knows that Lon is for her own good. Today, her performance was just too impulsive and made a lot of avoidable mistakes. She doesn't know what happened to her today. Those little mistakes should be noticed. Only Lon knows, Cece, that is fate. It can be said that the history of the plot is affecting her. And Lon and Saber, it's too dangerous for us to stay in a hotel like this. Let's go back to our base. At this time, Irisveal walked over and said. The two nodded, agreeing with her decision. After leaving the hotel, Lon drove back with the three daughters in Alice Phil's car. Just on the way back, it happened again. Because they actually met Castor and stopped in front of the car. Lon had no choice but to stop the car. After everyone got out of the car, Castor knelt down slightly to Artoria and said, I'm here to pick you up, holy maiden. 99. Artoria and Irisveal were both confused by his actions, not understanding what it meant. Lon knew it, but he didn't have time to explain it to the two girls now. Saber, are you an acquaintance? Irisveal asked. I haven't seen him, Artoria replied. How is it possible? Have you forgotten my face? Castor suddenly became a little emotional, and his tone was full of disbelief. What can't you forget? This is the first time I see you. Have you recognized the wrong person? Artoria explained to him. Castor put his head in his collapsed hands and said with a weird expression, It's me, I'm Gillis de Ree. I'm praying for your resurrection, waiting for the miracle of meeting you again, even to the end of time like this. Head Jean. Joan of Arc. Irisveal understood, and the opposite was mistaking Artoria as Joan of Arc. Just now the other party blew his name. If she remembered correctly, it should be the Marshal during the 100 Years' War between Britain and France. A French marshal shouting Joan of Arc to King Arthur of Britain. This picture is so funny, no matter how you look at it. I haven't heard of your name, and I have no impression of the name Joan of Arc you said. Artoria explained patiently again. How could this be? Could it be that you forgot who you were before you were alive? Castor still firmly believed that Artoria was Joan of Arc, and did not listen to her explanation at all. Now that you have given your name, I will tell you my real name as a knightly courtesy. My name is Artoria, son of Uther Pendragon, king of Britain and named Saber in this Holy Grail war. Classes come to the world. Artoria revealed her real name, and only hoped that the other party would leave soon. It's so miserable. It's so sad. You have lost your memory, and even your mind has gone crazy. Castor roared in grief and indignation. He knelt on the ground and slammed his fists to the ground constantly, venting the pain in his heart. Damn. Damn. What a cruel punishment God will inflict on my beautiful maiden. In his view, Joan of Arc, as the Saint of France, took the lead against England, only to now say that she was the King of Britain. How ironic it was. The chat between the two is not on the same channel, and Lon really wanted to watch it. I have to say, the Marshal is very funny. Especially his thief big eyes. No matter how you look at it, they are full of wisdom. You are enough. It's too outrageous. Artoria was also angry when she saw this. Especially the words from the other party's mouth were simply insulting to her. Wake up. Stop calling yourself Saber. The Holy Grail war has been decided. No need to fight. The Holy Grail chose me, Jill, because my only wish is the resurrection of Joan of Arc. Now it has come true. Castor sincerely knelt in front of Artoria and said. But just after he finished speaking, a sword energy swept past him, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Suddenly, Castor was stunned and seemed to be awake. Artoria took out the holy sword, pointed at him, and said, If you continue to insult the wishes of all our heroic spirits, I will not be merciful with the next sword. So hurry up and stand up for me. Are you so closed in your heart, Joan of Arc? There's nothing you can do. Since I need some stimulation therapy, I'll be ready to come again. Castor stood up and his tone became calm. Before leaving, he still did not forget to add, I swear by Joan of Arc, I must liberate your soul from the curse of God. 35. After he finished speaking, he bowed slightly, and then the spiritual body disappeared. It's really tiring to talk to people who can't communicate. Irisveal said. Next time I'll attack before he speaks. That kind of guy makes me sick. Arturia said with a frown. It's not that he can't communicate, it's just that, Saber, you do have an almost identical face to Joan of Arc 35 and Lon, who was watching a play, said suddenly. Have you become as delirious as him? Arturia said, turning to look at Enlon. I've had the privilege of meeting Joan of Arc, and you two do look alike. Enlon said with a shrug. I have seen Joan of Arc, and I have seen it in the animation of the previous life. There is such a thing? Irisfeel obviously believed. A French saint, a British king, has the same appearance. It's almost like a mockery of the 100 years of Anglo-French War. This joke is not funny, Arturia said with a serious expression. Since you don't believe me, do you want me to summon Jean? And Lon suddenly became interested. I don't know what the scene will be when Arturia and Jean are summoned at the same time in the Holy Grail War. In Lon, the Holy Grail War has already begun. How can you continue to summon servants? Irisfeel was a little disbelieving. I didn't say I summoned. I can let the Great Holy Grail system summon itself, and don't forget, I am also the 8th additional servant from this Holy Grail War. And Lon explained to her. This, can you really? Irisfeel's breathing became rapid. Nothing is impossible. There is a class called Ruler. There are 2 situations in which Ruler is summoned. One is that the form of the Holy Grail War is very special, and the result is unknown. Ruler is needed as a referee. The second is that the impact of the Holy Grail War has the potential to distort the world. And Lon explained again. Although the Holy Grail War has begun now, as long as the unknown situation that the Holy Grail cannot judge, the Great Holy Grail system will summon Ruler on its own. I see. But even if Joan of Arc is Ruler, Ruler is not necessarily Joan of Arc. Irisfeel understood, but how could Enlon be able to accurately summon the truth? There must be more than one heroic spirit in a class with adaptability, and the probability of summoning Joan of Arc is not high. It really depends on luck, but if there is a holy relic of Joan of Arc, then she can be summoned 100%. Enlon reminded. Although Joan of Arc died, she will definitely leave behind some things from her life. Well, I believe you can summon Joan of Arc. Irisfeel was convinced. On the way back, Enlon suddenly thought of something. The conditions for the coming of the ruler, one of which one day is the Holy Grail War, are in a very special form, and the outcome is unknown. He himself forcibly responded to the Holy Grail and descended into the 4th Holy Grail War with the 8th special rank servant. This has actually affected the entire Holy Grail War situation, so will Ruler come? Also, his own divinity is a weakness. His spiritual foundation and martial arts must have crushed all servants, but his divinity was restrained by Gilgamesh's heavenly lock. And Lon didn't want to be Hercules, bound by the sky chain and unable to move. Of course, the golden sword can also be used to deal with the lock of the sky and the treasure of the king. The outcome is hard to say, and he is not sure. What's more, Gilgamesh also has an extraordinary noble phantasm, the Star of Deviance of heaven and earth, whose power cannot be underestimated either. You may not be afraid, but what if something unexpected happens? Besides, Sakura and Irisfeel also need protection. After other masters know their powerful spiritual foundation, they will definitely find a way to deal with them. If you can't deal with yourself, then deal with your own master, Irisfeel. Thinking of this, Enlon felt a little helpless. I originally thought of coming to the moon world as a servant to play, but now it seems that I still need a helper to protect Sakura and Irisfeel. Back at Ainsburn's old castle in Fuyuki City, Irisfeel allocated rooms to everyone. It's just that every room in the old castle is very big and Sakura is a little scared to live in such a big room. And Lon could only comfort her to fall asleep before leaving. Arturia and Irisfeel also went to rest, and the battle tonight took a toll on them. Since then, the concubine began to understand him gradually and learned that he was not the god of the concubine's world, but from other worlds. Athena talked bit by bit about the process of her acquaintance with Enlon, as well as some background in her world, and the 3 girls listened very seriously. What they didn't want to fight was that Enlon was not the god of Athena's world. Therefore, he can not only travel to the Xingyue world, but also other worlds. This ability to travel the world is so enviable. But what shocked them the most was the setting of Athena's world. Humans killed gods, usurped the power of gods, and then became god-killing demon kings and gained the allegiance of other magicians. This is terrifying. Irisfeel and Arturia were both stunned, and even Sakura opened her mouth wide with a cute expression on her face. Your world is really crazy, Irisfeel said in shock. It sounds ridiculous, but it's the truth. Athena sighed. So, is your true strength stronger than the current servants? Irisfeel continued to ask. That's right, we came to your world as servants. Our own strength is limited by both class and spiritual base. We can only abide by the rules of the Holy Grail War. The strength of the concubine is less than 1% of the real. And lands the strength of the concubine is not clear, but the strength is outrageous, and it is estimated that it is less than 1/10,000th of his true strength. Athena explained. However, she is wrong about one thing. The strength of the servant in Lan is not only 1/10,000th of the real body, but 100 millionth. It seems that the crown spirit base is very strong, but the real power of Enlan is all kinds of god-level abilities, as well as the emptiness of the creation and destruction of the world, and the mental core. In addition, there are a lot of inherent skills and ineffectiveness. These abilities, Enlan did not bring, only brought a few powers acquired in the world of the Godslayer. It's amazing, Irisfeel said with admiration on her face. It's really amazing, but I'm more curious about the world you're talking about. Humans, magicians, godslayers, and gods of disobedience must all be very exciting. 33 Artoria also said. The world in which the concubine lives is not wonderful. The concubine has heard Enlan say about his world. It is a world where gods and human beings coexist, and they give human beings the blessings to develop their potential, become adventurers, and then interact with the people in the dungeon. A world where monsters fight. Athena shook her head, not liking her own world, but full of interest in Enlan's world. Is there really such a world? Irisfeel couldn't believe it. God and man coexist, which is almost impossible in the moon. After the Age of Gods, why are there no more gods? Even magic has degenerated into magic. All indications are that God and man cannot coexist. Of course there is, and it's wonderful. At this time, Enlan came out of the kitchen with the prepared breakfast and said, Can you tell us in detail? Irisfeel looked expectant. Okay. Enlan nodded, distributed breakfast among the girls, and said while eating, The world I live in was originally a coexistence of humans and monsters. One day, a god named Uranus descended from heaven. He wanted to help mankind, but he didn't want to help directly, so he thought of giving mankind a favor. 35. Benefit is a kind of existence that can develop human potential and make improving strength like a game upgrade. Human beings have gained blessings and become stronger, driving all monsters to the ground, and in order to seal them, they are still built on it. The Tower of Babel to suppress. 35. The gods who have lived for hundreds of millions of years in the celestial world are very bored, so in order to have fun, they began to learn Uranus, sealed their own divine power, went down to Earth to experience the life of mortals, and at the same time used favors to develop their families. These family adventurers enter the underground, that is, the dungeon where monsters are held, and continue to fight and kill them, and then level up and become stronger. Gradually, the gods and adventurers built a city called Orari around the Tower of Babel. With more and more adventurers, Orari also became the center of the world and the most prosperous city. When the girls heard Enlan's explanation, they all yearned for it. It's amazing. I also want to get the gift of God. Enlan, can you give me this gift? Irisfeel asked expectantly. No way. Grace needs divine blood, and now I'm just a servant, not my main body. Enlan shook his head. When Irisfeel heard this, she was immediately disappointed. Athena is also the first time to clearly understand the world of Enlan, and her heart is also very longing. She even aims to develop a clan herself, and then forms an alliance with Enlan's clan. Uranos. This name is also a god in Greek mythology. Arturia said. She heard a lot of things from Enlan's words. In addition to Uranus, there was also the Tower of Babel, which was the building of the Kingdom of Babylon, also known as the Tower of Babylon, and also the high tower leading to heaven in the biblical mythology. So, the gods of Enlan world actually have many similarities with the gods on Earth. Looking at Irisfield's disappointed look, Enlan smiled and said, "When this Holy Grail war is over, if you want to go, I can show you." 39. Really? Great. Irisfield was very happy. "Brother, I'm going too," Sakura said hurriedly. "Of course, brother will bring Sakura along." Enlan reached out and stroked Sakura's head. Sakura narrowed her eyes happily, enjoying it very much. Artoria is actually very similar, but she is only a servant. After the Holy Grail War, she will return to the heroic throne. However, she didn't know that she already had a clone in Orari and became Enlan's family. That avatar not only broke away from the main body of heroes, but was also given a complete soul by Enlan and became an independent individual. If Artoria wants to, Enlan can also take her to Orari, and then leave the heroic throne body. But it's boring to do that, and there's another Artoria in the family, isn't it messy? Do you want to learn 20,000 Artorias like Misaka Makoto in the Magic Band? Thinking of this, he hurriedly dismissed this evil thought. And while everyone was eating breakfast, Amiya Kuritsugu came back with a woman. Enlan knew that this was his female assistant, Myaku. "It's just that you bring it back like this. Is it really okay?" Sure enough, when Irisfield saw the woman beside Amiya Kuritsugu, her expression changed a bit, but she quickly recovered. Amiya Kuritsugu saw two more people, so he asked Irisfield, "Who are they?" When he was talking about them, he naturally meant Sakura and Athena. Irisfield was shocked when Amiya Kuritsugu was told the identities of Sakura and Athena. Unexpectedly, Enlan was so powerful that he not only destroyed the Matu family single-handedly, but also summoned a powerful servant again. Athena, this name is estimated that no one will not know. In this way, they have 3 servants on their side, and they can completely push the Holy Grail war horizontally. Of course, this is theoretical. If the other masters knew, they would definitely join forces and take the lead in eliminating Einsburn. Amiya Kuritsugu's character and behavior did not allow him to do that. Next, he began to discuss the next battle plan with Irisfield, Enlan, and Athena, ignoring Arturia the whole time. This made Artoria a little angry, but the spirit of the night made her endure. After all, Amiya Kuritsugu was her master. Enlan looked in his eyes and didn't say anything. Both of them are righteous people, but the means and concepts of justice are different, and they do not recognize each other. Enlan provided some good plans based on the familiar plot, which surprised Amiya Kuritsugu. After some discussion, he left with Joyumiya, saying that he was going to treat the injury. Enlan knew that this woman met Kodomine Kirai last night and was injured by him. It's just that Irisfield doesn't know, and there is infinite resentment in her heart. If it was the original book, she might not care about the appearance of Joyumiya. But women's thinking is different, especially a woman who has been derailed mentally. She will pay more attention to her man's every move. Once her man did the most unworthy thing to her, she would complain in various ways. This is like a kind of self-justification. The person who cheated first was you, not me, so even if I cheated spiritually, I can't blame me. Of course, this is not to say that Irisfield is AB****ch. She is just too simple, and she doesn't even know why she complains. Just because Amiya Kuritsugu and Kuumiya were together? I already knew it before. The two of them are just partners. Why didn't you complain before? Because she didn't have a mental derailment before. She didn't like Enlan. Since he fell in love with Enlan, he subconsciously didn't want to admit his infidelity to her husband, so she also began to care about her husband's every move. For flowers. Once you find out that your husband is also unfaithful, then it is not just yourself that is at fault, but both of you. This is a psychological problem that most women will have, and the human heart is like this. Seeing this, Arturia could only sigh. So similar, just like Lancelot and Guinevere back then. Athena also seemed to have noticed that Irisfield looked at Enlan differently, and was jealous and complained like Enlan in her heart. And Lon could only smirk and pretend to know nothing. After all, he just graduated as a virgin last night and gave the first time to Athena, but was caught by Athena the next day and flirted with other women, somewhat sorry for Athena. Fortunately, Athena was a goddess, not an ordinary woman, and did not care about Lon. After breakfast, Alice Phil proposed to go shopping. The other Artorias and Athena agreed, and even Sakura looked excited. And Lon had nothing to do but went with him. 1 The fourth daughter first went to the clothing store, and then went to various food stores to try Japanese food. Artoria is a foodie. As long as it's not too unpalatable, she basically eats everything. And Lon has no interest in Japanese food, except for a few tempura, which is okay. Other rice balls, sushi, sashimi, and other things are completely unacceptable. There is the most famous kaiseki cuisine, although it looks good, but the amount is too small. Kaiseki refers to the meaning of the sage being cherished by brown jade, and its form is 1 juice and 3 dishes, and there are also 12 dishes. 0. Kaiseki cuisine is extremely delicate, and both tableware and food placement are very demanding, but the portion of food is very small, which is regarded as a work of art by some people. The high-grade kaiseki food utensils include exquisite pottery, porcelain, and lacquerware. Because of the excessive pursuit of refinement, the price is expensive and the food is not enough. The children who were enjoying the food saw that Lon didn't mean to put down his chopsticks, so Irisville asked, Lon, don't you like these foods? It's true that I have a hard time accepting food from other countries besides my hometown. And Lon admitted with a nod. Where is your hometown, Lon? Irisville asked again. The Kingdom of Heaven. And Lon replied, Wow, I didn't expect you to be from the Celestial Dynasty. You must know that I have always tasted the delicacies of the Celestial Dynasty. Irisville said in surprise. After speaking, she looked at Lon with expectant eyes again. You must know that the 3 major delicacies in the world are Dacia, France, and soil. The delicacies of other countries are more or less derived from them, and they are just byproducts derived from them. For example, Southeast Asian countries, whether it is Japanese or Korean, as well as some small countries in the South, are mainly rice-based, eating with chopsticks, and the dishes have also evolved from Huxia food. Authentic celestial cuisine, who can resist? And Lon understood what she meant and said helplessly, Let's go buy some vegetables when we go back. 9. After hearing Lan's words, Irisville immediately cheered happily. The other girls were also very happy, and Artoria, a foodie, looked forward to Huxia food more than anyone else. Athena followed Lon to the Celestial Dynasty to see Luo how when she was in the Godslayer world. She had already tasted the delicacies of the Celestial Dynasty, but there were too many delicacies in the Celestial Dynasty, and she only tasted a small part of it. Sakura expects Lon to cook by herself. She feels that as long as her brother cooks the food, it must be the best. Because of Lan's words, the girls didn't want to continue eating, so they just checked out and left. Then drag Lon to the supermarket to buy fresh ingredients. After a big shopping, everyone returned to the castle. Next, it was time for Lon to show his talents. Since it is for the girls to taste the delicacies of the Celestial Dynasty, he also intends to make some decent high-end dishes. The Celestial Dynasty has a long history. Up to now, there are 8 major cuisines, namely Lu, Sichuan, Guangdong, Fujian, Ma, Zhejiang, Hunan, and Hui. And Lon was a Sioux native in his previous life, so he ate a lot of Ma cuisine and Zhejiang cuisine. Among them, Huaiyang cuisine, one of the representative cuisines of Sioux cuisine, is Lan's favorite. But today Lon is not going to cook Huaiyang cuisine, but Sichuan and Cantonese cuisine. There are many big dishes in Sichuan cuisine. In the first state banquet of the founding of the country, there are many Sichuan dishes, such as the most famous boiled cabbage. Cantonese cuisine is naturally not bad, and it has conquered many foreign friends. The girls watched Lon busy in the kitchen for a while, and the seductive scent wafted out, and they all swallowed unconsciously. So fragrant. After more than an hour, Lon finally finished all the dishes and brought them to the table in portions. Sichuan dishes are pickled fish, double-cooked pork, mapo tofu, dompa elbow, and the key is boiled cabbage. Cantonese dishes are beef brisket pot, soy sauce chicken, honey sauce char siu, crispy roast pork, pineapple sweet and sour pork, and the focus is dompa pork with plums. Because there are too many meat dishes, Enlon added several Huayang dishes that are good at it, namely mushrooms, rapeseed, pine nuts, and corn, and boiled dried shreds, but the focus is on wensi tofu. 15 dishes in total, not a lot. Although there are only 5 people in total including Enlon, don't forget that Artoria is an authentic foodie. Wow, are these authentic Huxia dishes? Irisveal asked excitedly. Yes, it is mainly divided into 3 types of cuisines, Sichuan, Cantonese, and Sioux. The focus is on boiled cabbage, dompa plum chop pork, and wensi tofu. You can try it. And Lon introduced to the girls. When the girls heard it, they couldn't wait to taste it. As a result, this taste was all like being drugged by the king of medicine in the spirit of eating halberds. Delicious is delicious. What does moaning and blush mean? Can you have an O********** M when you eat a dish? It's so delicious. I feel like I can't live without Tiancha cuisine in the future. Irisveal said excitedly. It's really delicious. I didn't expect the ancient Huxia cuisine to be so delicious. If I knew before I was alive, I would definitely send knights to the east to learn this cooking technique. 39 Artoria also said with a happy face. Then you definitely won't learn. Camelot should have been in the 4th and 5th centuries BC, when the Celestial Dynasty was in the southern and northern dynasties, and the concept of stir-frying had not yet appeared. It was carried forward. And Lon shook his head and told her about the history. Not to mention the period of the southern and northern dynasties, even in the later Tang dynasty, stir-frying was not popular. Don't ask why Enlon knows so much, because he read too many novels about the 4 dynasties of the Ming, Tang, 3 kingdoms, and Qin in his previous life, so he was gradually popularized by the authors. That's such a pity. Arturia said disappointedly. During the period of the northern and southern dynasties, Europe was far behind the East, and the variety of food was even less. This is why Artoria is obviously a foodie, but why is she not picky at all? Food that modern people find unpalatable is probably delicious in her mouth. Then the girls started to taste other dishes, and Lon introduced them one by one. Artoria's favorites are actually honey sauce barbecued pork and crispy roasted pork. Alice Phil likes the lighter boiled cabbage and wensi tofu, but only after she knew the production process of the 2 dishes did she realize that the 2 seemingly bland dishes are actually not vegetarian at all, because the soup is too meaty. These 2 are very difficult to do, one is because of the soup and the other is because of the knife skills. But these are not difficult for Enlon, as a god, with the protection of the swordsman. Do you still question his swordsmanship? Athena likes fish with sauerkraut, sweet and sour pork with pineapple, and pork with plums and vegetables in dompa. She seems to have a soft spot for this sweet and sour taste. In the end, it's Sakura. She actually likes mapo tofu, it tastes spicy. This is very similar to Kotomine Kirai. The guy in the original book also likes to eat mapo tofu, so he was nicknamed Mapo. After eating, everyone gathered to play cards and chat, and then went to rest individually. Tonight is Enlan's vigil to prevent other masters from sending followers to attack. But unfortunately, the night passed and no servants attacked. After all, both Arturia and Enlon have already been exposed on the bright side, and with the strength that Enlon showed last time, no master would send a follower to kill him with 1 enemy and 2. Breakfast was still made by Enlon, but just as everyone was getting ready for breakfast, Amiya Kuritsugu came back again. He followed Kuyumiya behind him, and it seemed that his injuries had healed. There is news that Kotomine Risho, the supervisor of the Holy Grail War, summoned all the masters and servants in the name of the church and asked them to crusade against Castor and his master together. Amiya Kuritsuga said with a serious face. Then shall we go now? Irisveal asked. Amiya Kuritsuga shook his head and said, I didn't expect that. After all, if we go, we will inevitably reveal the secrets of the 3 servants, and during the battle, they may also reveal their noble phantasms. Once the other masters know that there are 3 followers on their side, they will join forces. Don't worry, Berserker is Matu Korea of the Matu family. He has always liked Tosaka Tokiomi's wife Tosaka Aoi, so he was angry that Tosaka Tokiomi gave his daughter Sakura to Matu Zoe, so they won't join forces. Yes, this time we are going to fight against the caster camp. As a result, only the rider camp and the lancer camp are left. Although the masters of the 2 camps used to be teachers and students, but now the contradictions have accumulated, and it is impossible to unite again. Even if Kotomine Kirai has already joined forces with Kotomine Kirai, there is nothing to be afraid of. It is impossible for him to join the rider camp and the lancer camp at the same time. If we only join forces once, there will be at most 3 servants. In a 3-on-3 situation, we still have the advantage. And Lon shared his analysis. When Amiya Kuritsugu heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. In this way, it seems that there is really no need to keep a low profile. Wait a minute, we have the advantage in terms of servants, but there are only me and Kuritsugu on the master side, and the other side has 3 masters. Irisfiel found the loophole. It doesn't matter, if we fight Tokiomi Tosaka, Matu Zoe Inkstone will definitely not miss the opportunity. He will definitely shoot Tokiomi Tosaka. And Lon assured. But the reason why Matu Zuyen shot against Tosaka Tokiomi is because he gave Sakura to the Matu family. Now that the Matu family has been destroyed by you, Sakura is also here with us, and Matu Zuyen also has maybe they will attack us. Irisfiel said again. Don't worry, apart from you, no one knows that I destroyed the Matu family, and no one knows that Sakura is here with us. Now that the Madong family has been destroyed and Sakura is missing, it will only expand the Matu Dirty Inkstone infinitely. Hatred for Tokiomi Tosaka. And Lon replied. But I'm still a little worried, it's too dangerous. Irisfiel insisted on her own point of view, and did not want Lon and others to take risks. And Lon also sighed. He couldn't tell Irisfiel that he knew the plot, and then Gilgamesh would instigate Kotomine Kirai to backstab Tokiomi Tosaka. Once Tosaka Tokiomi dies, then as long as Gilgamesh and Iskandar are defeated, the Holy Grail War will be completely won. When Enlon watched the anime in his previous life, he felt that Tokiomi Tosaka was wronged for his death. Obviously won the SSR, obviously relying on Gilgamesh's noble phantasm to push to win, but the result is to use the command spell to forcibly summon Gilgamesh back, so he offended his own servant. And then his own servant instigated the apprentice backstab. Tianhu's cards were beaten in a mess. In this crusade against the caster camp, Kotomine Rijung took out the command spell on behalf of the church as the most rewarding reward. We may give it a try, but we don't need to expose Athena, we just need Arturia and Enlon to come forward. Wei Mia Kuritsugu said suddenly. The temptation of the command spell is too great. Not only can it strengthen the servant and restore the magic power during the battle, but most importantly, it can restrain the servant. When the Holy Grail War is won, how will the master and the servant divide the Holy Grail? Keep some command spells, just in case. Since Arturia and Enlon were exposed last time, there is no need to hide. What's more, he also thinks that Enlan's analysis is reasonable. There are 3 servants on his side, and the other party can only join up with 3 servants at most because of the relationship with the master, so what is there to be afraid of? I think so. Enlon nodded, agreeing with Amiya Kuritsugu's idea. Although Irisfiel still wanted to persuade not to go, but seeing that both Amiya Kuritsugu and Enlon agreed, she no longer refuted it. Everyone began to prepare, but who did not know that Ludong Temple in Fuyuki City, summoned by the Great Holy Grail personally, descended on a new servant. Ruler. Wearing a black battle dress and silver metal armor, the long golden hair was tied into a long twist, and a silver crown was worn on the head. Black knee socks, black metal boots on his feet, a long sword on his waist, and a flag in his hand. A face that is exactly the same as Artoria's, but a completely different temperament. Yes, she is Joan of Arc. In this Holy Grail War, because of Enlan's troubles and the Overseer's defection, the Great Holy Grail automatically summoned the ruler. It is up to her to witness the Holy Grail War and decide the final victor. I didn't expect this Holy Grail war to be so chaotic, and there are 2 foreigners, which is already seriously unbalanced. As soon as Joan of Arc was summoned, she knew everything through skill revelation. However, when Joan of Arc came, Castor was frantically arresting children and completing his evil magic. On the 3rd night, Castor brought many children to the branch castle of the Einsburn family in Fuyuki City again. Suddenly, countless octopus tentacle-like monsters surrounded the entire castle. And Lon stood on the top of the castle, looked down and said, "This old man is quite infatuated. I hope he can get the Holy Grail this time, and then use the Holy Grail to summon Haitian." Who is Haitian? Athena came to Enlon with an interesting look on her face. It's actually a blackened version of Joan of Arc, but it's not the real Joan of Arc, but the revenge Joan of Arc created by Castor, who lamented the death of Joan of Arc, using the Holy Grail. As a way to match the original Joan of Arc is the complete opposite of the heroic spirit, who is in the Avenger class. Enlon explained to Athena. Needless to say, the other party must be beautiful? Athena stared at Enlon tightly. Enlon scratched the back of his head and smirked. I knew it. Athena rolled his eyes at him. The man in front of him seems to be honest, but he is actually full of bad water, and he is also very lecherous and likes to collect beautiful women. I still remember when he gave him the Gorgon Stone to help him clear Métis, just because he liked him. At that time, the 2 met for the first time, and this guy was greedy for his trinity when he grew up. The most important thing is that there are 3 beautiful bodyguards, Erica, Liliana, and Luculasia. When encountering male godslayers such as Marquis Vauban and Tony King of Swords, he directly killed and swallowed them. When encountering Luo Hao, a beautiful god killer like Luo Hao, he slowly developed his feelings. She can see that, and Lon is an LSP. You said that the Black Chastity was created by Castor using the Holy Grail, so who is he? 35 Athena asked Enlon curiously. Marshal of France, Gilles de Rais. Enlon replied. I didn't expect it to be him. Irisveel's voice suddenly came from behind. Because Artoria also found Castor, she went to fight alone, so she came to Enlon, only to hear unexpected news. Apart from him, who else is so obsessed with Joan of Arc? Enlon couldn't help but admire Castor. Saber has already gone to fight, but the other party has children as hostages. I'm a little worried. Enlon, go and help Saber. Irisveel said to Enlon. Okay, don't run around in the castle. Don't leave Athena's side. I think Lancer will come for revenge. And 2.4 Lon ordered, and then jumped off the castle. On the other side, Arturia had already fought against Castor. Castor can't beat Artoria, but he can summon tentacle monsters infinitely, and he doesn't know where he got so much magic power. Coupled with the child as a hostage, this made Artoria very passive in fighting. But in general, it is much better than the original. In the original, Arturia did not recover due to her hand injury, so Castor pressed and bullied, and finally Lancer came to the rescue. But Lancer's master came to seek revenge for Emiya Kiritsugu, and did not give him and Artoria a chance to join forces against Castor. That's why Enlon asked Irisveel to stay by Athena's side. Because there were a lot of guests tonight, in addition to Lancer and his master, Kodo Mine Kirai also came. He originally came to investigate Emiya Kiritsugu, but he met Irisveel and killed her. If it weren't for the Holy Relic, the distant ideal home of Avalon, who brought it back to life, she would really be dead. It can be said that the original book is very dangerous tonight, and almost all of them are directed at the Saber camp. But since Enlon is here, things will naturally not develop the same as the original plot. I saw him quickly come to Artoria, help her deal with the tentacle monster, and let her deal with Castor's body directly. Castor is a magician and is not very strong in melee combat. After the tentacle was restrained by Enlon, she was no match for Artoria at all, and was wounded by the Sword of Victory of the Oath wrapped in the Wind King barrier in just a few strokes. In desperation, Castor could only choose to retreat. Although a few tragically died, most of the children were saved by Enlon. After solving Castor, Artoria went to find Irisveel, but was stopped by Enlon. Irisveal has Athena by her side. Go protect Amiya Kuritsugu. He is now dealing with Lancer and his master alone. And Lon said to her. When Artoria heard this, she hurried to save Amiya Kuritsugu. Even if the two have different ideas, even if Amiya Kuritsugu has an opinion on her, she will still protect Amiya Kuritsugu because Amiya Kuritsugu is her master. This is her knightly way and her way of being a human being. Inside the castle, Amiya Kuritsugu was seriously injured. In the original book, because he and Kenneth singled out, he relied on the inherent time control and the origin bullet to seriously wound Kenneth. But this time the plot has changed. Kenneth and Lancer shot at him at the same time, which is not something he can resist as a magician at all. If it weren't for the inherent time control, he would have died long ago. It's just that after using the inherent time control for a long time, there is not much magic left, and it can't be used again. Seeing Kenneth and Lancer, who had already surrounded him, Amiya Kuritsugu's eyes were a little desperate. He looked at the command spell in his hand. Do you want to forcibly summon Saber? Since Saber was summoned, he had hardly spoken to her, much less wanted to borrow her power. But it's a matter of life and death, not so much. It's impossible to summon Saber, Kenneth said, and controlled the liquefaction of the moon's spirit essence into a sharp blade to attack Amiya Kuritsugu. Because Amiya Kuritsugu couldn't use the inherent time control, he couldn't dodge this blow at all, and his arm was cut off directly. When Kenneth saw the scene, he laughed wildly, as if victory was in sight. Suddenly, Lancer flashed to his side, blocking the sudden blow. Artoria came, and she was angry when she saw Amiya Kuritsugu lying in a pool of blood. In an instant, she was fighting with Law 24 Sir. Kenneth saw Saber and knew it couldn't be dragged on any longer, because the other party still had a servant. He was about to kill Amiya Kuritsugu while he was in control of the moon's spirit essence, but Enlon suddenly appeared and blocked the blow. Damn, Kenneth said angrily, and he was almost on the verge of killing Amiya Kuritsugu. Knowing that he was no match for Enlon, he was about to leave immediately. But Enlon didn't let go of him, and directly took out the spell book recited by the magic book. Release the real name and forcibly deprive the opponent's highest grade magic dress, the moon's spiritual essence. B****************** D. Damned thing. Kenneth found that the moon's spirit marrow was not under his control, and immediately knew that it was because of the opponent's noble phantasm. Without the welling marrow liquid, he is just an ordinary person. How can he fight? Master. Lancer, who was fighting with Artoria, found out what was going on here and was very anxious. Enlon looked funny and was about to kill Kenneth with Moon's spirit essence. As a result, something unexpected happened to him. Joan of Arc appeared and resisted Kenneth. Grass. Enlon couldn't help but swear, is this the so-called absolute neutrality? The sudden appearance of Joan of Arc shocked everyone. Lancer and Artoria, who were fighting, also stopped fighting and looked at the woman who suddenly appeared. Who are you? Lancer couldn't help asking, looking at the same face as Artoria. My name is Joan of Arc, summoned by the Great Grail to be the ruler, arbiter, of this Holy Grail war. Joan of Arc replied. Hearing this, Lancer breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he wasn't the opponent's servant. Artoria was shocked that Joan of Arc really looked exactly like herself. It seems that Castor is not lying, he does think of himself as Joan of Arc. Foreigner, you are not allowed to interfere in this Holy Grail war. Joan of Arc said sternly, looking at Enlon. Why, I am also a servant of this Holy Grail war. Enlon asked speechlessly. You are not chosen by the Holy Grail, but an outsider who came by interfering with the Holy Grail. Because of your existence, the inequality of this Holy Grail war has been caused. Joan of Arc accused Enlon. Since you said it's fair, then I ask you, the church supervisor before you, Kodomine Risei, has already led the archer camp, and his son Kodomine Kirai is both assassin's master and archer's master Tosaka Tokiomi. Disciple, the two camps and the church have been united, are they fair? Enlon asked Joan of Arc. This. Joan was asked and couldn't answer, because she didn't know this kind of thing either. This time she was summoned by the Great Grail to stop Enlon, an outsider. Seeing that the other party didn't speak, and Lon continued to mock, Joan of Arc, absolutely neutral, ruler, hee. Facing in Lan's taunts, Joan of Arc felt extremely ashamed. However, apart from Joan of Arc at this time, Kenneth and Lancer were shocked by what Lon said. It turns out that he is the clown. The Einsburn family has 2 followers. The Tosaka family has the support of the church and has united the assassin camp. After all this, it was finally an infighting of the 3 families. These outsiders are just cannon fodder. I'll find out the truth. If it's what you said, I won't allow you to deprive the church supervisor of your rights, but before you do it again, you must promise not to intervene in this Holy Grail war. Joan of Arc thought for a while and said to Enlon said, "What are you going to do if I don't agree?" Enlon laughed. "Then I can only stop you here," Joan of Arc said, thrusting the flagpole into the ground and pulling out the long sword around her waist. "Okay, I promise you." Enlon agreed suddenly with a smile. Seeing Enlon's promise, Amiya Kiritsugu's face was ugly. Because his advantage is that he has 2 more followers than others, and now that Enlon is restricted, Athena must not be able to shoot. In the end, Saber was the only one to rely on. Kenneth and Lancer were relieved. It seemed that Ruler's appearance was beneficial to them. However, Kenneth was not happy for long when Amiya Kiritsugu suddenly shot Kenneth. This time, he used the origin bullet, which directly hit Kenneth's magic mark, causing the magic circuit to run wild. Kenneth cried out in pain. I saw him spitting blood and scratching his body and head with both hands, looking extremely terrifying. "Master," Lancer exclaimed. "Why do you do this?" Jean asked, looking at Amiya Kiritsugu. "I am a participant in the Holy Grail War. The battle between servant and servant, and between master and master. This is the rule of the game. You can restrict foreigner shot. Do you still restrict me?" Amiya Kiritsugu asked back with a smile. Joan of Arc was speechless again, and could only leave with Lancer and take Kenneth first. Seeing this scene, Enlon felt that the corrective power of history was terrifying, not to mention that it was the moon world, which had its roots. However, there are still some things that are not right. The history is corrected. That is when there is only one main storyline. But fate is different. He is a multi-line plot. The 5th Holy Grail War alone has several story development lines, resulting in the emergence of many parallel worlds. According to different heroines, there are 2 Saber lines with different endings, as well as the Rin line and the Sakura line. So it stands to reason that the Moon world should not actively revise the history, but will only generate different parallel worlds due to the different development of the plot. Enlon shook his head and stopped thinking about those that are not or not. The setting of Xingyue world has many problems and is very complicated, and he is too lazy to go into it. After briefly dealing with Amiya Kiritsugu's wound, he found that the command spell on the back of his hand had been transferred to the other hand. It seemed that the command spell wouldn't disappear because of the severed hand. Amiya Kiritsugu picked up his arm with a fierce look in his eyes. Enlon knows that his origin bullets are running out. In the past, his master used one of his auxiliary bones to make 66 origin bullets. After so many years, he has used it almost. Now with this arm bone, more origin rounds can be made. Why did you promise that woman just now? If you shoot with Saber, even Ruler can't stop it, right? Amiya Kiritsugu suddenly asked Enlon. Because Enlon agreed to Joan of Arc's conditions, which caused him and Athena to be unable to take action, and the combat power was weakened too much all of a sudden. It's not that simple. Joan of Arc ruler also has some means of self-preservation. Her class skill, God's Judgment, can forcefully use the 2-stroke command spell on every servant participating in the Holy Grail War. The most important thing is her treasure. My Lord is here is a defensive noble phantasm. By revealing the Holy Flag, it converts the anti-magic power of EX rank into the defensive power against physical attacks. The legend of the wounded victory to the end materializes. This is where her second noble phantasm, Red Lotus, destroys all existence at the cost of her own life. Enlon explained Joan of Arc's attribute skills and noble phantasm to Amiya Kiritsugu. Now he is only a servant. Although his spiritual foundation is strong and his noble phantasm is powerful, he is not sure of resisting the Red Lotus. If he is anxious about that absolutely neutral woman, it will be no fun to die with him. Sure enough, after Amiya Kiritsuga heard about Joan's attribute skills and noble phantasm, he immediately fell silent. This referee not only has powerful rights, but his strength should not be underestimated, and he can play football in person. Seeing Amiya Kiritsugu's appearance, Enlon smiled and said, "Don't be discouraged, although I promise not to fight, but that's only when I am a servant. If my true body comes, Jeanne of Arc, she can't control me either, and even if she wants to, she doesn't have the ability." When Amiya Kiritsugu heard this, he immediately showed a shocked expression. Not only him, but also Arturia on the side. Does the coming of the real body mentioned by Enlon mean that God is coming? Looking at the shocked and inquiring eyes of the two, Enlon nodded. Originally, he came as a servant in response to the Holy Grail, just to participate in a fair Holy Grail war. After all, he is too powerful now, and it would be meaningless for his real body to come. As a result, after the strength was limited, it was somewhat constrained. It would be better if the real body descended and the horizontal push ended. Since possessing the god of time and space, Enlan's time and space support 620 and traveler skills have all been integrated into the god of time and space. Enlan's time and space domination is inherently perverted, a terrifying existence that can transcend time and space and reach any desired location. In the original War of the Demons, King Ming was teleported to the end of time by Yushu, and as a result, King Ming not only absorbed a lot of emptiness collapse energy at the end of time, but also returned with a space-time jump. Time travel is something that even Chloe's King of Time and Space can't do. Chloe can jump in time and space by reading future memories, but this ability is to return to the past self, and it can't be done in the stopped time. Launch. But Mingwang's time and space domination can freely jump any time period, which is terrifying. Later, after obtaining the traveler skill, Mingwang can freely travel to any world, and even return to the island country before crossing. Enlan's god of time and space, after merging time and space domination and traveler, has far surpassed Chloe's god of time and space in terms of ability and power. Now Enlon can rely on the god of time and space to go anywhere he wants to go, even some advanced cosmic planes. On the surface, Enlon promised Joan that he would not take action because he planned to come in the real body. At the same time, Irisveal and Kuumiya on the other side also encountered Kodomine Kirai, who came to investigate the situation. Fortunately, due to the existence of Athena, after beheading a few Hassans, Kodomine Kirai retreated, not killing Irisveal like in the original book, but also beating Kuumiya seriously. But because of this, Kodomine Kirai discovered the existence of Athena. Another foreigner, the Einsburn family actually has 3 followers. Athena did not prevent the other party from leaving, because she also knew that Enlan's real body was about to come. In this way, the game should also be accelerated to the end. She is looking forward to returning to the wrong world with Enlon, and then developing her own family. After the 3 daughters returned to the castle, seeing Amiya Kiritsugu injured, Kuumiya actually acted even more nervous than Irisveal, rushing in front of her to ask about the injury. This made Irisveal angry, and she stopped going to the Guardian Palace Kiritsugu. After asking Enlon, she knew what had just happened. Unexpectedly, Joan of Arc really came, and as if she really looked exactly like Arturia, it was no wonder that Castor would admit her mistake. But none of these things mattered, because Enlon actually said that his real body was coming. In this way, I have the opportunity to go to another world with Enlon. Thinking of this, Irisveal was looking forward to it, thinking about ending the Holy Grail War as soon as possible, and then following Enlon to travel to other worlds. Everything is calm, but the dark tide is surging in private. Although the existence of Athena was discovered by Kodomine Kirai, it didn't matter anymore. Anyway, I promised that Joan of Arc would not take action, and then Joan of Arc will launch an investigation into the Archer camp. They just need to watch the play. At night, in Enlan's room, a golden space ripple suddenly appeared, and then the main body brought Athena and Luculasia to the world of Xingyue. And Lan closed the time and space channel, and the servant turned into a soul force and returned to the main body. Is this a different world? It doesn't look any different. Luculasia said when she came to the window of the room and looked at the night view outside. And Lan ignored her and asked Athena to take back the servant's avatar. Athena nodded, came to her servant's room, and took back her main body from her avatar. In this way, the two foreigners that were created in this Holy Grail war disappeared. Everything returns to the original plot, but Ruler has already been born, and it is impossible for her to return until the end of the Holy Grail war. In this way, Ruler will completely stare at the Archer camp. When the main body comes, and Lan must do something to enhance his strength. In the Xingyue world, there are not many people who can enhance their strength. In addition to the noble phantasms of many heroic spirits, there is also the magic eye of death. The rest should belong to the root. By the way, the legendary magic should also be counted. And Lan's idea is very simple. Use the Sans core to analyze the root cause. This will be of great help for him to create a complete world in the future. And Lan first came to Irisfiel's room, looked at her sleeping, did not disturb her, directly analyzed her body, and found the little Holy Grail. Then, without damaging her body, the little Holy Grail was completely taken out. And Lan took the little Holy Grail and teleported to Ludong Temple. A barrier was randomly arranged to cover the entire Ludong Temple to prevent being disturbed. After sensing the seed of the Great Holy Grail, Lan uses the little Holy Grail as a springboard to link himself with the Great Holy Grail. The so-called Great Holy Grail is actually not a real thing. It is due to the huge magic circle constructed by the three imperial families, Tosaka, Einsburn, and Matu, which is the Holy Grail system. The Great Holy Grail magic array is mixed with the magic tricks that three schools are good at, and the command spell system and the servant system are mixed in it, which constitutes the beginning of the Holy Grail War. The Great Holy Grail is the core of the entire Holy Grail War. It is hidden in the underground of Fuyuki City and absorbs the magic of Fuyuki Town. When the magic power reaches a certain value, the Great Holy Grail will start the Holy Grail War and communicate with the Hall of Valor. The Little Holy Grail is the core part, which is also produced by the Usanjia for intervention. It can be said that it is very cruel to build the Little Holy Grail with the human body. In the original book, Ilia and Irisfiel's mother and daughter are both Little Holy Grails constructed by the Einsburn family. The role of the Little Holy Grail is to absorb the souls of the defeated heroes and finally, at the end of the Holy Grail War, to communicate with the other side of the world and draw the huge magic power on the other side of the world. Under the boundless magic power, people can use the Little Holy Grail to realize various wishes. However, the Great Holy Grail of Fuyuki City was already contaminated by Avenger during the Third Holy Grail War, and it lost its function as a wishing machine. But the third method still exists, which is to materialize the soul. It was because Gilgamesh bathed in the black mud in the Holy Grail that the body of the servant had a physical body, and he lived in Fuyuki City until the Fifth Holy Grail War before being sent back to the Throne of Heroes. The third method is still a bit of a thing. The soul is materialized, and Lan completed the analysis through the psychic core, and after learning the third method, it was integrated into the god-level ability, God of Reincarnation. Next, directly crack the Great Holy Grail, one time for the springboard into the root. The Theosophical core began to exert its ability to analyze quickly. At the same time, Lan even entered the Throne of Heroes in reverse, where he could browse all the skills and noble phantasms of heroic spirits. This surprised him greatly. First, he analyzed and engraved all the noble phantasms and weapons of heroic spirits and incorporated them into his own treasure house of gods. There are also many various mounts owned by Rider, cavalry, including mythical species, and Solomon's 72 devil pillars, all of which are included in their own pet space. The last thing is the skills. Solomon's Clairvoyancy X is good. It can see the past and the future, integrated into the God of Time and Space, and add the ability of the Eye of Time and Space. Gilgamesh's omniscient and almighty star has been integrated into the psychic core to evolve into a true omniscient and omnipotent. Tiamat's antigenesis, this is the ability to reshape the world and integrate into the void god. The reached realm of the old man in the mountains and the devil eye of immediate death of the two rituals are integrated into the god of reincarnation, merged with the eye of immediate death and evolved into the eye of death, which not only can be seen the concept of death can also be given to the concept of death, and any attack has the ability to die instantly. However, just when Enlon wanted to continue to integrate his skills, the Sans core had already completed the analysis of the root cause. Helpless, Enlon can only copy all the skills of the heroic spirits first, and then slowly organize them later. After quitting the root cause, Enlon felt that he became stronger again, including the Psycho Core Paimon. After analyzing the root cause, his calculation ability was greatly improved again. Removed the Ludong Temple barrier and teleported back again. Analyzing the root cause and having the ability to destroy the void, Enlon intends to create a large world. That's right, it's no longer a small world planet for heretics, but a real world. However, the method of creation is not to create directly with the collapse of nothingness. He has another method. I saw that he took out a golden holy garment, which was the Sagittarius golden holy garment obtained by opening the treasure chest before. Through the analysis of the Psycho Core, the holy garment does not need to contain the unique tricks of the Sagittarius golden saints of all dynasties. The same is true. It also includes the cultivation method of the small universe. Enlon intends to use the small universe cultivation method to open up a small universe of his own, and then integrate the energy of the collapse of nothingness to make it a real universe. If you want to do it, the cultivation method of the small universe emerges in your mind. The first is to open up a small universe, simulating the birth of the universe in reality, the explosion in nothingness, and the birth of the universe. Then Enlon kept adding the energy of the void collapse into the small universe, making him grow faster. Because of the fusion of the energy of the collapse of the void, Enlon's small universe began to grow rapidly. Vision, hearing, taste, smell, touch, all 5 senses are fully open. 6th sense, intuition open. The 7th sense, mana knowledge is open. The 8th sense, Alea knows it. The 9th sense, Amaro is enlightened. In an instant, Enlon's small universe cultivation system reached the 9th sense and advanced as a god. But it's not over yet. The 10th sense, the beginning of everything, the cause of all fruits. Because Enlon himself is a god, it directly reaches the will of the gods, and the small universe also becomes the big universe of the gods. Enlon became a god because of the small universe, so the strengthening bonus of the small universe to his body made him stronger. Not only that, but even the divine body, divine blood, divine personality, divine power, divine position, divine nature, etc., have skyrocketed because of the fusion of the two gods. The most important thing is that Enlon's soul has advanced to Yuanshan. This is an ability that all the gods in the Saint Seiya world have, and the primordial spirit is immortal. The primordial spirit of God is eternal and immortal, and even the end of the universe cannot destroy the soul of God. God can exist in the form of a soul and take the body of any life, and at the same time, he can take the house without destroying the soul of other life, and he can even reside on a non-living body. Without any hesitation, Enlon directly integrated the skill of Yuanshan immortality into God of Reincarnation and merged with Undead Black Dragon. The previous, immortal Black Dragon, was the immortality of the soul, but this time the Yuanshan immortality is the immortality of the Yuanshan, which is much stronger in terms of attributes and force. The merged attribute is also called Yuanshan Immortal, which also makes the god of reincarnation even stronger. In addition to the immortality of the primordial spirit, Enlon also has several more abilities of the gods, such as the law of heaven and earth, the creation of life, the realization of imagination, omnipotence and omnipotence, the realm of the world, and the domination of nature. Enlon already has the ability of Dharma heaven and earth, so it is directly integrated into the Battle Holy Spirit to enhance its attributes. The ability to create life is good, and it can be integrated into the God of Life to enhance attributes. The ability of imagination representation is somewhat similar to Meng Wang's material creation, but material creation can only create dead things, while imagination representation can create living things. It is said that the myth of the 88 constellations and constellations in the Saint Seiya world appeared according to Athena's ideas, and later the constellations became the blueprint for the design of the holy clothes. This ability is very powerful, and Enlon directly integrated it into the god of Fengzhou to enhance his attributes. Omniscient and almighty, I just copied it in the heroic spirit throne, but I didn't expect another one to come. However, this omniscient and almighty is much stronger than the omniscient and almighty star of Gilgamesh. The previous psychic core has been integrated into one, so I want this myself. Enlon directly incorporates omniscience into his inherent ability. The ability of the realm of the world is very good. It can create a light curtain and project the scene of the planet. No matter how many billion light years away the planet is, the light curtain can show what is happening now. This is simply a voyeuristic skill, and Enlon once again incorporates his own inherent ability. The last is natural domination. The attribute is to govern the laws of the universe and govern all things in the world. Human beings are afraid of and can only wait for the changes in the universe to disappear. Gods can control it with one hand. The worldwide earthquake caused by Poseidon, heavy rains and tsunamis, and Odysseus, the golden saint of Ophiuchus, who is close to the realm of God, destroys the entire universe, all belong to the use of this ability. This is a powerful ability, and it is still not used to integrate and strengthen the God-level ability, but incorporates its own inherent ability. In a short period of time, Enlan's overall strength has been improved again. But this is still the most important, because the small universe has reached the 10th sense, and under the nourishment of a large amount of energy from the collapse of nothingness, it has become a huge universe world that is right. Enlon asks Theosophical Core, Pika, to incarnate the rules and order of this world based on the analyzed root of the moon world, and manage the world instead of himself. Paimon complies with the request, incarnating the world order. In an instant, the Sanity Core was strengthened again, and the calculation ability was enhanced again. At this time, she is just like the Way of Heaven in the novels of Xuanhuan and Xiuxian. Not only the Sans Core has been strengthened, but also Enlon. This time, he really created a world and took the name of God of Creation. Before dawn, Enlon made the Sagittarius gold cloth anew. Now that he is the same as the gods in the Saint Seiya world, they have the ability Enlon has, and it is still very simple to refine a set of divine clothes. All the gods in the Saint Seiya world have divine clothing, and Enlon naturally dislikes the holy clothing. Therefore, he plans to refine the holy garment into a divine garment, so that he will not lose the quality when wearing it. In this refining, in addition to the original Sagittarius, Enlon has also integrated into all other constellations of galaxies, which is simply engraving all the stars in the sky. The appearance of divine clothing is somewhat similar to Hades' divine clothing, except that the black color has turned into white gold, and there is no sense of darkness, but instead reveals a noble and holy breath. Enlon nodded in satisfaction, and only then put it into the god's treasure house. The night passed, and the next day all the masters got a message. Kodomine Rijing was relieved of her status as the supervisor of the Holy Grail War by Jean, and all command spells were confiscated. Immediately afterwards, Joan of Arc issued another order to rescue the human child captured by the caste kings, find his location, and behead him. Whoever can complete this task can get 2 command spells as a reward. Kodomine Rijing also announced this task earlier, but no master believed him. Now that Joan of Arc personally released it, naturally they all believed it. For a time, all the masters and followers began to pour out the traces of Castor and his master in Fuyuki City. The Holy Grail War turned into a collective crusade, which is also interesting. Enlon originally promised Joan of Arc not to participate in the Holy Grail War, but now that he is not a servant, but the body descends, Joan of Arc's restraint on him is invalid. On the road leading to Tosaka's house from Fuyuki City School, Tosaka Rin, who had just finished school, found that his classmates had been captured by magic control. The daring Tosaka Rin actually followed behind, trying to rescue his classmates. But unfortunately, she is still too young now, and her magic is immature, and was discovered by Castor's master Yu Ryanosuk. This guy is not actually a magician. He summoned Castor in an unexpected situation, and was involved in the Holy Grail War. However, he obviously has no interest in the Holy Grail War, and is only interested in killing people and learning magic with Castor. The bracelet in his hand was the magic tool that Castor gave him to control people. After Tosaka Rin was discovered, he not only destroyed Yushing Ryanosuk's bracelet, but even escaped with the captured children. She called the police and notified the police, who soon arrived and took the children away. Unfortunately, before she could be happy, the tentacle monster controlled by Castor suddenly appeared and surrounded her. Tosaka Rin was terrified and wanted to run away, but the tentacle monster attacked directly. The little girl closed her eyes in despair. At the moment of crisis, Enlon suddenly teleported in front of her and wiped out the tentacle monster with a wave of his hand. He turned to look at Tosaka Rin, but the little girl fainted out of fear. Enlon carried the little girl to a nearby park, put her on a chair, and then sat next to him, waiting for the little girl's family to pick her up. The original plot is that Metu Korea rescued Tosaka Rin. Even if Enlon does not appear, Tosaka Rin will be fine. After waiting for a while, a car drove to the park and stopped. The woman who got out of the car and thought she was dignified and beautiful was Tokiomi Tosaka's wife, Aoi Chanching. No, after an island woman joins a man, her surname will be changed to be the same as that of a man. Now she should be called Tosaka Aoi. She is the daughter of Sakura and Tosaka Rin. Although she is not a magician, her two daughters have excellent magician potential. Metu Korea has always liked this woman, but unfortunately she chose Tomisaka Tokiomi. In addition, Tokiomi Tosaka sent Sakura to the Metu family and accepted the transformation of the old man, which made him hate Tokiomi to the bone. Enlon looked at this woman. She was beautiful and had a scent of books, which made her look extraordinarily dignified. TSK, I feel more and more like Prime Minister Chow. Do I also inherit the ambition of Weiwu? Rin. 99. When Tosaka Aoi saw her daughter, she stepped forward quickly. He was attacked by Castor and was not injured. Since you are here, I should go too. Enlon said to Tosaka Aoi. This gentleman, thank you very much. Tosaka Aoi hurriedly thanked. Number 35 Enlon waved and left. Tosaka Aoi looked at the back of Enlon leaving, feeling a little strange. Is this strange boy in front of him also a magician? Otherwise, how would he know about Castor's existence? Shouldn't the Holy Grail War not know much? Enlon returned to the castle, and found Ryder driving his flying hoof thunderbolt and Kamui wheel, and broke into the gate of the castle directly. The gate, which had not been repaired due to yesterday's battle, was severely damaged again. Yo, Saber! Ryder, dressed in modern clothes and carrying several barrels of fine wine, greeted Arturia. Ryder. Arturia did not understand what the other party's actions meant. I heard that you guys have a castle and come and have a look. It's really 620 dead places. Ryder said after looking at everything in the castle, then looked at Saber and asked, why are you still wearing this horrific outfit? Armor? No stylish modern clothes tonight. Ryder patted his chest as he spoke, and the white short-sleeved t-shirt was printed with a world map and the words, Grand Strategy. Arturia ignored his strange behavior and asked, Ryder, what are you doing here? Can't you see it? Of course I came to drink with you, Ryder said and picked up a bucket of wine from the car. This made all the girls present stunned for a moment. Only Enlon knew that the Three Kings gathering had begun. When watching anime in the previous life, many people said that this episode Ryder was a god. But Enlon disagreed, and what Ryder said to Arturia was completely nonsense. The two have different backgrounds, and the environment in their respective countries is also different, so it is impossible to generalize. In the previous life, many moon chefs and up masters at Station B have analyzed this plot, indicating that it is very likely that Ryder is shaking Artoria's heart of the king. As for Gilgamesh, he is not the wise King Sishem at all. Archer's Gilgamesh is a tyrant. He thinks that he is the only king. How could he possibly agree with Artoria's kingly way? The tyrant is interested in the emperor and recognizes his kingship, because the emperor's kingship is conquest, but also belongs to domineering, and the tyrant naturally recognizes it. But this time with Enlon around, he naturally wouldn't watch Artoria being bullied by two big men. Okay, don't stand there, lead the way. Ryder said impatiently, isn't there a garden suitable for drinking? How can you drink this ruined castle if it's all ashes? Arturia, Irisfeel, and Enlon exchanged glances, as if asking for advice. Promise him. Enlon nodded. Okay. Artoria agreed. They're all kings, and she also really wants to have a drink with Ryder. Enlon asked Ryder, can you bring me one? Ryder said boldly, of course, your strength has been recognized by me. In the Battle of the Port, Enlon defeated Lancer and Berserker with one sword. Such a brave man, even if he is not a king, is still eligible to participate in the Banquet of Kings. The corners of Enlon's mouth twitched, revealing a smile. If the next plot develops like the original, he will bluntly use the arguments of the previous Moon Chef and Up Masters to justify Artoria's name. Irisfeel brought the three to the garden in the backyard, and the three sat on the ground in the taste center. Ryder opened the barrel with a punch and drank it with a spoon. Arturia just looked straight at it and didn't speak first. Enlon felt amused. Artoria in front of her seemed to be more serious than that of her family, but it was because of this seriousness that Enlon found it particularly interesting. Perhaps this is the attraction of our king. The animation has been broadcast for so many years, and various beautiful servants have appeared, but the status of my king has never been shaken. It is said that the Holy Grail is destined to be obtained by the most suitable person, and the battle in Fuyuki City is a ceremony to select such a person, but if it is just a selection, there is no need to bleed at all. As long as the heroic spirits can understand if the pattern is higher or lower, then the answer will naturally be found. Ryder scooped out 2 spoons of wine as he spoke. Hand them to Artoria and Enlon respectively. When Enlon heard this, he could already sense that Ryder was digging a hole. If it is only based on the level of the pattern to determine the ownership of the Holy Grail, is this fair to other servants who do not have a high pattern? Just because you are the king, so you have a high profile and you have to give the Holy Grail to you? Your face is bigger than others? These 3 views are simply F*** add up. I really don't know why so many people in the previous life pursued Ryder and called him the Great Emperor. The word emperor first appeared in the Celestial Dynasty. The first emperor is the real emperor. Wherever the sun and the moon shine, and wherever rivers and rivers come, they are all Han soil. Under the whole world, is it not the king's land, and the coast of the land is not the king's ministers? What are the kings of Europe who are also worthy of being emperors? As for Gilgamesh, there are various myths. In history, he is also a small city lord, and the so-called king's treasure is just the city lord's small treasury. Artoria finished the wine, drank it all at once, and then asked Ryder, so, you want to compare the pattern with me first? That's right. Since you and I both claim to be kings and refuse to back down, it is inevitable. It can be said that this is not the Holy Grail War, but the Holy Grail question and answer. Who is more qualified to be the king of the Holy Grail? Let us ask them with wine. Ryder said boldly. However, his words here seem to be fine, but in fact there are huge loopholes. There are so many moon-shaped heroic spirits. Only the king is worthy of the Holy Grail. What are the other heroic spirits? The Holy Grail War will indeed involve the fate of many masters and servants, and it is also the main line of the story, but it has nothing to do with the final ownership. No matter which heroic spirit it is, as long as it responds to the Holy Grail and participates in the war, it will have its own destiny as long as it lives as long as it wants. But fate does not involve the ultimate Holy Grail ownership. Ryder is the king of conquest, and he conquers whatever he wants. This pirate-like concept has been inherited by many countries in Europe to the postmodern era. Arturia didn't answer, just looked at each other seriously. At this moment, however, Gilgamesh suddenly appeared and said, "This is the end of the nonsense. Be *********** D. 39. Archer? Arturia was not as nervous as in the original book when she saw the person coming. In the original book, she was nervous because she injured her hand and was worried that she would not be able to protect Irisfeel from 1 versus 2. But now it is different. Her hand injury was healed by Enlon, and with the presence of Enlon and Athena, she is not worried about Irisfeel's comfort at all, just curious about Archer's arrogant person. Why not tonight coming? Well, I met this guy on the road, so I invited him casually. Ryder didn't get angry when he was scolded as AB ***************************, but explained to Arturia. Then he complained to Gilgamesh again, "You're a little late, Ginger." Then the guy started showing off his mount again and said, "But after all, you are different from me. You came on foot, so it is understandable. You actually chose to hold the king's banquet in such a dead place. How do you apologize for bothering me to come to such a place?" Gilgamesh asked the king's attitude as soon as he came up. "Don't be so serious, come on. The one who is late will be punished for a drink first." Iskandar scooped up a spoonful of wine and handed it to Gilgamesh. The other party took it with a look of disgust, and after taking a sip, he said disdainfully, "Humph, what kind of cheap stuff is this? Do you really think that this can be used to measure heroes?" Gilgamesh obviously discovered the purpose of Iskandar, but he did not point it out, and there was already a comparison in the sentence. After all, this kind of king's banquet is not very common. However, only Arturia still foolishly thought that Iskandar really came to compare the pattern. Really? In the local market, this is already a very good wine. 35 Iskandar said helplessly. "You think so because you don't even know what real wine is. You be ************* D." Gilgamesh satirized Iskandar with every sentence. After he finished speaking, he opened the treasure of the king, a wine made of yellow wine. Device appears. Look at it, and then remember, this is the so-called king's wine. While speaking, he took out 4 golden cups from the treasure house and distributed them to everyone. "That's great," Iskandar said happily. "Pour in the wine," and everyone took a sip. Iskandar cried out excitedly, shouting, "Good wine." Arturia showed a surprised expression. Apparently she never drank this kind of drink before her death. Only Enlan's expression did not change, because he had drunk the wine of the god of wine, Mamo, in Uluru, and that was the real wine. Even Gilgamesh's wine could not be compared. "Whether it's wine or swords, I only have the best treasures in my treasury." Gilgamesh shook the glass a few times, drank it all in one go, and then said, "In this way, who is the king's position? Lo is already determined." 35. Archer, your wine is indeed worthy of the treasure cup, but unfortunately, the Holy Grail and the wine cup are still different. You must first tell us what kind of grandeur you put on the Holy Grail. Iskin, this guy doll, began to pretend to be confused. After his own wine was compared, he deliberately said that the Holy Grail is not a wineglass, and even asked the other party's wishes. "I have to say, what an old fox. You are not qualified to order me, be ********* D. And from the premise of competing for the Holy Grail, you are already wrong. That is what was originally mine, and the origin of all treasures in the world can be traced back to my treasure house." 99 Gilgamesh, still emphasizing its own pattern. I don't know if he saw through Iskandar's careful thinking, or because of his original character. But there is one thing that makes Enlon unhappy. Western scholars conjecture that the origin of human civilization is the earliest Uruk culture, which is said to be earlier than the 4 ancient civilizations. It is precisely because of this that the author was brought into the moon world, which made Gilgamesh's noble phantasm too powerful. His king's treasure, the noble phantasm prototype of all heroic spirits, the original book of human wisdom. This is very frustrating. Enlon was a Huxia in his previous life, and he doesn't know about the other three ancient civilizations, but the culture of the Celestial Dynasty is self-contained and has a half-cent relationship with you, Uruk? Many Western scholars in later generations have said that the Celestial Dynasty is a civilization disguised as a country because they have never been in contact with the Celestial Dynasty civilization, which is a completely new set of civilization completely different from theirs. Later, it was proved that the Indian civilization and the Celestial civilization were both indigenous civilizations that developed independently. The Mesopotamian civilization and the ancient Egyptian civilization developed later and were divided and disintegrated into various regions of Europe and Asia, becoming modern civilizations and the foundation of civilization in the Eastern Mediterranean. It influenced the rise of Greek civilization and Jewish civilization and laid a solid foundation for the early Christian art. If you compare the time, the civilization of the Celestial Dynasty can be more than 5,000 years. The concept of 5,000 years was put forward by Mr. Liang Qichao in the late Qing dynasty. Because the Qing government was bullied by foreign powers at that time, he put it up in order to improve the morale of the country. There are also 4 ancient civilizations, which he also proposed. This has also led to the word of the next 5,000 years, rooted in the souls of the Huxia people and cannot be shaken. But according to later archaeological discoveries, how long did the Celestial Dynasty last for 5,000 years? Dadiwan ruins dating back more than 8,000 years. Banpo sites 7,000 years ago, Himuda culture. Hongshan culture 6,000 years ago. Gota Majiayo 5,500 years ago, Liangyu culture. There is also the questionable Sengsingui site. Which of these cultures is not earlier than the Uruk culture? Uruk is the cultural origin of the world. Please stop being funny. Of course, Enlon is not here to argue about culture. After all, the world has been set like this by the author, and he can't help it. It's just that in the past life, as a celestial, I felt a little unhappy. After hearing Gilgamesh's words, Iskandar asked slightly mockingly, "Does that mean you once possessed the Holy Grail?" "I don't know what it is." "I don't know. Don't measure me with the standard of AB*********************************************************************************************************************1 The total amount of my treasure has already exceeded my knowledge, but since it is a treasure, it must be my treasure. I want to take it from my treasure." "Curry stole it, you thief is a bit fat." Gilgamesh responded domineeringly. This is really listening to your words and reading 10 years in vain. Speaking like this is like free America robber logic. What you said is no different from the crazy words Castor said. It seems that he is not the only one who is insane. 33 Artoria sneered. This made Gilgamesh suddenly show an unpleasant expression, staring at her gloomily. "Oh, what's the truth? I have some clues about the real name of this golden glitter." Iskandar showed a smile. The so-called Banquet of the Three Kings is completely a tactic of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Comparing the pattern, it is best if you can simply get the Holy Grail. If you can't get it, use this to beat the mentality of the other 2 kings. Finally, through chat, get some intelligence and understand the information of the other servant. Clearly, Iskandar has achieved a purpose. He succeeded in knowing Gilgamesh's real name, and in dealing with him later, he could look for weaknesses based on his history. In this Holy Grail war, Iskandar doesn't care about many followers. His king's army is very powerful. As long as it is activated, it can completely kill Assassin, Lancer, Berserker, and Caster. However, Gilgamesh, who possessed multiple noble phantasms, Enlon, who defeated Lancer and Berserker with 1 sword, and Artoria, who already knew his real name, had no certainty of victory against these 3 servants. Then Archer, are you saying that if you want to get the Holy Grail, you only need your consent? Iskandar showed the treacherous expression of an old fox. Exactly. But I don't have any reason to reward you bastards. Gilgamesh said proudly. You guy, are you a cheapskate? Iskandar stimulated in the opposite direction. Joke, my favor should only be bestowed on my subjects, so writer, if you are willing to surrender to me, then I can reward you with just 1 or 2 wine glasses at any time. Gilgamesh said sarcastically as he saw through the other party repeatedly. To make another king submit to another king is equivalent to ridicule. As the king of conquest, Iskandar relies on conquest, so how could he surrender to Gilgamesh? There is a hidden mystery in the words of the two sides, tit for tat, and Lon listened funny. But Arturia, who was next to her, had a serious expression on her face, as if she didn't understand the mystery in the words of the two. That's right, as the king of knights, her character is noble, and she is not good at this kind of conspiracy, tricks and words. I can't accept this proposal, but Archer, you are not mean to the Holy Grail, are you? Iskandar smiled and changed the subject. That's natural, but the thief who intends to steal the treasure must be punished. This is a matter of principle, Gilgamesh replied. So, what kind of righteousness and what kind of truth does this have? Iskandar continued to ask. It's the law issued by me as a king. Gilgamesh continued to answer. Perfect, and can be considered a king if he can enforce his own laws. 39-foot Iskandar agreed. At this time, Enlon still couldn't see it, and interjected. The law first appeared in the legalists of the various schools of thought in the Celestial Dynasty and the 12 Bronze Table Law. In post-Roman 449 BC was the first written law in the world. Does your Uruk have laws? 5. Facing Enlon's questioning, Gilgamesh was stunned, not knowing how to answer, and his face was extremely ugly. Enlon continued to ask Iskandar, are you kidding me? If you implement your own laws to be kings? Can the laws be made by one person? If there are errors in the laws, they must be followed through to the end? Times the evolution of the society has made the society continue to progress, and the law is also constantly improving. Should the laws of the feudal era be implemented into the modern era? If you really do, it's not a king, it's a dictator. Enlon's sarcasm spoke to Arturia, who did not agree with the kingship of Gilgamesh and Iskandar. But she didn't refute it, just as a knight's benefit. She didn't interrupt the conversation between the two. Dictatorship is the right of the king, Gilgamesh said. Yes, as a king, you should have control over everything. Iskandar agreed. The result? Is your Uruk civilization still there? Enlon taunted Gilgamesh. Then he turned to Iskandar and asked, as a conqueror, you want to conquer the world and lay down a larger territory, but what you do will only bring endless disasters to the people at the bottom, you and your army. Everything is gained by conquest, but what about the conquered? From ancient times to the present, none of the many dynasties in the world can unify the whole world through conquest, because the world's cultures and races are diverse, and the community with a shared future for mankind is also diverse and diverse. Your conquest makes your own culture flourish. Other civilizations are oppressed, so they will turn on you when you are weakest. Compared to the conquered territories, you are far from Genghis Khan, and as a result, the Mongol Empire is not gone. If you want something, just create it yourself. Why conquer it? If you can't do it, won't you learn the principle? No food, no planting. If you don't have land, won't you open up wasteland? If you don't create it yourself, you will snatch it when you see someone else create something good. You are the king of robbers, not the king of conquerors. Enlon's output, especially the postmodern advanced thinking, directly stared at Iskandar, not knowing how to answer. At this moment, his kingly way has been strongly impacted. Just as in the original book he deliberately attacked Arturia, Enlon also let him enjoy it. Enlon continued, conquest blindly. Enjoy the process of conquest. This is the king. The king is responsible, at least to make your people live happily, but years of war will only bring famine, destruction, death, and plague. Because of selfishness, countless families have been broken because of this. This is not a king, but a demon who brings war. There is an old saying in the Celestial Dynasty, water can carry a boat and capsize it. If the king is the boat, then the people are the water. The king's responsibility is to resist foreign aggression, to keep his people fed and clothed, and to live a happy life. Get it? After speaking, it was Arturia who felt the most. Because of his background at the time, Camelot was in an embattled situation. She also promised Merlin to manage Camelot well, let Camelot's people live a happy life, and create a paradise no less than Avalon. What Enlon said all coincided with her ideals. You have some truth in what you said, but you are not a king, and I will not agree with what I said. Iskandar finally said unconvincingly. And Lon smiled disdainfully. What is the king? He is a god. Created a world with the only true god, needs to be king? And in the world of Godslayers, he has killed gods himself. Can he also be called a Godslayer demon king? Is the demon king not a king? To put it in a bad way, and Lon really didn't take the king seriously. Whatever you say, I'm here to drink. You guys continue your king's way. And Lon didn't continue to refute Iskandar, but poured a glass of fine wine and continued to taste it, like a colleague and an outsider. Iskandar did not intend to say more on this issue, so he continued to Gilgamesh. I really want the Holy Grail, and my point of view is to plunder if I want it, and this is what I do. After all, I am the king of conquest. Equals. Obviously, this guy still hasn't changed his robber logic. And Lon doesn't think he can change a person's thinking with just a few words, let alone a heroic spirit. But he didn't care. They were all dead figures in history. Then there is no way. If you violate the law, I will punish you. There is no room for excuse. Gilgamesh replied. If that's the case, then only swords face each other. Iskandar also said. For a time, the atmosphere became serious. But Archer, finish these drinks first anyway. If you want to fight, there will be opportunities in the future. Iskandar suddenly changed the conversation. Ask for flowers. It's natural. Don't you still look down on my wine? Gilgamesh said conceitedly. Don't be kidding, how can you not finish this kind of wine? Iskandar said and started pouring wine into his glass. The serious atmosphere disappeared, and it seemed that the banquet had returned. At this time, Artorias suddenly asked Iskandar, King of Conqueror, do you admit that the rightful ownership of the Holy Grail belongs to someone else, but you still want to take it by force? What are you trying to do to the Holy Grail? When Iskandar heard this, he was silent for a moment, drank the drink in the glass in one gulp, and replied, Get the body. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Obtaining a body means that he wants to leave the heroic throne and be resurrected again. Writer's master, Weber, was even more surprised and asked, Is it your wish to conquer the world? Idiot, what's the point of letting a cup conquer the world for me? Conquest is my own dream to achieve, and the Holy Grail is just the first step to achieve my dream. Said. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** this trivial matter? Gilgamesh asked with a look of disdain. Although we are now relying on magic to come, but we are only servants after all. I want to become a real life in this reincarnated world, take root, and challenge the world with my own body. This is the way to conquer this behavior. All, starting like this, advancing, and finally reaching is my domineering. Iskandar looked at his double. Han said. Hearing this, Gilgamesh raised his mouth slightly and said, I have decided on Rider. I will kill you with my own hands. At this moment, he was not calling the B******************, so it could be seen that his views on Iskandar had changed. Haha, I don't need to remind you now, I also really want to snatch all the treasures in your treasury. You have to be careful. Iskandar laughed arrogantly. A tyrant and a robber seem to have nothing to do with each other, but they are both domineering, relying on force to resolve everything, and doing everything based on their own preferences. Gilgamesh recognized Iskandar, so he wanted to kill him, because one mountain cannot tolerate two tigers. This approach is not the way of the king. Arturia disagreed. Oh, let's talk about what's in your heart. Iskandar did not refute, but Arturia said her kingly way. My wish is to save my hometown and use the almighty wishing machine to change the fate of Britain's destruction. Arturia replied. And Lon covered his forehead helplessly. The duo Mao Wang was really upright. Your kingship is kindness, but there is no need to express your wishes and let others seize the loopholes to ridicule you. Isn't this putting your weaknesses in front of others? Don't forget, now is the banquet of kings, discussing the king's way and the pattern. Sure enough, after hearing Arturia's words, Iskandar put down his glass and said, Night King, when you said you wanted to change your destiny, did you mean to overthrow history? At this moment, he was already trolling Arturia. There is no history in the moon world. Even if the history is changed, it is just a parallel world with a different ending. That's right. If the Holy Grail is truly omnipotent, Even that kind of wish that cannot be fulfilled by a miracle, it must be possible. Arturia replied solemnly. Gilgamesh laughed unceremoniously when he heard this. That? Saber, let me confirm, that country called Britain perished in your time? Did it perish under your rule? Iskandar asked. Double under the cover, seems to be asking, but has been led by the nose. That's right, that's why I can't forgive myself, that's why I regret it, and I want to change that ending, precisely, because that's my responsibility. Arturia continued to reply without noticing it. At this time, Gilgamesh burst out laughing. Archer, what's so funny? Arturia asked with a frown. It was very impolite to do this when someone was talking seriously, let alone Artorias, who was born as a knight. Calling himself a king, and being called a king by others, this kind of person actually says he regrets it. Ha ha ha. How can this not make me laugh? Gilgamesh said and laughed louder, more exaggerated. The sound was as harsh as a chicken's crowing. Archer's mockery made Arturia uncomfortable. Don't worry about him. Uruk originated earlier than Camelot. At that time, human beings didn't have many countries. They only needed to plant and open up wasteland to live. If you put Uruk in your era, you would think he was Gilgamer. How could such a tyrant be better than you? 35 and Lon interjected again at this time, comforting Arturia. After all, it was his favorite female character in the Moonlight in his previous life. How could he just watch being bullied by a pervert? UB ********* D. When Gilgamesh heard Enlan's words, he immediately stood up angrily, opened the king's treasure directly, and turned his weapon against Enlan. Get out! Enlan spit out a word softly and immediately closed his king's treasure. A wave of divine might pressed him down again. The current Enlan has arrived in real form, and he has analyzed the root cause and copied all the skills and noble phantasms of the heroic spirits in the heroic spirit throne, including Gilgamesh's treasure of the king, of course. Forcibly closing his noble phantasm is still very simple. God. Gilgamesh immediately realized that something was wrong. If Enlan was a servant foreigner before, then he is the real god now. The age of the gods has long since passed. How could the gods still be alive? Arturia and Iskandar were shocked when they saw the scene. However, apart from being shocked, Arturia was more grateful. The way of the king that Enlan said is the same as her ideal, and now she is talking for her. It is impossible not to be moved. Iskandar was shocked by Enlan's strength, which was much more terrifying than the previous sword that forced Lancer and Bear's 623 archer back. But soon, he calmed down. After Gilgamesh knew Enlan's identity, he didn't dare to make trouble and restrained a lot. Returning to the previous topic, Iskandar asked Arturia, Saber, are you denying your own actions written in history? That's right. Why are you surprised? Why are you laughing? You gave me a sword, and the motherland for which I sacrificed my life was destroyed. I feel sad about this. What's so funny? Arturia also wanted to know what they thought. After all, they're all kings, and he also wants to learn useful things from other kings. Hey, did you hear Ryder? This little girl who calls herself the King of Knights is still talking about dedicating herself to the motherland. Ha ha ha. Gilgamesh couldn't help but laugh again. Enlan shook his head, feeling that there was something wrong with this guy's brain. It's okay to disagree with the other party's ideas, but it's stupid to laugh at the other party. Why are you laughing? Arturia asked again. Since you are a king, you should stand up for the prosperity of the country you rule. It's wrong, it's not the king's devotion, but the country and the people's devotion to the king, not the other way around. Iskandar replied solemnly. What did you say? Wouldn't that be the rule of a tyrant? Arturia couldn't believe it. The king of conquerors in history actually said such a thing. Yes, we are heroes because we are tyrants, but Saber, if there is a king who regrets his rule and the end of the kingdom, he is just a foolish king, not even a tyrant. Iskandar said himself idea. However, this idea and its extremes are simply ridiculous. When is a tyrant inferior to a tyrant? A tyrant can at least rely on worthy ministers to maintain the rule of the kingdom. What is a tyrant? What tyrant's dynasty can last for a long time by enslaving the people for his own selfishness? 35 Enlan directly sneered. Saber, don't listen to them. How can a tyrant, a robber, understand the lofty ideals of the King of Mercy? Can it be the same when they were in slavery and you were in monarchy? It's a question of values. They are domineering, you are benevolent, completely different. Also, it is not because of tyrants that they become heroes, but because of what they have done in history. There are countless heroes in the throne of heroes, including some evil demons who kill people without blinking an eye. Are they also heroes? There is an old saying in the Celestial Dynasty that the princes and generals are relatives. There have been ignorant monarchs and tyrants in all dynasties, but their final outcome is to be overthrown by the people under their management. Since they are kings, they must take up the responsibility of kings. The tyrants and the faint-hearted monarchs can't afford it. They are just for their own selfishness, and the pattern is too small. Water can carry a boat and capsize it. The people are the water, and the king is the boat on the water. If you can't take the responsibility of making the people happy, then you don't deserve to be the king. Without the recognition of the people, what kind of king are you? Mencius once said, "The people are the most important, the society is the second, and the ruler is the light." Iskander said that if he wants to be resurrected and conquer the world, first of all, his thoughts cannot keep up with modern society. Modern times are an era of equality for all, and what is important is the community of human destiny. Even if he is resurrected, what can he conquer? Nothing else. Said, the clock tower of the Modern Magic Association will let him go? The 5 permanent members of the United Nations will directly let him know what is nuclear peace. Tyrants and robbers are also worthy of laughing at King Neo. What qualifications do they have? And Lan's remarks were all mockery of Gilgamesh and Iskandar. Not only are the two of them small, but Gilgamesh has a problem with his mind. All the treasures in the world are yours. They're simply a fool among fools. Within Lan's help again, Arturia was moved and enlightened at the same time. Although they are both kings, the 2 kings in front of her have different ideas from hers, so it is boring to continue the discussion. Thinking of this, her eyes became firm. Gilgamesh and Iskandar were mocked by Enlan in various ways, and they were naturally upset and angry, but Enlan's strength made them fearful. In the end, Arturia asked Iskandar, "Your kingdom also broke the inheritance, and the established empire was divided into 3. Do you have no regrets about this settlement?" "No, if this is my decision, follow my servants to fight for a lifetime, and the outcome you get, then destruction is inevitable. I will mourn, I will cry, but I will never regret it, let alone overthrow it. This stupid act is an insult to all the people who built the era with me." Iskandar's remarks simply carried out selfishness to the end. Only soldiers will be proud of their destruction. How can we not protect the weak? Correct rule, correct governance, this is the original intention of the king. Arturia sneered. "So, is your king the right slave?" Iskandar also mocked. "Yes, that's good. The king should sacrifice for his ideals." Arturia admitted. "It's not a way of living alone," Iskandar said. Obviously, selfish people can never understand the lofty ideals of those who sacrifice for some ideal. If it is said that Iskandar is selfish and blindly conquering is only a small pattern, then Gilgamesh is not qualified to be king. He is the 5th king of Uruk. If he did not inherit the throne, with his character, would the people recognize him? Of course, not to mention the world line of Shin Sage King, only a Shin is mentioned here. Iskandar said that he does not regret the outcome of his lifelong struggle with his subjects, which shows that he only has himself and his subjects in his eyes, and does not put ordinary poor people in his eyes. This approach is unacceptable to any Huxia thinking. If you want to become a king to rule the country, you can't expect to be like ordinary people, conquer the king. You may not understand the Holy Grail just to get a body, and you become an overlord just to satisfy endless desires. You can understand. Arturia continued. Desireless king is not as good as a vase. Iskandar threw down his wine glass angrily and retorted, "Saber, you just said that you sacrificed for your ideals. Presumably you used to be a clean and honest person. A saint, right? Compared to having a noble and inviolable heroic appearance? But who would yearn for the bumpy and thorny road of dying on the job? Who would have a dream? The so-called king should be the most greedy. The person who laughs the most, angers the most, should reach the ultimate level of human beings on both sides of the clean and turbid. Because of this, the courtier will be envious of the king, fascinated by the king, and ignite in the hearts of every people, I want to become the fire of the king's longing. 35. And Lon stood up and replied for Artoria. Artoria is not without desires. You also set her ideals, so ideals are not desires? Can a vase govern a country well? A king who has desires, well, it's not a vase? Then aren't all overthrown tyrants in the history of the world those tyrants with desire? Your own dynasty has been overthrown. I'm afraid even a vase is inferior. Some people are born saints. Some people are selfish. If not for those saints, how can this society continue to reform and progress? If only because of the thorns of the road, and do not try. Such timid and weak people are also worthy of the king? The king does not need to laugh the most, because the king rejoice with the music of the people, worry about the people's worries. The king does not need to be the most angry, because the way of the emperor is to know in a balanced way, so that the ministers can't guess what you think in your heart, and everything is shown on your face, even the most basic emperor. The way of the king and the way of being under the control will not work. You live in an era. The dream of the poor is to eat and clothe themselves, but you want them to be envious of the king, fascinated by the king. Everyone wants to be a king. It is precisely your mistake caused your dynasty to be divided into three. Because everyone wanted to be king, so they started wars for this, and the poor people were killed and injured countless times. And Lan's words were like knives, cutting into Iskandar's heart one by one, leaving him speechless. Not only was he silent, but even a plate of Gilgamesh did not speak. Although Lan's concept is in line with Arturia, some of the principles are too advanced, combining modern society and the ancient emperor's way, as well as a little Confucianism. Such an advanced existence, how can the existence of two BCs be understood and debated? Iskandar couldn't defend Lan, but he couldn't change his philosophy. In order not to lose, he could only say to Artoria, as the king representing the spirit of chivalry, the justice and ideals you hold high, maybe it did save the country and the people, but what happened to those who were just saved? You don't know it, do you? You have been saving your subjects, without guidance, without showing the king's desires, ignoring confused subjects, just maintaining a lofty attitude and indulging in seemingly beautiful ideals, so you are not a real king. She's just a little girl bound by an idol called a king who exists only for others. Dark clouds drifted across the sky, blocking the moonlight and the highlights on Artoria's face. It was her pain, but Iskandar ripped open her and exposed it. Apparently, Iskandar argues, however, that he intends to use history to stimulate Arturia. This also made Arturia's originally firm gaze waver. Seeing Arturia shaken again, Lan sighed and continued to help her retort. This world has more than one history. If you want to use history as a satire, do you need me to summon Lancer King Arthur to come with you? Sophistry? Saving the ministers is what the king should do. The role of the ministers is not to guide the king, but to dare to stand up to impeach the king when he makes mistakes, guide the king in the right direction, and assist the king to manage the dynasty. Satisfying the king's desires will only disappoint the ministers, and the people will fall into dire straits. Although Britain was destroyed, which of the Knights of the Round Table, the ministers of King Arthur, would not obey King Arthur? Also, if we really talk about history, Britain is not counted. After the fall, at least people established a new Britain, and it still exists today, called the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. So the conqueror, is your dynasty still alive? You say King Arthur is a little girl, so what are you? A greedy 2.4 robber? A robber of your age? In our age, don't ask yourself to be regarded as a thief, little thief. Iskandar mocked the little girl Artoria, and Lan in turn mocked him as a thief. This makes Iskandar extremely angry, but he just can't say Lan, because Lan stands on the moral high ground to output and can't lose. In the original book, Arturia would not debate, otherwise, she would not have been speechless by a robber or thief. With such a small pattern, still conquering the king? However, just when he was about to say something, he suddenly felt something. Gilgamesh and Arturia sensed it at the same time and looked around. The black smoke appeared, and then turned into Assassin. Hassan al-Sabah, called 100 Faces Hassan, the Shadow Corps. Each of them was wearing black tights, with a white skull mask on their face, and each was a servant. Did you arrange this? Glittering. Iskandar asked Gilgamesh. This guy, Shurchin, do some nasty deeds. Gilgamesh denied. However, Anlan felt awkward when he heard these words. Tosaka Tokiomi asked Assassin to test the strength of Rider and Saber. What's wrong? Assassin means assassin. Now is the Holy Grail War. Assassin did not assassinate, but appeared directly in front of him. What kind of dirty work is this? Speaking of dirty things, have you done less with Kodomine Kyrie in the 5th Holy Grail War? What's more, the King of Heroes, the King of Kings, the King of Perverts, the King of Double Standards. It's inexplicable. Why are there so many assassins? Writer Master Weber came to Iskandar in horror. We are separated individuals, both the group and the followers of the individual, both the individual and the shadow of the group. Assassin replied indifferently. Is each personality of a multi-personal heroic spirit materialized separately? Webb suddenly understood. Artoria also took out the holy sword wrapped in the Wind King barrier and protected it by Irisveel's side. Ryder, what should I do? Webb asked. Boy, don't be so panic. Whether there is an amount of tolerance that will not refuse anyone who comes is also the measure of the king. Iskandar is still immersed in the debate of kingship. It seems that he was speechless by Anlan and wanted to get some face back. However, the more this happened, the more Anlan looked down on him. The king must have the capacity to tolerate people, but it depends on who it is and what purpose it is. There is an old saying in the Celestial Dynasty, it is a joy to have friends from afar. But there is also a saying of aging, friends come with wine and jackals have shotguns. At this time, even Gilgamesh said, King of Conqueror, do you want to invite even such a rabble to a banquet? He's not calling Iskandar AB ******** D. He's acknowledging the kingship of Iskandar. In the concept of a tyrant, plundering and conquering is also one of the kingly ways, and the conquering king is in line with his conception. So, when Artoria talks to them about the kingly way, she is playing the piano to the cow. This is like a sage who is willing to sacrifice for the world arguing with a selfish villain, not in the same channel at all. However, Gilgamesh calling Assassin a rabble is a bit too much. He is set as the type moon's ceiling, and the noble phantasm is powerful. But apart from the noble phantasm, even Amiya Shiro, who has not yet become a heroic spirit, can't beat Amiya Shiro in terms of force. You must know that Amiya Shiro of the 5th Holy Grail War was trained by Rade for a few days? You ask Shiro Amiya, who has not become a heroic spirit, to fight Assassin and see if he can beat him by force. This means that apart from the noble phantasm, Assassin's force value is higher than Gilgamesh's. 24. The most important thing is that the assassin in front of him is Hassan Sabah, one of the old Hassan in the mountains, the 19th leader of the assassination sect, and he can also be called the king of assassination. As a king, why can't I attend the king's banquet? Therefore, Gilgamesh's self-confident attitude made Anlan very disliked. For example, Anlan himself, even if he has become a god, does not look down on the weak, and collects various powerful skills in the world of heaven to strengthen himself. Those gods in the wrong world, didn't they put down their bodies and live in peace with mortals? You can be arrogant and arrogant, but not excessively arrogant. Of course, the king's words are aimed at all the people. If people listen to them sincerely, why should they distinguish between enemy and me? Iskandar replied. This sentence is simply irresponsible to his subjects. At the beginning, the Celestial Dynasty was because it handed over too much technology to the island countries, and it was in trouble with tigers, and finally it was backlashed in modern history. There are some things that people can't distinguish if they are sincere. You have to think about your own country and the people of the fairy tale. The country does not belong to the king alone, it belongs to everyone. It's just funny to say that. But Anlan didn't refute it, because this was his idea. He didn't use it to satirize Artoria's kingly way, and he didn't need to refute him. Anlan's participation in the royal banquet this time was purely to help Arturia breathe a sigh of relief. After all, there is also an Artoria in my family. As the main god of the family, isn't it normal to protect the calf? I saw Iskandar raise the wine spoon and said loudly, "Okay, you're welcome. Those who would like to chat together, come and drink together. These wines are with your blood." However, the wine he held up was all the fine wine that Gilgamesh brought out, but the wine he used in wooden barrels before. Old fox. And Lon chuckled inwardly. Bang! A flying knife flashed past, cutting off the wine spoon in Iskandar's hand, and the bright red wine spilled on his clothes. So it is, I have already said that these wines are your blood. Since you have to abandon them like sandals, then there is nothing you can do. 39 Iskandar said that a powerful airflow erupted from his body. Everyone was swayed by the airflow, only Enlon didn't care. The airflow dissipated within a meter of him. At the same time, the modern clothes on Iskandar were also replaced by the robes of the conqueror. I saw him say, "Saber, archer, and foreigner, this is the last question of this banquet. Maybe, as a king, do you have to be arrogant? This Nima, drinking too much and going crazy?" Faced with Iskandar's question, Enlon was dismissive. He knew that this old fellow wanted to show off his noble phantasm to prove his kingship. Since he is a king, he has no choice but to be lonely. Arturia replied solemnly, "No, you don't understand at all. For those of you who don't understand, I have to show the real king style here." Iskandar laughed and mocked. After speaking, he activated his noble phantasm, the army of the king. Such an EX-rank noble phantasm, if this Holy Grail war hadn't been because of Gilgamesh's existence, he would have really won the Holy Grail. The army of the king is an inherent barrier that continuously summons his subordinates as independent servants to fight against the enemy. When the personnel were summoned, they formed a legion of tens of thousands of people. All the members of the legion are genuine heroic spirits, but limited to the ability of the conqueror king. All the members of the Legion have no noble phantasm, and at the same time they were summoned by the ability of Iskandar. And they were not summoned according to the rules of the Holy Grail War. Assigned to a specific class, so none of the staff have class or class-related skills. But even so, it is very powerful. Among them, there are sporadic heroic spirits stronger than the King of Conquerors himself, because although Iskandar's achievements are great, his personal strength is not that good. The entire Legion has a prominent prestige, and some people in the Legion are the founders of future dynasties. Even Alexander's beloved horse Bucephalus was summoned as a heroic spirit. It can be said that he was the ruler and minister of Alexander and his subordinates. The crystallization of ties. When using the army of the king, the space will form an inherent barrier due to the mutation of the common mental image world of the Legion, and the heroic spirit can walk out of the relative inherent barrier. The scenery of the mind is a plain without shelter, the sun is shining, and the hot sand flutters. Because that was the land where Alexander's army galloped together, it was branded in the minds of all the army personnel, so that the enchantment could be unfolded. In addition, the magic power used to maintain the inherent barrier after deployment is shared by all members of the army, and all members of the army have a single action skill equivalent to rank E-. In a blink of an eye, everyone has appeared in a golden desert. It turned out to be an inherent barrier. How is this possible? Irisveal said in shock. To deal with this kind of noble phantasm, it is really difficult to break without the noble phantasm. Not to mention this is the inherent barrier of EX rank. If it is to consume mana, the mana required for this army of the king is borne by all the servants in the enchantment. The magic power of an army of tens of thousands of followers, how can ordinary servants and masters ever compare? Unless it is the master of the little holy grail, similar to Sakura's blackened Artoria, with infinite magic power, continuous release of noble phantasm, magic power is released from beginning to end during fights. And it is hard to kill Hercules with 12 lives. Hammer to death. Enlon knew that the old boy Iskandar was going to pretend to be in front of Artoria to prove his kingship. So Enlon naturally won't do what he wants. He came to Artoria and said a few words. Artoria's expression changed, but she nodded. Enlon smiled and put a hand on her shoulder. Divine power was continuously infused in, transforming the spiritual foundation and adding several skills and noble phantasms to it. This kind of thing is very simple for the current Enlon. The root of the moon world has been analyzed by him, and the noble phantasms and skills of all the heroic spirits in the constellation of heroic spirits have also been copied. It is very simple to modify a servant's spiritual foundation, strengthen its attributes, and add a few skills and treasures. After the spiritual foundation was successfully modified, under the baptism of divine power, Artoria's whole body burst into a shining golden light. When the light dissipated, she had changed from a girl of 15 or 16 years old to a mature royal sister. The original blue battle skirt armor also turned silvery white, and a white cloak was added, and a crown was worn on the head. Now she looks exactly like the goddess Lungomiad in the 6th chapter of FGO. This is after King Arthur came to the world as a king. The main weapon was changed from the holy sword to the holy spear, and it was no longer affected by the growth stop caused by the holy sword. So the physical age grew to a stage in line with the identity of the king. Because of the use of the holy spear, he became an existence close to the gods, and later, because of immortality, he became a complete god. The pure white lion king, the goddess of the holy spear. Lingji parameters. Real name, Arturia Pendragon. Class, Saber. Attributes, Order, Good. Strength, A. Durability, A. Agility, A. Magic, A. Lucky, A. Noble Phantasm, EX. Class Skills. Ride, A. Divinity, A. Against Magic, A. Inherent Skills. Intuition, A. Clairvoyance, A. Mana Release, A. Leadership Temperament, A. Monster Hunter, A. Continuation of the Battle, A. Dazzling Journey, EX. Endless Blessing, EX. Noble Phantasm Information. Invisible Air. Grade, C. Type, Anti-Human Noble Phantasm. Distance, 1 to 2. Maximum catch, 1 person. The Sword in the Stone. Type, Anti-Human Noble Phantasm. Grade, B+. Distance, 1. Maximum catch, 1 person. Sword of Promised Victory, Excalibur. Grade, A++. Type, Anti-City Noble Phantasm. Distance, 199. Maximum capture, 1,000 people. The Sword of the Star that Saves the World, Excalibur. Grade, EX. Type, Distance, Max catch. Shining in the Spear of the End, Rongominiad. Grade, A++. Type, Anti-City Noble Phantasm. Distance, 199. Maximum capture, 900 people. Faraway Ideal. Grade, EX. Type, Enchantment Noble Phantasm. Defense Object, 1 person. Such a powerful spiritual foundation is enough to be the Crown Saber. Enlon is the fusion of old swords, spears, bows, and other spiritual bases to form the most perfect spiritual base. In addition, there are the Old Swords EX Class Noble Phantasm, the glorious holy sword that saves the stars, and the noble phantasms such as the Spear of the End that shines in the spear are also integrated into the spiritual base. In this way, Artoria is equivalent to possessing 2 swords of vowed victory. Coupled with Avalon, it can completely match the EX Class Noble Phantasms of Gilgamesh and Iskandar. If the 13 seals of the Old Sword are released, even Gilgamesh's Deviant's 623 sword will not be able to stop it. At the same time, the spear that shines in the end also has 13 seals. Once unsealed, it will turn into a pillar of light that maintains the surface of the world. Although Artoria is now of the sword rank, Langomiad of the spear rank also possesses the sword rank Noble Phantasm, the Sword of Victory. Of course, Artoria can also possess the Noble Phantasm of the spear rank in the sword rank. After the transformation, Arturia's temperament changed greatly, and her own style of king completely crushed Iskandar and Gilgamesh. The change shocked everyone, including Arturia herself. "Thank you." She turned to Enlon. "You're welcome." Enlon smiled. At the same time, Iskandar also introduced his noble phantasm to everyone. "This is the land that I once galloped on, and the scenery that the warriors who shared the pain and joy with me will forever live in my heart." The reason why this world, this scenery can be formed is because it is the image of all of us. See, the unparalleled army. Even if the body is destroyed, the soul is summoned by the world as a heroic spirit, but still loyal to me. The legendary warriors. The bond between me and them is my treasure, my king. It is Iskandal's strongest noble phantasm, the king's army. As Iskandar opened his arms, countless servant soldiers appeared, with great momentum, like an invincible division. A piece of darkness, all servants. Accompanied by their battle cry, it does give people a strong sense of oppression. These people, each of them is a servant? As the master of Iskandar, Weber was shocked. A black warhorse came to Iskandar, and he stroked happily, "Long time no see, old friend." 35. He stood up and got on his horse, and said loudly again, "The so-called king is the person who lives the most wonderfully and fascinates everyone." The soldiers shouted, "Of course! Of course! Of course!" The one who gathers the envy of all warriors and guides the people forward can be the king. Therefore, the king is not alone, because his great ambition is the superposition of the ambitions of all his subjects. Of course! Of course! Of course! If it was a debate before, now it's time to refute Artoria and Enlon with a strong stance. The king can be solitary or not. There are many ways of kingship, not every way of kingship is the same, and there is a problem with your statement. The king is not omnipotent, and the king also makes mistakes, so it is not the king who guides everyone, but when the king makes a mistake, there are officials who can stand up to impeach and guide the king to return to the right direction. Your conquest is not the superposition of the ambitions of the subjects, but the ambition of militarism. The ambition of the people at the bottom is not to fight and conquer, but to fight. As a king, you can't even see through the fact that you have enough food and clothing. Enlon sneered mercilessly. His taunting also brought hostile glances from all the servants in the king's army, shouting, "Jean, Jean, Jean." Enlon didn't take it seriously, a mere mortal. Just a little more, can scare the gods? He and Artoria looked at each other and nodded to each other. I saw Artoria waved and summoned a white horse that was even more splendid than the black horse Iskandar sat down on. This white horse is the king's horse, East Stallion. The white horse is also wearing silver armor, very handsome. Artoria turned over and rode on it, and Enlon cooperated with her and launched a temporary heroic spirit summoning. Sword Order, Lancelot. Sword Rank, Gawain. Sword Order, Mordred. Sword Order, Bedwell. Bow Step, Tristan. Gun Rank, Argo Specs. Gun Tier, Percival. Gun Tier, Gareth. Shield Step, Galahad. And K. Gaheris, Paramedes, Bows. 13 Knights of the Round Table, all come. They are wearing armor, and they are full of heroic spirit. All of them are first-class, top-level heroic spirits. Enlon temporarily summoned them to support the scene through the 13 seals in Artoria's holy spear. When the 13 knights saw Artoria on the white horse, they all knelt down and saluted. "I'll see the king." 99. Including Mordred, also knelt on the ground together. "Get up," Artoria said. Yes. All the knights stood up and stood beside her, exuding a powerful aura. "Only generals are not enough. We also need troops, so I will lend you my army." 35 Enlon suddenly laughed. "If you want to be crazy, then follow through." When he saw his right hand slightly raised, the desert of the king's army was eroded in half and turned into a dark realm. The pets in the god's pet space, but also the Shadow Legion, are all summoned. This includes all the fantasy creatures in the moon world, as well as the shadow army of the Shadow King, the divine beasts and beasts of the Beast of Darkness, and so on. Minotaur, Flying Dragon, Half-Mermaid, Goliath, Amphisbaena, Udius, Balor, Beast of Darkness and Earth, Demon Wolf, Ragnarok Wolf Fenrir, White Horse, Phoenix, Wild Boar, Ram, Bull, Camel, Goat, 72 demons and more. Countless monsters, and divine beasts have emerged from the dark realm, and the number has completely surpassed the army of the king. Join the army king. The Minotaur Legion in the Three Shadows all knelt down and shouted loudly. "Today, your king is not me, but Artoria, following her Knights of the Round Table, tearing up the enemy." Roar. Roar. 5. Roar. 5. The deafening cry directly crushed the momentum of Wang Ji's army. Seeing this scene, Iskandar's face turned ashen, pretending to be irresistible and being slapped in the face. As for Assassin on the other side, he was too frightened to speak. At the same time facing the king's army of Iskandar, as well as the Knights of the Round Table, and Enland's Shadow Army and Monster Army. What is this called? Lights in the toilet, courting death. Knights, let the King of Conquerors see my royal way. 35 Artoria summoned the Sword of Oath of Victory and set it aloft. Immediately, the 13 Round Table Knights and the Shadow Legion collided with Assassin, and there were countless monsters, mythical beasts, and fantasy species behind them. Facing such a formidable enemy and still being crushed in numbers, Assassin was killed in an instant. Enlan saw the timing and said to the dead assassin's body, "Stand up." The next second, their bodies turned into shadows, revived, and then knelt in front of Enlan and surrendered. See my king. Chung Jinyu's King of Shadows ability is indeed enough to pretend. Arturia, Gilgamesh, Iskandar, Irisfeel, Weber, and the others all showed horrified eyes when they saw this scene. It is terrifying to be able to resurrect the dead as shadow soldiers and then swear allegiance to himself. King of Shadows, I didn't expect you to be a king too, Iskandar said with some admiration. In the debate of the king of the banquet, although he was speechless by Enlan and was extremely angry several times, he never took it to heart. Because Enlan is not a king, he doesn't care what someone who is not a king says. But if Enlan is also a king, then the meaning is different. This represents his kingship, which was defeated by another king's kingship. King? That kind of thing, who cares? Enlan said disdainfully. He never wanted to be a king, only because of the ability of the Shadow King. He was called the king by the Shadow Legion. You are already a god, why should you lower your status to become a king? No, you can be the king yourself, but not the king of the world, but the king of gods. King of the gods. At this moment, he seemed to have a new goal. Iskandar smiled bitterly at Enlan's unconcerned look. The identity of the king that he cared about turned out to be nothing in the eyes of others. Then, this king's banquet should be over. Enlan waved his hand, and all the Shadow Army and monsters, beasts, fantasy species disappeared and returned to the pet space. On the other side, the 13 Knights of the Round Table who had arrived temporarily also turned into magic power, slowly dissipating and returned to the throne of heroes. Artoria and Mordred looked at each other, but Artoria's expression did not change. Mordred was wearing a helmet and couldn't see his expression. Eventually, it completely dissipated. Arturia looked at Lancelot again. He was sensible at the sword rank, not crazy, just like back then. Lancelot showed a smile and disappeared. Iskandar also disarmed the army of the king. He originally summoned it to pretend to be coercive, but it didn't work. At this banquet, Iskandar and Gilgamesh also recognized the power of Enlan. Fortunately, Joan of Arc came, restrained him, and did not allow him to destroy the Holy Grail War. In this way, they still have a chance. However, they didn't know that the current Enlan was no longer a servant and no longer had to be restricted by Joan of Arc. In addition, Artoria's spiritual base has been strengthened. No matter whether it is attributes or noble phantasm, it is not under them. After Iskandar and Gilgamesh left, Arturia came to Enlan and said, "Thank you tonight." Just lip-syncing? No real action. Enlan teased. "What do you want?" Arturia asked. Enlan took a step forward, raised her chin, and whispered in her ear, "I want your heart." Arturia blushed suddenly and pushed Enlan away. When Irisfeel saw the scene, her heart was filled with delight. But so what? She is already married. Thinking of this, she sighed. The mental infidelity towards Amiya Kiritsugu seems to be getting worse. At night, Enlan sat in his room with a little golden chalice in his hand. Since Assassin's death, magic has begun to gather in the Holy Grail. If it wasn't for taking the Holy Grail out of Irisfeel herself, it is estimated that her body would start to have problems like the original. But even so, as an artificial human, her physical function is still much weaker than that of ordinary people, and her lifespan is not long. Of course, none of this matters to Enlon. Whether it is the god of reincarnation or the god of life, she can be easily healed. The next day, under the arrangement of Amiya Kuritsugu, everyone left the castle and moved to a new residence in the city, which is the home of the future male protagonist Shiro Amiya. The caster guy is still collecting children, causing a large number of missing children in the city. The Holy Grail War has only lasted 7 days, and now half of it has passed, but only one assassin has left. The master and the servants still have to use the next time to decide the outcome, so all day long today, almost all the masters and servants are looking for Castor, intending to defeat him first. If he continues to arrest children so recklessly, it will definitely attract the attention of the outside world. Once ordinary people find out about the Holy Grail War, the clock tower will force it. And Lon is not in a hurry because he knows the plot. Besides, Arturia has been strengthened by him, and the outcome of this Holy Grail War is already doomed. At this point, he was sorting out his skills. Because the skills of all heroic spirits are copied, it is a bit too much and needs to be sorted out. While sorting out skills, he found good skills and treasures, and he would also integrate them into the Mo King skill tree. For example, Gilgamesh's King's Treasure has been integrated into his God's Treasure House by him. Also, Karna's various abilities related to the sun are integrated into the God of the Sun. In the end, all the magic of the heroic spirits are all recorded in the Power Recited spell book. After some operations, Enlan's main skills became stronger again. The day passed quickly, night fell, and almost all the masters and servants found the trace of Castor. This guy was in the center of the lake and summoned the monsters in the deep sea. This is the ability of his noble phantasm Luyanqing textbook, a magic book bound in human skin that can summon and use monsters in the deep sea. This book has the ability to act as the heart of a magic furnace, and it is able to unleash magic at the level of great magic and ritual conjuration, regardless of the magic power of the artist itself. It records the forbidden knowledge about the ancient evil gods before the birth of mankind. What Gilles de Rais holds is the Italian translation of the magician François Prerati. Enlon copied all the skills and magic of the heroic spirits and recorded all the magic in the recited spell book, so he can naturally summon deep sea monsters. But he didn't intend to interfere in this matter because he wanted to see Joan's expression after seeing Castor. Thinking of this, he showed a funny smile. At this time, all the servants had gathered by the lake where Castor summoned the monster. This time, if you defeat Castor, you can get 2 command spells, and no master will refuse. If the former Kodomine Rise said this, the masters might not believe it. But this time it was Ruler who was summoned by the Great Holy Grail, and they had no reason not to believe it. Castor saw Arturia and shouted excitedly, "Welcome, Holy Maiden. It's an honor to see you again." Arturia was very upset when she heard this. After seeing Joan of Arc last time, she also knew that she looked a lot like Joan of Arc, so Castor would admit her mistake. But he has already explained more than once, this guy still regards himself as another woman, which really makes her angry. At the same time, Joan of Arc, who was observing secretly, also had an ugly face. She did not expect Castor to be Marshal Gilles de Rais, which made her recall the tragic memory of her life. The most important thing is that the Marshal actually recognized others as herself, which made her very angry. Because of the Marshal's relationship, Joan of Arc and Arturia actually developed disgust towards each other at the same time. "You really didn't learn your lesson, you evildoer. What are you planning to do tonight?" Arturia asked him. "I'm very sorry, Joan of Arc, you are not the guest of honor tonight, but if you show up at the table, I will naturally be extremely happy, and the Feast of Death and Decadence organized by my Lord Gilles de Rais, I hope you can enjoy it to the fullest." 35 Castor stared at his big eyes full of wisdom and shouted. As soon as his voice fell, countless octopus tentacles emerged from the water, swept him up, and then slowly lifted into the air. At this moment, we once again hold high the holy flag of salvation. Castor completely merged with the monster and turned into a huge monster. When Joan of Arc heard this in secret, her forehead bulged with anger. The same is true for Arturia. Joan of Arc was a national hero in the century-old Anglo-French War. She held high the holy flag of salvation just to hit Great Britain, so how could she not be angry? Castor continued, "The outcasts, come here as much as you can, led by me, the voice of resentment emanating from us, the outcasts, will surely reach the ears of God in heaven. Lord, I will temporarily use your name with words of rebuke. O proud God, cold God, we will bring you down to the throne room." When Jean heard this, she had mixed feelings in her heart. If you are so persistent, why didn't you believe me in the first place? When the others saw the scene, they were all horrified. Because the magic power that the monster erupted was so terrifying, Artoria's expression couldn't help changing. A flash of lightning descended, and Iskandar drove his flying hoof thunderbolt and Shui wheel to Artoria and Irisfeel. "Good evening, King of Knights." Iskandar waved his hand. "King of Conquest?" Artoria took out the holy sword and protected Irisfeel behind her. Stop. Tonight we are in a truce, with that big guy next to us. We are not at ease fighting. I have been appealing everywhere since the beginning," Lancer agreed, "and should be here soon." 95 Iskandar immediately stated his intentions. Arturia and Irisfeel looked at each other and nodded. "Understood. We also agree to cooperate." 39.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.